During my grandson's graduation, they told me to stay in the car because my cane would slow things down. I'm 77 years old, and I've been living on my own since my husband passed 6 years ago. I get around fine with my cane. Sure, I'm slower than I used to be, but I'm not helpless. My daughter Linda is 52, and she's always offering to help with things, which I appreciate most of the time. My grandson Marcus just turned 18, and I've watched that boy grow up from the day he was born. He's always been sweet to me, always made time to visit, even when he got busy with high school. For years, Marcus told me he couldn't wait for me to see him graduate. When he was in 10th grade, he said he was going to make sure I had the best seat in the house. Last year, when the graduation announcements came out, he hand-delivered mine instead of mailing it. He'd written on it, "Can't wait to see you there, Grandma." I kept that card on my refrigerator for months. I'd been counting down to graduation day since the beginning of the school year. I had it marked on my calendar in red marker. I even went out and bought a new blue dress specifically for the occasion. The night before, I spent an hour polishing my wooden cane. I know that sounds silly, but I wanted everything to be perfect. I wanted to be able to move as smoothly as possible so I wouldn't hold anyone up. The morning of graduation, I was up at 6. The ceremony wasn't until 10, but I wanted plenty of time to get ready. I did my hair, put on makeup for the first time in weeks, and got into that blue dress. Linda was supposed to pick me up at 9. When she arrived, she seemed stressed. She was checking her phone constantly and kept saying things about traffic and parking. The drive to the arena took about 30 minutes. Linda barely talked to me. She was focused on the road, muttering under her breath about how many people were going to be there. Her husband Dave was driving, and he kept reassuring her they'd make it on time. My other 2 grandchildren were in the back seat with me, both glued to their phones. I didn't mind. I was just excited to get there. When we pulled into the parking lot, it was packed. Cars everywhere, families walking toward the entrance in their nice clothes. I could see graduates in their caps and gowns taking pictures with their parents. The sun was already hot, even though it was only 9:45. Dave had to park pretty far from the entrance, maybe a 5-minute walk. I figured that was fine. I could manage a 5-minute walk. That's when Linda turned around in her seat and looked at me. She had this expression on her face that I couldn't quite read. She said maybe I should just wait in the car. I didn't understand at first. I asked her what she meant. She explained that there were going to be long security lines and then stairs to get to the seating area, and we were already cutting it close on time. She said it would take forever with my cane, and that I'd hold everyone up. I felt like someone had punched me in the stomach. I told her I'd been planning this for months. I said Marcus was expecting me to be there. She just shook her head and said the arena was huge, that it was going to be hot and crowded, that I'd be more comfortable waiting in the car. Dave agreed with her. He said it was going to be a madhouse in there and that I'd probably be miserable anyway. I tried to argue. I told them I didn't care about the stairs or the heat. I said I'd manage, that I always managed. But Linda was already unbuckling her seatbelt. She told me not to make this harder than it needed to be, that they had to get inside before the doors closed. She said they'd take lots of pictures for me, and that Marcus would understand. Before I could say anything else, everyone was getting out of the car. Linda, Dave, and my other 2 grandchildren all piled out. Linda cracked my window about 2 inches and told me they'd be back in a couple of hours. Then I heard the locks click. Dave had used the key fob to lock me in. I sat there watching them walk away. Linda didn't even look back. I watched them join the crowd of families heading toward the entrance, and then they disappeared inside. I couldn't believe what had just happened. I looked down at my polished cane, at my nice dress, and I felt completely humiliated. The parking lot was like an oven. Even with the window cracked, I could feel the heat building. I watched more families arrive and head inside. I saw elderly people with canes. I saw someone in a wheelchair. I saw a woman who looked older than me being helped by her family, and they were all smiling. Nobody seemed to think these people were going to slow things down. I could hear music and announcements coming from inside the arena, all muffled and distant. At one point I heard cheering, and I knew the ceremony had started. I thought about Marcus walking across that stage, probably scanning the crowd for me. Linda would have told him I was there somewhere. He'd be looking for my blue dress and wouldn't find it. I started crying, which made me angry at myself. I didn't want them to come back and see that I'd been upset. I didn't want to give them that satisfaction. So I forced myself to stop, wiped my eyes with a tissue from my purse, and just sat there staring at the steering wheel. 2 hours felt like 2 days. I went over the conversation in my head 100 times. I thought about all the things I should have said, all the ways I could have fought harder. But I also started wondering if maybe they were right. Maybe I was becoming a burden. Maybe my cane really would have slowed them down. Maybe I was being selfish for wanting to go inside when it would have been so much trouble for everyone. But then I'd think about Marcus's face, about how excited he'd been to have me there, and the anger would come rushing back. This wasn't about convenience. This was my grandson's graduation. I'd earned the right to be there. I'd been there for every school play, every birthday party, every important moment in his life. And now I was sitting in a parking lot because my own daughter couldn't be bothered to deal with me for a few hours. When they finally came back, they were all laughing and talking over each other. Linda opened the door and immediately started showing me pictures on her phone. She was scrolling through dozens of photos of Marcus in his cap and gown, Marcus receiving his diploma, Marcus with his friends. She seemed so proud of herself for getting good shots. I looked at each picture and didn't say much. Marcus wasn't with them. Linda said he'd gone off with his friends to some graduation party. I just nodded. During the drive home, Linda talked non-stop about the ceremony, about how long it was, about how hot it had been inside, about how she was glad we'd gotten there when we did. She didn't seem to notice that I wasn't participating in the conversation. When they dropped me off at my house, Linda finally picked up on something being wrong. She asked if I was okay. I told her I was just tired and went inside without hugging her goodbye, which is something we always did. I heard her call after me, but I closed the door and locked it. I spent that evening sitting in my living room, looking at old pictures of Marcus when he was little. My cane was leaning against the wall where I'd left it that morning, still polished and shining. I felt like an idiot for putting so much effort into something that never mattered in the first place. Around 8 that night, I decided to call Marcus. I knew he was probably still at the graduation party, but I needed to talk to him. I couldn't just let this sit. When he answered, I could hear music and people talking in the background. He sounded happy, really excited. He asked me how I was doing, and I tried to sound cheerful. I asked him about graduation, told him I heard it was a nice ceremony. That's when he said it. He said he'd been looking for me in the crowd the whole time. He said he kept scanning the seats during the processional, trying to spot my blue dress. My heart sank. I asked him what his mom had told him about me not being there. There was a pause, and then he said Linda told him I wasn't feeling well that morning and decided to stay home at the last minute. My voice cracked when I told him the truth. I explained that I'd been in the car the whole time, that they'd left me in the parking lot because my cane would slow everyone down. The line went completely silent. For a second, I thought the call had dropped. Then Marcus said a few words I won't repeat here, and I could hear him walking away from the noise, probably going outside or to a quieter room. He was furious. I mean, absolutely livid. He said he would have walked right out of that arena and gotten me himself if he'd known. He started going off about his mom, about how she always pulled stuff like this, always made decisions for other people without asking. I tried to calm him down, told him not to ruin his graduation night being angry, but he wasn't having it. He told me that for his college graduation, he was picking me up himself. He said I'd be sitting in the front row, and he didn't care if he had to carry me up the stairs to get me there. After we hung up, I just sat there for a while. I was glad Marcus knew the truth, but I also felt guilty for upsetting him on what should have been one of the best days of his life. At the same time, I was angry, angrier than I'd been in years. Linda had lied to him. She'd made up a story to cover what she'd done, and she would have just let me take the blame for missing his graduation. I made a decision that night. I wasn't going to rely on Linda for rides anymore, not to family events, not to anywhere that mattered. If I couldn't get somewhere on my own terms, whether that meant taking a taxi or asking a neighbor, then I just wouldn't go. I couldn't trust her anymore. That sounds dramatic, but that's how I felt. The next morning, Linda called me like nothing had happened. She was all casual, asking if I needed anything from the grocery store, if she should pick up my prescriptions. I told her no, I was fine. Then I told her I wouldn't be needing rides from her anymore. She got quiet. Then she asked why, like she genuinely didn't understand. I explained as calmly as I could that I couldn't trust her to actually include me in family events, and I'd rather make my own arrangements from now on. She got defensive immediately. She said she'd been doing me a favor by not making me deal with the crowds and the stares. She said I would have been miserable and that she was trying to protect me. I told her it wasn't her decision to make. She raised her voice and called me ungrateful. She said I was being stubborn and making everything about me, that she'd been taking care of me for years, and this was how I repaid her. That's when I lost it a little. I told her she'd left me in a parking lot during my grandson's graduation and then lied to him about why I wasn't there. I said if that was her idea of taking care of me, I didn't want it. She hung up on me. About an hour later, my son called. That's Marcus's uncle, Linda's younger brother. He'd obviously heard about our fight from Linda. He tried to play mediator, said he understood why I was upset, but that Linda was under a lot of stress, and maybe we could both apologize and move past this. I told him I wasn't apologizing. I hadn't done anything wrong. He sighed and said I was being stubborn, that this was going to split the family. I told him the family was already split the moment Linda decided I wasn't worth the inconvenience. Over the next few days, I heard from various family members. My sister called and said I was being too harsh, that Linda made a mistake, but she didn't deserve to be cut off. A couple of cousins reached out, trying to get me to see Linda's side, but a few people supported me. My best friend Jean said Linda had always been controlling and this was just the worst example of it. One of my neighbors, who's known our family for years, said she would have done the same thing in my position. The hardest part was knowing that some of my family thought I was wrong. They thought I was holding a grudge over one bad decision. They said Linda had apologized, even though she really hadn't. She'd just defended herself and called me ungrateful. Nobody seemed to understand that this wasn't about one incident. This was about being made to feel like a burden, like my presence was an inconvenience that needed to be managed. I started using a local senior taxi service for my errands and doctor appointments. It cost money, but it was worth it to not owe Linda anything. I also asked my neighbor Tom if he'd be willing to drive me to family events when they came up, and he said he'd be happy to. I wasn't going to let Linda have that power over me anymore. Marcus texted me every day that first week. He sent me memes and told me about his summer plans. He said he was barely talking to his mom, which made me feel both validated and guilty. I didn't want to be the reason he had a bad relationship with Linda. I texted him back and told him not to stay angry forever, that his mom loved him even if she'd made a terrible choice. He just sent back an eye roll emoji. About 3 days after graduation, Marcus showed up at my door. He wasn't supposed to be there. Linda didn't know he was coming. He was carrying a garment bag, and when I asked him what was in it, he smiled and said I'd missed his graduation, so he was bringing it to me. He came inside and put on his full cap and gown right there in my living room. He told me to sit in my favorite chair, and then he walked across my kitchen floor like it was a stage. I announced his name all formal, the way they probably did at the ceremony. He pretended to shake someone's hand and receive his diploma. Then he walked over to me and handed me the rolled-up paper. We both started laughing. It was silly and sweet and exactly what I needed. We took probably 50 pictures together, him kneeling next to my chair, both of us wearing his graduation cap, me holding his diploma. He ordered pizza, and we spent the rest of the evening looking through old photo albums. Before he left, he hugged me really tight and apologized for what his mom had done. He said I deserved to be there. I told him I was just glad he knew the truth, and that he shouldn't stay mad at Linda forever even though I still was. He said he'd visit more often, that he didn't need his mom to bring him around anymore. After he left, I looked at all the photos we'd taken on my phone. The gesture had helped. It really had. But it didn't erase what Linda had done. It didn't make me forget sitting in that parking lot, watching everyone else go inside while I was told I'd slow things down. 2 days later, Linda found out about Marcus's visit. I don't know who told her, probably one of my other grandchildren. She called me crying, said Marcus was barely speaking to her and it was my fault for poisoning him against her. She said I'd overreacted to the graduation thing and now I was ruining her relationship with her son. I told her I didn't poison anyone. I just told Marcus the truth. She hung up on me again. It's been 2 weeks since graduation now, and things haven't really gotten better. Linda and I haven't spoken since that last phone call where she accused me of ruining her relationship with Marcus. My son keeps trying to get us to talk, but I'm not ready. I don't know if I'll ever be ready. Part of me thinks she needs to come to me with a real apology, not just more excuses about how stressed she was or how she was doing me a favor. I've been managing fine on my own. The senior taxi service I mentioned has been great. The drivers are always on time and they help me with my groceries. It costs about $20 each trip, which adds up, but it's worth it to not feel like I'm bothering anyone. My neighbor Tom drove me to a doctor's appointment last week and refused to let me pay him for gas. He said that's what neighbors are for. It made me feel less alone in all of this. Marcus has been texting me almost every day. He sends me funny videos and updates about his summer job. He's working at a local restaurant to save money for college. Last week, he sent me a picture of a difficult customer and said it made him appreciate how patient I'd always been with him when he was being a brat as a kid. Little things like that remind me why I'm standing my ground. He deserves to know that what happened wasn't okay, that people who love you don't leave you sitting in parking lots. The family division has been hard to deal with. My sister called again last week and told me I was being petty. She said Linda had always been there for me after my husband died, and that I was throwing away our relationship over one incident. I tried to explain that it wasn't just one incident. It was a pattern of Linda making decisions for me without asking what I wanted. My sister didn't want to hear it. She said I was being difficult and that stubbornness ran in our family. We haven't talked since. But some people have surprised me. My cousin Rita, who I hadn't spoken to in months, called to say she'd heard what happened and she was on my side. She told me a story about how Linda had excluded her from a family Christmas party a few years ago because she'd just had surgery and Linda thought it would be too much for her. Rita said she'd let it go at the time, but now she realized she should have said something. It made me feel less crazy to know I wasn't the only one who'd been on the receiving end of Linda's controlling behavior. The photos from Marcus's private graduation ceremony are still on my phone. I look at them more than I probably should. There's one where we're both smiling at the camera, him in his cap and gown and me in my blue dress, and you can see how happy we both are. That moment mattered more than the actual ceremony would have, but I still can't shake the feeling of what was taken from me. I should have been in that arena. I should have seen him walk across that stage with everyone else's grandmother and grandfather and parents. I've thought a lot about whether I'm being unreasonable. Late at night when I can't sleep, I go over everything in my head. Was it really that big of a deal? Would the stairs have been too much for me? Would I have slowed everyone down? But then I remember all those other elderly people I saw walking into the arena, and I know it's not about that. It was never about the stairs or the security lines. It was about Linda not wanting to deal with me. My best friend Jean came over for coffee last week. She's been my friend for 40 years, so she doesn't sugarcoat things. She told me Linda had always treated me like a child, always made decisions about what was best for me without asking. She said this situation with the graduation was just the most obvious example. Jean said I should be proud of myself for finally setting a boundary, that most people my age just accept being pushed around by their kids because they're afraid of losing them. That conversation helped, but I also worry about Marcus. He's still not talking to his mom much, and I know that's causing problems in their house. Linda's husband Dave called me last week, which was unexpected. He said Marcus and Linda had a huge fight and that Marcus told her he didn't respect her anymore. Dave said I needed to fix this, that I was the adult and I should be the bigger person. I told him I was 77 years old and I was tired of being the bigger person. He didn't call back. The hardest moments are when I think about all the future events I'll miss because of this: birthday parties, holidays, family dinners. Linda hosts most of them, and I know she's not going to invite me now, or maybe she will invite me out of obligation, and it'll be awkward and tense. I don't know which would be worse. My other grandchildren have been quiet through all of this. They're teenagers, so they probably don't fully understand what happened or why everyone's fighting. I miss them. Marcus asked me last week if I was doing okay. He could tell something was bothering me. I told him the truth, that I was sad about how everything had turned out, but I didn't regret standing up for myself. He said he was proud of me. That meant more than he probably realized. Here's this 18-year-old kid telling his grandmother he's proud of her, and it made me cry right there on the phone. I've started going to a senior center on Thursday afternoons. They have a social group where people just sit and talk and play cards. I met a woman there named Dorothy, who's 82. She told me about a similar situation with her daughter, how her daughter had put her in a nursing home without asking her first. Dorothy said she didn't speak to her daughter for 3 years, and eventually they reconciled, but their relationship was never the same. She said sometimes that's just how it goes. You can forgive someone and still never forget what they did. I don't know if Linda and I will ever get back to where we were. Honestly, I don't know if I want to. I keep thinking about what Jean said, about how Linda's always treated me like a problem to be managed. Maybe our relationship needed to break so something healthier could grow in its place. Or maybe it's just broken now and that's it. What I do know is that I'm not going to apologize for setting a boundary. I'm not going to pretend that what Linda did was acceptable just to keep the peace. I've spent too many years keeping the peace, going along with things I didn't like because I didn't want to cause trouble. I'm 77 years old. If I can't stand up for myself now, when can I? So here I am. My relationship with my daughter is destroyed. Half my family thinks I'm being unreasonable, but my grandson knows I love him enough to tell him the truth. And I'm not sitting around waiting for people to decide whether I'm convenient enough to include. I've got my senior taxi service and my neighbor Tom and my Thursday card games. It's not what I imagined my life looking like at this age, but at least it's honest. For my 80th birthday, my family threw a party, but never mentioned my name in the speeches. I'm 80 years old, and about 3 weeks ago, my daughter Lisa, who's 52, called me up all excited saying they were planning something special for my birthday. She wouldn't tell me what exactly, but she said to keep the evening of the 15th free and to dress nice. My other 2 kids were in on it too. My son, Mark, who's 49, and my youngest, Tom, who's 46. They'd rented out the community hall downtown, the same place where we had my wife's funeral reception 4 years ago. I tried not to think about that. For weeks leading up to it, I was actually looking forward to the whole thing. I'm not usually one for big gatherings anymore, not since Margaret passed, but the idea that my kids cared enough to organize something made me feel good. Made me feel like I still mattered, you know? I'd been spending most of my days alone in the house, maybe seeing Emma when she stopped by between classes, but otherwise it was just me and the TV. So, yeah, I was excited. I even went out and bought a new shirt for it. The day of the party, Lisa called me again to confirm I'd be there at 6. She accidentally let it slip that it was a surprise party, even though I think she'd already mentioned it the week before, too. I didn't say anything. Let her think I didn't know. When I got to the hall that evening, I walked in and everyone yelled surprise anyway. About 60 people showed up. My 3 kids and their spouses, all 8 grandkids, some old neighbors from the street we used to live on before Margaret and I downsized, and even a few guys I worked with at the plant before I retired 15 years back. I was genuinely touched seeing everyone there. The hall looked nice enough. Nothing fancy, but they'd put up those round tables with little centerpieces, some balloons, that kind of thing. There was a small stage area with a microphone set up, and they had a slideshow playing on a screen in the corner. Old photos of me and Margaret, pictures of the kids when they were little, me at work, stuff like that. I figured there would be speeches at some point. Maybe some of that good-natured roasting that happens at these things. I was actually looking forward to hearing what everyone would say, what stories they'd tell. Maybe Mark would talk about the time I taught him to drive, and he backed into the mailbox. Or Lisa would mention how I used to make her pancakes every Saturday morning. I don't know. I just expected it would be about me, at least a little bit. We had dinner first, catering from some Italian place. The food was fine. I sat at what I guess you'd call the head table with my 3 kids and their spouses. Everyone was chatting and laughing, and I was having a decent time. Then after people finished eating, Mark stood up and grabbed the microphone. This is where it started to feel off. Mark talked for maybe 10 minutes about how much work went into organizing the event. He thanked Lisa over and over for coordinating everything, for booking the hall, for arranging the catering, for making the slideshow. He thanked his wife Sarah for handling the food arrangements and dietary restrictions. He thanked Tom for helping set up the tables earlier that day. He wrapped it all up by saying how glad he was that everyone could make it tonight, how wonderful it was to see the whole family together, and how important these gatherings were. Then he raised his glass and said cheers, and everyone drank. He never said my name, not once. He never said it was my birthday. He never said I was turning 80. Nothing. I figured maybe he was just doing the opening remarks thing, you know? Getting the boring logistics out of the way before the real speeches started. So I waited. Lisa went next. She got up there and started talking about the importance of family and how grateful she is for everything she's been given in life. She got a little emotional talking about her mother, about how much she missed her. And I felt that too. But then she pivoted into talking about how proud she is of her own children and everything they've accomplished. Apparently my grandson Jake just got accepted into law school. That was news to me. No one had told me he'd even applied. She went on about Jake for a while, then about her daughter Sophie's new job, and then she talked about how exciting it is to watch the next generation grow up and succeed. She finished by saying we should all be grateful for the blessings in our lives. Again, my name never came up. Nothing about me, my birthday, my 80 years on this planet. Nothing. I started feeling uneasy. I looked around the room and caught my granddaughter Emma's eye. She's 19 and usually pretty perceptive. She looked uncomfortable too, which at least made me feel like I wasn't imagining things. Then Tom got up to speak. And honestly, his speech made me feel worse than the first 2 combined. He spent 5 solid minutes talking about his recent promotion at work, about the new responsibilities he'd be taking on, about how his father-in-law had given him such valuable advice about leadership and managing people. His father-in-law was sitting there beaming, and I've met the guy maybe twice in my life. Tom went on about building a bright future for the next generation and how we all need to focus on moving forward and embracing new challenges. He raised his glass to new beginnings. I sat there with this frozen smile on my face, wondering what the hell was happening. Was this actually my birthday party? Had I gotten confused somehow? I glanced at the slideshow still playing behind everyone. There I was in my Navy uniform at 22. There was Margaret and me on our wedding day. There I was holding baby Lisa in the hospital, and yet no one was acknowledging any of it. It was like they'd put up a slideshow of some random guy's life, and then decided to talk about themselves instead. Sarah spoke after Tom, Mark's wife. She talked about how challenging it was to plan the menu and accommodate everyone's food allergies and preferences. She literally gave us a breakdown of who was vegetarian, who was gluten-free, who didn't like red sauce. Then Lisa's husband Dan got up and told this rambling story about a vacation they took last summer and how it made him realize the importance of making memories as a family. Not once did anyone say happy birthday to me. Not once did anyone mention that I was 80 years old. Not once did anyone tell a story about me or acknowledge anything I'd done in my life. I stopped really listening after a while, just watched people's mouths moving, watched them gesture and laugh at their own stories. I kept thinking I should say something, should stand up and grab that microphone and remind everyone whose party this was supposed to be. But what would I even say? How pathetic would I sound, like some needy old man begging for attention at his own birthday party? Maybe I was wrong. Maybe I was being too sensitive. Maybe this was just how things were done now and I was too out of touch to understand it. But then they started bringing out the cake, and I saw it was just a big sheet cake with the word celebration written on it in blue frosting. Not my name, not happy birthday, just celebration. Like it could have been for anything. An office party, a retirement, anything. Everyone started gathering around with their phones out, ready to take pictures. Mark was organizing people for a group photo. Emma was still watching me from across the room, and she looked like she wanted to come over but didn't know what to say. I looked at that cake and felt something inside me just give up. I stood up quietly, grabbed my jacket off the back of my chair, and walked toward the door. Emma started to say something, but I shook my head at her. On my way out, I stopped by the catering staff near the kitchen and thanked the young woman who'd been refilling water all night. Told her the service was excellent. She looked confused but smiled. I could hear Mark calling my name as I pushed through the door, asking where I was going, saying they were about to do the photo. I didn't turn around. I just walked out to the parking lot, got in my car, and drove home. My phone started ringing before I even made it to the street. I turned it off. I got home and sat in my living room with all the lights off. Didn't even take off my jacket for a while. Just sat there in my chair feeling like an idiot. My phone was still off, sitting on the passenger seat of my car, and I didn't have the energy to go get it. The whole drive home I kept replaying the speeches in my head, trying to figure out if I'd missed something. Maybe someone had mentioned me and I just didn't hear it. Maybe I'd zoned out at the wrong moment. But no, I knew I hadn't. I'd been paying attention the whole time, waiting for my name to come up, and it never did. Not once in 5 separate speeches did anyone acknowledge that it was my birthday, or that I was turning 80, or that I'd lived an entire life worth talking about. I kept thinking about that slideshow playing behind everyone. All those photos of me and Margaret, of me with the kids when they were little, me at my job at the plant where I worked for 37 years, just playing on loop while everyone talked about catering choices and promotions and vacation memories that had nothing to do with me. It felt like they'd used my life as background decoration. The worst part was I couldn't figure out if I had any right to be upset. They had thrown me a party. They'd rented a hall, invited people, paid for food, put together that slideshow. That's not nothing. That takes effort and money and time. Mark was right about that, at least. So, maybe I was being ungrateful. Maybe I was being one of those bitter old men who can't just accept a nice gesture without picking it apart. But it didn't feel like a nice gesture. It felt like they'd thrown a party for themselves, and I just happened to be the excuse for it. I must have sat there for 2 hours before I finally went out to the car and got my phone. 47 missed calls. Texts from all 3 kids, from various grandkids, from Lisa's husband Dan, even from a few people I barely knew who'd been at the party. I didn't read most of them. I skimmed a few. Lisa said I'd embarrassed her. Mark said we needed to talk. Tom's just said to call him back. Emma said she understood and that she was sorry. I turned the phone off again and went to bed. The next few days were rough. I kept my phone off most of the time because every time I turned it on, there were more messages. Lisa left a voicemail saying I'd made a scene and people were asking what happened, and what was she supposed to tell them? Mark left one saying I owed everyone an apology for walking out. Tom didn't leave any voicemails but sent a bunch of texts saying basically the same thing as the others. Nobody seemed to understand why I'd left. Or maybe they did understand and just didn't think it was a good enough reason. I started second-guessing myself even more. Had I overreacted? Should I have just smiled through it and said thank you afterward like a polite person? Margaret would have known what to do. She always knew how to handle situations with the kids without making things worse. I missed her so much during those days. I'm old-fashioned about some things, so I decided to send thank you cards. That's what you do after someone throws you a party, right? You thank them. Even if the party made you feel invisible and forgotten and completely erased on what was supposed to be your milestone birthday, you still send the cards because that's what polite people do. It took me 3 days to write them all. I had a list of everyone who'd been there from the RSVP list Lisa had accidentally left at my house a few weeks earlier. I bought a box of plain thank you cards from the drugstore, the kind with nothing on the front, just blank so you can write whatever you want. I kept each message short and identical. Thank you for attending the party last Saturday. Next time, remember who it was for. Then I signed my name. That was it. I know it was petty. I knew it when I was writing them, but I didn't care anymore. I was tired of swallowing my feelings and pretending everything was fine when it wasn't. I was tired of being the one who had to be reasonable and understanding and grateful for whatever scraps of acknowledgement my own family threw my way. So I wrote those cards, addressed all 60 envelopes, put stamps on them, and mailed them out on Thursday morning. Then I waited. Emma called me Friday afternoon. She was crying before she even said hello. She told me she was so sorry that she'd noticed what was happening during the speeches and felt awful about it, but didn't know what to say or do. She said she'd tried to talk to her mother about it after I left, tried to explain why I might have been upset, but Lisa told her I was making a big deal out of nothing and being difficult. That phone call was the only thing that made me feel less crazy. At least one person had noticed. At least one person understood why I'd felt erased at my own birthday party. Emma said she wished she'd spoken up during the party, maybe grabbed the mic and made a toast to me herself, but she'd frozen. She felt guilty about it. I told her it wasn't her job to fix her mother's mistakes, but I appreciated her calling. After we hung up, I felt a little better, but only a little, because the fact remained that out of 60 people at that party, only one 19-year-old girl had noticed that something was wrong. Everyone else either hadn't noticed or hadn't cared. Saturday morning, Mark showed up at my house. Just let himself in with the spare key I'd given him years ago for emergencies. I was having coffee in the kitchen when I heard the front door open and his footsteps in the hallway. He didn't even call out to announce himself, just walked straight into the kitchen and stood there with his arms crossed. He was angry. Really, really angry. His face was red and he had that look he gets when he's trying to control his temper but not doing a great job of it. He asked me if I had any idea how much that party had cost, how many hours Lisa had put into planning it, how much effort everyone had made to be there and celebrate with me. And then I just walked out without a word and followed it up by sending those sarcastic thank you cards that made everyone uncomfortable. I asked him if he knew why I'd left. He said something about me not getting enough attention, about me needing people to worship at my feet or something like that. I can't remember his exact words. I was too angry myself by that point. I told him that nobody had said my name during the speeches, that nobody had mentioned it was my birthday, that 5 people had gotten up on that stage and talked about themselves, and not one of them had acknowledged me at all. He said I was being selfish and ungrateful, that I'd ruined what was supposed to be a nice gesture, that I'd embarrassed the family, that everyone had been talking about it all week and he'd been fielding questions and trying to defend me, and he was done making excuses for my behavior. I asked him what I was supposed to be grateful for. A party where I was treated like I didn't exist? He said I didn't exist at the center of the universe either, and that not everything had to be about me all the time. Then he said he was disappointed in me and that I owed everyone an apology, especially Lisa. I told him to leave. He stared at me for a minute like he was going to say something else, then shook his head and walked out. Slammed the door hard enough that I heard one of Margaret's picture frames fall off the hall table. I went to pick it up. The glass had cracked right across her face. That was 2 weeks ago now. Mark hasn't called since. Lisa hasn't called at all, not once since the party. Tom sent me a single text the day after Mark came over that just said, "Disappointed in you," and nothing else. That was it. 3 kids, and that's all I've gotten from them. Emma still comes by every few days, though. She's the only one. She brought groceries yesterday because she said she was worried I wasn't eating enough. She's probably right. I haven't had much of an appetite lately. We sat at the kitchen table, and she told me about her classes, about some boy she's seeing. Normal stuff. She didn't mention the party or her mom or any of it unless I brought it up first. I appreciated that. The second time she came over, maybe 4 days after the party, she brought something with her, half of the birthday cake. Said it seemed wrong to leave it at the hall and her mom didn't want it, so she'd taken it. She put it in my freezer and I haven't touched it. Every time I open the freezer to get ice or something, I see it sitting there in its plastic container. Celebration, written on top in that blue frosting. Sometimes I think about throwing it away, but I haven't yet. I don't know why. I've been doing a lot of thinking these past 2 weeks, just sitting in my chair, sometimes with the TV on, but not really watching it, going over everything again and again, trying to figure out if I was wrong, trying to figure out if I should apologize, trying to figure out if there's any way to fix this with my kids or if I've permanently damaged things by walking out and sending those cards. The thing is, I can see their side of it. I really can. They did put in effort. They did spend money they didn't have to spend. They gathered people together and organized food and made that slideshow. Lisa probably spent hours on that slideshow, going through old photo albums, scanning pictures, putting it all together. That's not nothing. I know that. But I can't get past the fact that they made my birthday party about themselves. That's what it comes down to. They wanted credit for throwing the party more than they wanted to actually honor me. And when I didn't give them that credit, when I didn't sit there and smile and thank them for the privilege of being ignored at my own celebration, they got angry at me for it. Mark said I don't exist at the center of the universe. He's right about that. I don't. But I should have existed at the center of my own birthday party. That doesn't seem like too much to ask. I keep thinking about Margaret and what she would say about all this. She was always better at dealing with the kids than I was. She knew how to talk to them, how to smooth things over when there were problems. She would have known whether I was being reasonable or whether I was just being a stubborn old man who couldn't accept a nice gesture. But she's not here to ask. She's been gone 4 years, and I still sometimes turn to tell her something before I remember. The house feels empty without her. Emptier now than it did before the party somehow. At least before I had the kids calling me every week or so, checking in. Now I've got nothing except Emma and her grocery runs. I've thought about calling Lisa or Mark, picking up the phone and saying I'm sorry, that I overreacted, that I was grateful for the party even if it didn't feel that way. I've thought about just swallowing my pride and making peace because at 80 years old, how much time do I have left to waste being angry at my own children? But then I think about sitting at that head table, watching person after person get up and talk about everything except me, and I get angry all over again. Not the hot anger I felt that night, but something colder and more settled. The anger of realizing that your own family sees you as an obligation rather than a person worth celebrating. Emma told me yesterday that her mom is planning a big dinner for Tom's birthday next month. Tom will be 47. Emma asked if I was going to go. I said I didn't think I'd be invited. She said she was sure I would be, that Lisa wouldn't exclude me from a family event. I didn't say anything to that. We both knew I probably would be invited, and we both knew I probably wouldn't go. I've also been thinking about what happens next time there's a holiday or a graduation or a wedding or whatever brings the family together. Do I show up and pretend nothing happened? Do I stay home and become the difficult grandfather who holds grudges? Do I wait for them to apologize first? And if so, what am I waiting for? An apology for what, exactly? For throwing me a party? For putting in effort? How do you apologize for making someone feel invisible without admitting that you made them feel invisible in the first place? Tom's text keeps coming back to me. Disappointed in you. 3 words. That's all I got from my youngest son. The one I used to take fishing every Sunday morning when he was a kid. The one who cried at my retirement party and gave a speech about what a great father I was. Now I'm just a disappointment because I wouldn't sit quietly while everyone patted themselves on the back at my expense. I found myself looking through old photo albums last night. The real ones, not digital, the kind Margaret used to keep. There's one from Mark's high school graduation where I'm standing next to him in my best suit, arm around his shoulders, both of us grinning. There's one from Lisa's wedding where she's hugging me and crying happy tears. There's dozens of Tom as a baby, because by the time he came along, we had a better camera, and Margaret went picture crazy. I don't know what happened. I don't know when I stopped being someone they wanted to celebrate and started being someone they felt obligated to accommodate. Maybe it's been gradual. Maybe it happened after Margaret died and I didn't have her there as a buffer between me and the kids anymore. Maybe I've become difficult and demanding without realizing it. Maybe they're right and I'm selfish and ungrateful. Or maybe they just got so wrapped up in their own lives that they forgot I had one too. Emma sent me a text this morning asking if I wanted her to come over tonight and watch a movie. I said yes. At least I've still got her. At least one person in this family still thinks I'm worth spending time with, even if it's just out of pity. The cake is still in my freezer. I should throw it out. I probably won't. It feels like evidence somehow, proof that this really happened, that I didn't imagine the whole thing. Proof that my family threw me a party with my life on a screen behind them and never once looked up to acknowledge it. I don't know if I was wrong to walk out. I don't know if I'm wrong to still be upset about it. I don't know if I'll ever hear from Mark or Lisa or Tom again, or if this is just how things are now. Me and Emma and a freezer full of celebration cake that nobody wanted to celebrate. At the family photo session, they asked me to step aside so the real family could be pictured. I, 78, grandmother of 6, never thought I'd be questioning my place in my own family. I have 3 children, Michael, 50, who's my oldest, Susan, 47, and David, 44. I raised them by myself after their father passed when David was only 7. We've had our ups and downs over the years like any family, but I always thought we were close. I babysit the grandkids. I show up for birthdays. I send cards with money inside for every holiday. I thought I mattered to them. 2 weeks before this whole mess happened, Michael called me. He said they wanted to do a proper family portrait at Riverside Park with a professional photographer. He made it sound like this big exciting thing, said it had been over a decade since we had a formal family photo and wouldn't it be nice to have everyone together. I was thrilled. Honestly, I was over the moon about it. My grandkids are growing up so fast and I hardly ever get to see them all in one place anymore. The idea of having a beautiful professional photo of all of us felt like something I could frame and look at every day. I went to Macy's that weekend and bought a new dress. Floral print, knee length, nothing too fancy, but nice enough for a professional photo. I even made an appointment to get my hair done the day before the shoot. I wanted to look my best. I wanted my children to be proud to have me in the picture. The day of the photo shoot, I got there 15 minutes early. The park was beautiful that morning, not too hot yet, and there were families everywhere enjoying the weekend. I sat on a bench near where Michael said we'd be meeting and watched for everyone to arrive. I had my purse with me, and I kept checking my reflection in my compact mirror, making sure my lipstick hadn't smudged and my hair still looked good. Michael and his wife Jennifer showed up first with their 3 kids. Then Susan arrived with her husband Tom and their 2 boys. David was the last one there with his daughter Emma, all 6 of my grandchildren in one place. I hugged each one of them and told them how big they were getting, how handsome, how beautiful. Tyler, who's 14 and Michael's middle child, gave me an extra long hug. He's always been a sweet boy. The photographer showed up right on time. She was a young woman, maybe 30 or so, very cheerful and professional. She had all this equipment and started setting up her camera and reflectors and whatever else photographers use these days. She was friendly, asked everyone's names, made jokes with the kids to get them comfortable. I thought this was going to be wonderful. Then she started positioning people for the first shot. She was figuring out where everyone should stand, tallest in the back, shortest in the front, that kind of thing. I started to move toward the group, but Michael came over to me. He put his hand on my arm and said quietly that I should just stand over by the tree for a minute. He said they wanted to get some shots of just the real family first. I didn't understand what he meant. I asked him what he was talking about, but he was already walking back to the group. He didn't explain anything. He just left me standing there. So I stood by this tree about 20 feet away from everyone else. I watched the photographer arrange my children and their spouses and my grandchildren into different poses. I watched her take picture after picture, wide shots of everyone together, closer shots of just the adults, shots of just the grandkids playing together. She'd have them sit on the grass, stand in a line, gather around the park bench. She kept saying things like beautiful and perfect and one more like this. 30 minutes went by. Then 40. I just stood there holding my purse, watching my entire family smile for the camera without me. I tried to tell myself that Michael had said they'd do these shots first, which implied there would be other shots later that included me. But as more time passed, I started to feel sick to my stomach. Susan glanced over at me once. Our eyes met for just a second, and then she quickly looked away. She didn't say anything. She didn't wave me over. She just turned back to the photographer and smiled for another picture. David seemed completely oblivious to the whole thing. He was laughing with his daughter, picking her up for a silly pose, having a great time. None of them seemed to think anything was wrong with me standing alone by a tree while they took family photos without me. Tyler kept looking over at me, though. Every few minutes his eyes would drift toward where I was standing and he'd get this sad expression on his face. Then someone would call his name for the next pose and he'd look away. The photographer suggested one more shot with everyone on the bench. She spent several minutes getting them all arranged just right. The adults sitting with the kids standing behind them, and the little ones sitting on the ground in front. It was a beautiful composition. My whole family, 3 generations, all together in one frame. Except me. No one called me over. Not one person suggested that maybe I should be included. The photographer didn't ask where the grandmother was. My own children didn't seem to notice or care that I was standing off to the side like some random stranger who happened to be at the park. I felt this tightness building in my chest. My throat was starting to hurt in that way it does, right before you cry. I realized I was about to break down in tears in front of everyone, and I didn't know if I could hold it together much longer. I was standing there in my new dress with my hair done, feeling like the most unwanted person in the world. That's when Tyler broke away from the group and walked over to me. He asked if I was okay. Why wasn't I taking pictures with everyone? Before I could answer, Michael called out to him to get back for one more shot. Tyler stood there looking between me and his father, not sure what to do. I told him it was okay to go ahead. He went back slowly, looking over his shoulder at me. I stood there for another 10 minutes watching them do just one more shot over and over again. That's when I realized they weren't planning to include me at all. This wasn't a situation where they'd do their photos first and then add me in later. This was it. This was the family photo session, and I wasn't part of the family they wanted photographed. My mind was racing. I kept thinking about all the different ways I could handle this. I could walk over there right now and ask what was going on. I could demand to know why I was being excluded from my own family photos. I could make them explain to my face why I wasn't good enough to be in the picture. But then what? Everyone would stare at me. The photographer would feel awkward. My children would probably get defensive or angry. Their spouses would witness the whole thing. The grandkids would see their grandmother making a scene. I thought about just staying quiet and waiting it out. Maybe Michael really did mean they'd include me later. Maybe this was just some weird thing where they wanted certain combinations of people first, and I was overthinking it. But I'd been standing there for almost an hour at that point. An hour of watching my family pose together without me. If they'd really planned to include me, wouldn't someone have said something by now? Wouldn't someone have explained what was happening? The worst part was thinking about all the years I'd spent raising them. I was a single mother after Robert died. I worked 2 jobs to keep us afloat. I made sure they had clothes and food and school supplies. I drove them to soccer practice and dance recitals and band concerts. I sat up with them when they were sick. I helped them with homework. I paid for Michael's community college classes when he couldn't afford it. I watched Susan's kids every Tuesday and Thursday for 3 years when she went back to work. I gave David money for his daughter's braces just 6 months ago, and now I was standing alone by a tree, watching them smile for the camera like I didn't exist. I made my decision. I wasn't going to beg to be included in my own family photos. I wasn't going to stand there feeling humiliated for another minute. I picked up my purse and started walking toward the parking lot. Susan noticed first. She called out asking where I was going. I didn't turn around. I just said I had a headache and needed to go home. She said something about how they were going to do individual family shots next, but I kept walking. My hands were shaking as I unlocked my car. I got in and closed the door and just sat there. I couldn't drive yet. I was crying too hard. I sat in that parking lot for 20 minutes with tears running down my face, probably ruining the makeup I'd so carefully applied that morning. I kept replaying Michael's words in my head. Just the real family first. What did that even mean? Was I not real family? Was I some kind of honorary member who could be included or excluded based on their whims? When I finally calmed down enough to drive, I went straight home. I didn't stop anywhere. I just wanted to be in my own house where I could fall apart in private. I spent the rest of that day on my couch, still in my new dress, wondering what I'd done wrong, wondering why my own children would treat me like this. The weekend was torture. Michael called Saturday afternoon, but I didn't answer. Susan called Saturday evening, and I let that go to voicemail too. David texted Sunday asking if I was feeling better, acting like nothing unusual had happened. I responded that I was fine, but didn't elaborate. I couldn't talk to any of them yet. I didn't know what to say. Every time I thought about that photo shoot, I felt sick all over again. I kept replaying the whole thing over and over in my mind. I analyzed every moment, every interaction. Had I misunderstood something? Had there been some plan that I wasn't aware of? But no matter how many times I went through it, I came back to the same conclusion. They hadn't wanted me in those photos. They'd asked me to step aside so they could take pictures of the real family, and I was not part of that. By Monday, I was angry. The sadness had shifted into something else. How dare they treat me like that? How dare they invite me to a family photo shoot and then exclude me from it? The more I thought about it, the angrier I got. But I still didn't call them back. I didn't know what I would say that wouldn't make things worse. Wednesday afternoon, I got an email from the photography studio. The photos were ready to view in their online gallery. They'd included a link and a password to access them. I stared at that email for over an hour. I kept my laptop open on my kitchen table and walked past it every few minutes, thinking about clicking the link. Part of me was desperately curious to see the photos. I wanted to know what they looked like, if they'd turned out nice, if my grandchildren looked happy. But a bigger part of me felt like looking at those photos would be twisting the knife deeper into my chest. Those were pictures of my family without me in them. Pictures that would hang on their walls and sit on their mantles for years to come. Physical proof that I wasn't really part of the family. I almost clicked the link twice. The first time I had my cursor hovering over it for a full minute before I closed my laptop. The second time I actually clicked it, but then closed the browser window before the page could load. I couldn't do it. I couldn't look at those photos. Instead, I opened my email and started typing. I wrote to all 3 of my children at once. I kept it short because I didn't trust myself to write anything longer without breaking down. I told them that if I wasn't considered family enough for the photos, I didn't need to see them. Then I hit send before I could second-guess myself. I felt relieved for about 30 seconds. Then the terror set in. What had I just done? I'd basically accused my children of not considering me family. I'd rejected the photos before even looking at them. I'd made this into a bigger deal than maybe it needed to be. But no, it was a big deal. They'd excluded me from a family photo shoot. That was a big deal. Michael called within 5 minutes. I watched my phone buzz on the counter and let it go to voicemail. When I listened to the message later, he sounded frustrated. He said I was being ridiculous and that they were going to include me, but I'd left before they could. He said I was making a big deal out of nothing. Susan called next. Her voicemail was worse. She said I was overreacting and making everything about me. She said they'd obviously meant to include me later, and I was ruining what was supposed to be a nice family moment. Her tone was sharp and angry, like I was the one who'd done something wrong. David just texted asking what was going on and saying that Susan told him I was mad about the photos. He added a confused emoji like he genuinely had no idea what the problem was. None of them apologized. None of them acknowledged that maybe, just maybe, asking me to step aside for an hour while they took pictures without me might have been hurtful. They were all acting like I was the unreasonable one. I didn't respond to any of them for 2 days. I needed time to process everything and figure out how I felt without them telling me I was wrong for feeling it. I talked to my friend Margaret about it over coffee, and she said I absolutely should have spoken up at the photo shoot itself. She said I should have marched over there and demanded to be included instead of just walking away. But Margaret has always been more confrontational than me. I don't know if I could have done that without completely breaking down in front of everyone. My other friend Dorothy had a different take. She said I'd maintain my dignity by leaving quietly instead of causing a scene. She said my children should be ashamed of themselves for treating me that way, and that my response email was perfectly appropriate. I appreciated her support, but I still felt confused about the whole thing. Part of me wondered if I really had overreacted. Then 2 days after I sent that email, Susan showed up at my house with Tyler. It was a Friday afternoon, and I wasn't expecting anyone. I heard the doorbell, and when I opened it, there they were. Susan had this tight smile on her face that didn't reach her eyes, and Tyler looked uncomfortable. Susan said Tyler had something he wanted to say to me. I invited them in, and we sat in my living room. It was immediately clear that Susan had forced Tyler to come apologize to me, though I wasn't sure what he was apologizing for since he hadn't done anything wrong. Susan kept giving him these pointed looks, and he kept fidgeting with his phone. Finally, she told him to put his phone away and say what they'd discussed in the car. Tyler started to say something about how he was sorry I'd gotten upset at the photo shoot, but then he stopped mid-sentence. He looked at his mother and then back at me. Then he asked if he could talk to me alone for a minute. Susan's expression went cold, but she agreed and went out to wait in the car. She did not look happy about it. As soon as the front door closed, Tyler moved closer to me on the couch. He said he'd told his mom that what happened at the photo shoot was messed up. He said he'd watched me standing there the whole time by myself, and it was heartbreaking to watch. Those were his exact words. Heartbreaking. This 14-year-old kid had more empathy than any of my grown children had shown me. He said his mom got really mad at him for saying that. She'd told him I was being dramatic, and that I'd misunderstood the situation. But Tyler said he knew what he saw. He said everyone knew I was standing there and nobody did anything about it. He gave me another hug before he left and told me he loved me. I cried after they drove away, but it was a different kind of crying than before. At least someone in my family had acknowledged what happened. The next week was strange. Michael and David started texting me like normal about completely unrelated things. Michael sent me a funny meme about gardening. David asked if I wanted to come over for dinner the following month. Neither of them mentioned the photo shoot or my email or anything that had happened. They were just acting like everything was fine and we could all move on. Susan was different. She was clearly still angry with me. When I texted her about something unrelated to the photos, I got back one-word answers. Cold, clipped responses that made it obvious she thought I was in the wrong here. She didn't invite me to anything. She didn't call to chat like she sometimes used to. The message was clear. I'd upset her by not playing along with whatever narrative she'd convinced herself was true. It's been 2 weeks since the photo shoot now. I still haven't looked at the photos. The email with the gallery link is still sitting in my inbox. Sometimes I think about deleting it, but I can't bring myself to do that either. It just sits there, this reminder of everything that happened. I've been thinking a lot about what Margaret said. Should I have spoken up at the photo shoot? Should I have walked over to that group and asked what was going on instead of standing there silently and then leaving? Maybe if I'd confronted them in the moment, we could have cleared up whatever miscommunication or misunderstanding led to me being excluded. Maybe they would have apologized right then and included me in the rest of the photos. Maybe I wouldn't be sitting here 2 weeks later still feeling hurt and angry and confused. But I also keep coming back to what Dorothy said about dignity. There's something to be said for not begging to be included in your own family photos. There's something to be said for not causing a scene when you're being treated poorly. I don't know. Maybe there was no right way to handle this situation. The thing that keeps bothering me the most is that none of them have really apologized. Michael said I was being ridiculous. Susan said I was overreacting. David seems confused about why there's even a problem. The closest thing I got to validation was from my teenage grandson, who had to sneak away from his mother to tell me he thought the whole thing was wrong. I keep wondering if maybe I did misunderstand something. Maybe they really were planning to include me after they got the shots they wanted of just them. Maybe I left too early, and if I'd stayed another 10 minutes, they would have called me over. But I stood there for an hour. A full hour of watching my family without me. Even if they were planning to include me eventually, what does it say that they made me wait that long? What does it say that nobody explained what was happening or reassured me that I'd be in photos too? And what does real family even mean? That phrase keeps echoing in my head. Michael said they wanted shots of just the real family first. I am real family. I'm their mother. I'm the grandmother of those children. I'm the one who raised them and sacrificed for them and showed up for them their entire lives. If I'm not real family, then what am I? I don't know how to move forward from here. I don't know if I'm supposed to pretend this never happened and go back to normal like Michael and David seem to want. I don't know if I'm supposed to keep fighting about it like Susan seems to expect. I don't know if I should try to have a serious conversation with them about how much they hurt me, or if that would just make things worse. So I'm asking, was I wrong to walk away from the photo shoot and refuse to look at the family pictures after being asked to step aside? Should I have stayed and demanded to be included, even if it meant causing a scene? Part of me wonders if I misunderstood, if they really were planning to include me. But another part of me knows what I saw. My entire family, posed and smiling, without me. And no one seemed to think anything was wrong with that. I don't know how to move forward from here. When my memoir was published, my children told people they wished I had kept quiet about our family. I'm 85 years old, a retired high school history teacher who spent the last 6 years writing down everything I could remember about my life. I have 3 kids. Robert is 58, Linda is 55, and Michael is 52. My wife Margaret passed away 3 years ago, and after she died, I felt this urgent need to get everything down on paper before I forgot it or before it was too late. I wanted my grandchildren to know where they came from. I wanted them to understand what life was like growing up during the Depression, what it meant to raise a family in the 60s and 70s, what their grandmother and I went through together. So I wrote it all down. Stories about my childhood in rural Pennsylvania, about my father who worked in the coal mines, about teaching high school history for 35 years, about the integration of our school district and the parents who threatened me because I wouldn't turn away black students from my classroom. I wrote about Margaret's garden, about the year we almost lost our house, about raising 3 kids on a teacher's salary. I wrote about my work with the local historical society and the time I organized a fundraiser that saved our town's oldest church from demolition. It took me 6 years because I'm not a fast typist, and I had to teach myself how to format everything on the computer. My neighbor's grandson helped me with the technical parts. I scraped together about $2,000 from my savings to self-publish it, ordered 100 copies. The book arrived in boxes that I stacked in my garage, and I just sat there staring at them for an hour, thinking about how this was it. This was my legacy in physical form. The local library agreed to host a small reading event. I didn't expect much, maybe 10 people, mostly out of politeness. But the day came and about 30 people showed up. A lot of my former students, some neighbors, people from the Historical Society, regular library patrons. I was shocked. I wore my good suit, the one I used to wear to parent-teacher conferences. What really surprised me was that all 3 of my kids came. I hadn't expected that. They lived busy lives. Robert's a lawyer 2 towns over. Linda works in hospital administration. Michael runs a small accounting firm. They don't usually make it to things like this. But they all showed up, and I felt this warmth in my chest seeing them there. Linda even brought her camera and was taking pictures of me at the podium. I read from Chapter 12, the one about teaching during desegregation in 1968. I told the story about Mr. and Mrs. Brennan, who came to my classroom after school one day and demanded I fail their daughter in my class so she'd have to transfer out because they didn't want her sitting next to black students. I told them no. They went to the principal, and I almost lost my job over it, but I stood my ground. It was one of the proudest moments of my teaching career, and I wanted people to know that our town's history wasn't all pleasant memories and nostalgia. The crowd seemed engaged. A few people nodded along. When I finished reading, they clapped. Some people came up afterward to buy copies. I was selling them for $15 each, just enough to cover printing costs. A woman I didn't recognize bought 3 copies and said she wanted to give them to her children. One of my former students, now in his 60s, shook my hand and told me he remembered that year, remembered the tension in the hallways. During the reception, there were cookies and coffee that the library had set up. People mingled. I was talking to the head librarian when I realized I needed to use the restroom. The library's only bathroom is down a side hallway, and when I came back, I came around the corner earlier than expected. That's when I heard them. My 3 kids were standing near the refreshments table with Mrs. Henderson, who's lived across the street from me for 40 years. I was maybe 15 feet away, partly hidden by a bookshelf. Linda was saying something about how it was nice that people came out, but then she lowered her voice and said, "They really wished I hadn't done this." She said it was embarrassing. Robert agreed, and said that half of what I wrote wasn't even how things happened, and that some of it was just private family business that shouldn't have been shared. Michael stood there with his arms crossed and told Mrs. Henderson that they were trying to distance themselves from it, and she shouldn't feel obligated to read it. I just stood there. I couldn't move. Mrs. Henderson looked uncomfortable and said something polite about how she thought it was brave, but my kids just kept going. Linda said something about oversharing and how people in town were going to ask them questions about things I'd written. I waited until they moved away from that spot. Then I came out from the hallway like I hadn't heard anything. I finished the event in a complete daze. I smiled and thanked people and signed copies, but I couldn't focus on anything anyone said to me. The whole drive home, my hands were shaking on the steering wheel. I didn't sleep that night. I kept replaying what they'd said. Embarrassing, oversharing, trying to distance themselves. These were my children. I wrote this book partly for them, so they'd have something to pass down, so they'd know their history. And they were ashamed of it, ashamed of me. Over the next 2 days, I reread the entire memoir, all 287 pages. I tried to see it the way they must have seen it. I found the parts I thought might have upset them. The chapter where I talked about the year Margaret had severe postpartum depression after Michael was born, and I didn't know how to help her. The part where I mentioned Robert getting arrested at a Vietnam War protest in college. Charges were dropped, but it happened. The sections about my father's drinking problem and how it affected my mother. The chapter about the year we couldn't afford Christmas presents and had to tell the kids we were having a homemade holiday. I thought I was being honest. I thought I was showing that real life isn't perfect, that struggle is part of the human experience, that our family survived hard things, and that was worth documenting. But maybe they saw it differently. Maybe they saw their personal pain turned into entertainment for strangers. Maybe they thought I was airing out laundry that should have stayed private. I sat in my living room with the book open on my lap, and I didn't know what to do. Was I supposed to apologize? Was I supposed to somehow take back the books? I'd given out about 40 copies already. 25 were at the library. The rest were still in my garage. I could stop now, maybe. I could just stop distributing them and hope this all blew over. But then I thought about the woman who bought 3 copies. I thought about my former student who remembered the Brennan incident. I thought about the 6 years I spent writing this, the hours at the kitchen table, the memories I pulled up from decades ago, some of them painful to revisit. This was my life. This was my truth. Did I really have to hide it because it made my children uncomfortable? Robert called 2 days later. He said we needed to talk and that he was bringing Linda and Michael. They were all coming over on Sunday. I spent the days before that in knots, barely eating, just waiting for whatever was about to happen. They showed up at 2 in the afternoon. We sat in the living room, the same room where I used to read them bedtime stories when they were small. Linda sat on the couch where Margaret used to fold laundry. Robert took the armchair that used to be his spot during family movie nights. Michael stood by the window with his arms crossed, the same way he'd stood at the library. Linda started talking first. She said they loved me, but that the memoir was too much. She was trying to be gentle about it, using that careful voice people use when they're about to say something they know will hurt. Robert cut in before she could finish. He had a whole list ready. He said the chapter about our money problems made the family sound poor and pathetic. That mentioning Margaret's postpartum depression was airing dirty laundry that should have stayed private. He was angry about the arrest story, said it could hurt his law firm's reputation, that clients might see it and question his judgment. He brought up the parts about my childhood, about my father's drinking and my mother's nervous breakdowns, and said I was dishonoring my own parents by writing about their worst moments. Then he mentioned the stories about arguments with neighbors and conflicts at school board meetings. He said I was burning bridges with people who were still alive, people they still had to see around town. Michael finally spoke up. He said people were talking about us, not in a good way. He said his wife's friends had read the book and now they were asking questions about things that were none of their business. Then they asked me to stop distributing it. Robert said I should try to recall the copies if I could, maybe offer refunds to people who'd bought them. Linda suggested I could write a revised version, something more appropriate. She actually used that word. Appropriate. Like my life needed to be edited down into something presentable. I tried to explain. I told them this was 6 years of work, that this was my legacy, my truth. I said everything I wrote actually happened. I wasn't making things up or exaggerating for effect. I told them that history isn't just the pretty parts, that if we only remember the good times, we're not really remembering anything real at all. Robert's voice got louder. He said this wasn't history, it was gossip, that I was airing out family secrets for strangers to judge us by. He said I'd made our family look dysfunctional and that he was tired of people giving him sympathetic looks at work, like they felt sorry for him. I asked them what they wanted me to write instead. What version of our life would have been acceptable? Linda said something nice, something they could be proud of, something that showed the good parts without all the messy details. That's when something broke inside me. They didn't want my real life. They wanted a cleaned-up version, a fairy tale where nothing bad ever happened and everyone was always fine. They wanted me to pretend that Margaret never struggled, that we never went without, that my parents were perfect, that their own childhoods were unmarred by any difficulty. They wanted a lie. I said that, actually. I told them they were asking me to lie. Robert stood up at that point and said I was being dramatic, that there was a difference between lying and having some discretion, some respect for people's privacy. He said I'd written about their lives without asking permission, and that wasn't fair. I didn't know what to say to that. He was right, in a way. I had written about them, but they were part of my story. How was I supposed to write about my life without including the people who lived it with me? The conversation went in circles for another 20 minutes. Linda started crying at one point. Michael just kept saying that I didn't understand how this affected them, how people were treating them differently now. Robert accused me of being selfish, of caring more about some artistic legacy than about my own children's feelings. They left angry. Robert slammed the door on his way out. Linda hugged me, but it felt stiff and obligatory. Michael didn't say goodbye at all. I sat in that living room for hours after they left. I kept staring at the box of books I'd brought in from the garage, the ones I hadn't distributed yet. There were about 60 copies left. I thought about what they'd asked me to do. Stop distributing them. Recall them if I could. Pretend the book didn't exist. For the next week, I barely left the house. I'd go out to get the mail, and that was it. I couldn't face my neighbors. Every time the phone rang, I jumped. The boxes of books sat in my garage, and I couldn't look at them without feeling sick. Then the library called. The woman from the front desk said someone had read the memoir and wanted to order 5 copies for their book club. She asked if I could bring them by. I almost said no. I almost told her I wasn't distributing it anymore, that it had been a mistake. But I didn't. I said I'd think about it and hung up. That same day, I got an email from a former student named Tracy. She's in her 50s now, has kids of her own. She said she'd bought the memoir at the library event and had just finished reading it. She wrote that it helped her understand what her own parents went through, that the honesty was refreshing and brave. She said the chapter about Margaret's depression especially resonated with her because she'd struggled with the same thing after her second child was born, and reading about it made her feel less alone. Another email came the next day from a man named James who'd been in my class in 1969. He remembered the desegregation chapter, remembered the Brennan situation. He said I'd helped his family when no other teachers would, that his younger brother had been one of the first black students to integrate our school, and that I'd been one of the only teachers who treated him like a person. He thanked me for recording that history, said it mattered that someone was willing to say it out loud. I read those emails maybe a dozen times each. I thought about what my children wanted versus what these strangers were telling me. My kids wanted to protect their image, their reputation, their comfort. But these people were saying that my story actually mattered to them, that the hard parts, the honest parts, were the parts that meant something. I made my decision that night. I wasn't going to recall the books. I wasn't going to stop distributing them. I wasn't going to apologize for my life. Instead, I took 20 signed copies to the library and donated them to their collection. I wrote a note to the head librarian saying I wanted them to be available for anyone who wanted to read them. Then I took 10 more copies to the County Historical Society and did the same thing. In each book, I wrote a dedication that said, "For those who want to remember that real lives are messy, complicated, and worth recording." I sent an email to my kids explaining what I'd done. I told them I loved them, and I understood they were upset, but I wasn't going to apologize for telling the truth about my life. I said my story deserved to exist, even if they wished it didn't. I hit send before I could change my mind. Linda responded first. Her email came through the next morning. It was short. She said she was disappointed, but she understood. She asked if we could give each other some space for a while. At least she responded. That was something. Michael didn't respond at all. I checked my email obsessively for 3 days, thinking maybe he was just taking time to process it. Nothing came. I tried calling him once, and it went straight to voicemail. I didn't leave a message. Robert called on the 4th day. I saw his name on the caller ID, and my stomach dropped. I almost didn't answer, but I picked up on the 3rd ring. He was furious. He didn't even say hello. He just started in immediately about how I was tarnishing the family name. He asked if I realized what I was doing, if I understood that people at his firm were asking about the arrest story. He said he was humiliated. One of the senior partners had apparently read the memoir and made a comment about it during a meeting. I tried to reason with him. I said it happened 40 years ago, and he was protesting an unjust war. I told him there was no shame in standing up for what he believed in, that I'd always been proud of him for that. He said I didn't get to decide what was shameful for his life, that it was his story to tell, not mine, that I'd taken his private history and put it out there for everyone to judge without even asking if he was okay with it. Then he hung up. I tried calling back, but he wouldn't answer. That was 5 weeks ago, and I haven't heard from him since. I didn't expect that level of anger. I thought maybe we'd have some tense conversations. Maybe they'd be upset for a while. But I thought we'd get past it eventually. I started doubting everything. Maybe I had crossed a line. Maybe writing about my children's lives without their permission was wrong, even if those events were part of my story too. I don't know. I still don't know. The response from everyone else kept coming in, though. Over the next month, more emails and letters trickled in. The local newspaper did a small feature about the memoir and my teaching career. It was just a 1/4 page in the community section, but they interviewed me and took a photo. Former students kept reaching out. A lot of them had stories about my classes, about things I'd said or done that had stuck with them over the years. One woman named Patricia, who I'd taught in 1974, told me she'd become a teacher because of me. She said she was using one of my chapters in her high school history class now, the one about preserving primary sources and oral histories. She wanted her students to understand that history comes from real people, not just textbooks. The County Historical Society asked me to give a talk about preserving family narratives. I said yes. About 15 people showed up to that, mostly older folks who were thinking about writing their own memoirs. They asked a lot of questions about the process, about how I'd organized everything, about whether I'd faced any pushback. I told them the truth. I said my children weren't happy about it, that it had caused a rift in my family. One woman in the back nodded like she understood completely. Mrs. Henderson caught me outside one day when I was checking the mail. She said she'd heard about what happened with my kids and she was sorry. She told me they'd come around eventually, that they were embarrassed now, but someday they'd understand why I did it. I wanted to believe her. I'm still not sure I do. But my children didn't come around. Thanksgiving was coming up and I waited for someone to invite me over. Linda usually hosted. Every year since Margaret died, I'd gone to Linda's house for Thanksgiving. Her husband would deep fry a turkey, and her kids would tell me about school, and we'd watch football afterward. No invitation came. I waited until 2 weeks before Thanksgiving, and then I called Linda. She answered, but her voice was strained. She said they were keeping it small this year, just her immediate family. She didn't say I wasn't welcome. She didn't have to. I spent Thanksgiving alone. I made a sandwich and watched a documentary on PBS. It was the first Thanksgiving I'd spent alone since Margaret died. Actually, it was the first Thanksgiving I'd spent alone since I was 23 years old, before I'd even met Margaret. Christmas was worse. I sent cards to all 3 kids and their families. Linda sent one back, but it was just signed with her name and her husband's name. No personal message. Nothing from Robert or Michael. I tried to focus on the positive responses. A book club invited me to come talk to them about the memoir. I went, and it was nice. 7 women in someone's living room, drinking wine and asking me questions about my childhood and about teaching. One of them asked if I had any regrets about publishing it. I said yes. That I regretted how it had affected my relationship with my children, but I didn't regret writing it or sharing it. A genealogy group asked me to speak at their monthly meeting. I talked about how to interview older family members before it's too late, how to preserve stories. They gave me a certificate of appreciation. I put it on my refrigerator. But late at night, when the house was quiet, I'd lie in bed and wonder if any of it was worth it. The validation from strangers felt good, but it felt hollow too. These people didn't know me. They didn't have Thanksgiving dinner with me or call me on my birthday. My own children wouldn't speak to me, but a bunch of people I barely knew thought I was brave. I reread the memoir again in January. I still couldn't see what I should have censored. Maybe I should have asked their permission first. But would they have let me write anything real? Would they have approved any version that wasn't sanitized and perfect? I don't think so. There's this part in the book where I wrote about the day Robert was born. Margaret had been in labor for 16 hours, and I was terrified something was going to go wrong. When they finally handed him to me, he was so small and red and screaming, and I thought he was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. I wrote about how I promised him right then that I'd always protect him, that I'd always be there for him. I kept that promise for 58 years. I don't know if I'm still keeping it now, or if I broke it by writing this book. I'm 85 years old. This memoir might be the last thing I create. I'm proud of it. I'm proud that I told the truth, that I didn't pretty everything up, that I recorded my life as it actually was. But my eldest son refuses to speak to me. Linda sends polite but distant emails once every few weeks. Michael acts like I don't exist. Former students thank me for my honesty. The Historical Society wants to archive my papers. Strangers tell me I'm brave. But I eat dinner alone every night and my phone doesn't ring, and I don't know if my grandchildren even remember my name anymore. I don't know if I made the right choice. I don't know if there was a right choice at all. On Mother's Day, my children gave flowers to their wives, but left me empty-handed. I'm 81 years old, a mother of 3 sons, Michael, 52, David, 49, and Robert, 45. This Mother's Day, Michael invited me to brunch at his house. I thought it was sweet that he wanted to host, that he was making an effort. I should have known better. Let me back up a bit so you understand why this hit me the way it did. I raised those 3 boys by myself after their father walked out when Robert was still in diapers. I worked 2 jobs for years, factory work during the day, cleaning offices at night. There were times I'd come home at midnight and still have to pack their lunches for school the next morning. I did what I had to do. I skipped meals so they could eat. I wore the same winter coat for 10 years because new coats for growing boys weren't cheap. We never took vacations. I never bought myself anything that wasn't absolutely necessary, but they all turned out fine. Better than fine, actually. Michael's a regional manager at some big company. David's an accountant with his own practice. Robert works in tech and makes more money than I ever saw in my entire life. They have nice houses, new cars, families of their own. I'm proud of them. I really am. I just thought that maybe after everything, they'd remember me on the one day that's supposed to be about mothers. So I drove to Michael's house that Sunday morning. It's about a 40-minute drive from my apartment, but I didn't mind. I was looking forward to seeing everyone together. When I got there, all three of my daughters-in-law were already in the kitchen: Susan, Michael's wife; Patricia, David's wife; and Jennifer, Robert's wife. They were friendly enough, hugging me and asking how I'd been. The table was set beautifully with fresh flowers in the center and these fancy cloth napkins. Mimosas were already poured. It looked like something out of a magazine. I noticed some wrapped gifts on the side table near the fireplace, and I figured they were for all of us mothers. You know, maybe something small they'd gotten for me and the wives. I didn't expect much. A card would have been enough, honestly. Just something to acknowledge that I exist. We sat down and everyone was chatting and laughing. The grandkids were running around in the backyard. It was nice, I'll admit that. For a while, I forgot to feel weird about anything. We ate these little pastries and fruit, and someone made a joke about David burning toast last week, and everyone laughed. Normal family stuff. Then, Michael stood up and tapped his glass with a fork. He said he wanted to make a toast before we got to the main course. Everyone got quiet and turned to look at him. He walked over to the side table and picked up one of the wrapped gifts and a bouquet of pink roses that had been sitting in a vase nearby. He called Susan over and said something about how she's an amazing mother to their two kids and how he doesn't say it enough, but he appreciates everything she does. Then he handed her the flowers and the gift. She opened it right there. It was a bracelet, silver with little charms. Everyone clapped. Susan was beaming. She kissed Michael and someone took a photo. I was smiling too, thinking it was sweet. I figured my turn would come next. But then David stood up. He did the same thing, grabbed a bouquet of white lilies and a small box from the table, called Patricia over, said some nice words about her being a wonderful mother and wife. She opened the box and it was a pair of earrings. More clapping, more photos. She immediately pulled out her phone and I saw her posting it to Facebook right there at the table. Then Robert got up. By this point, I was sitting there thinking, okay, they're doing the wives first. That's fine. They'll get to me after. Robert presented Jennifer with sunflowers and an envelope. She opened it and squealed. It was a gift certificate to some fancy spa. More clapping, more pictures. Jennifer was already typing on her phone, probably posting to Instagram like Patricia had, and then everyone just sat back down. Michael said something like, "Let's eat before everything gets cold." They started passing around the quiche and the salad and the bacon. Just like that, the moment was over. I sat there with my fork in my hand, halfway to my plate, completely frozen. I kept waiting for someone to say something, for Michael to wink at me like there was more coming, for one of them to say, "Okay, Mom, now it's your turn." Nothing. They were all eating and talking about some movie they'd seen. Susan showed Patricia her bracelet again. Jennifer was still on her phone. My sons were piling food onto their plates like this was just a regular Sunday brunch. I realized then that nothing was coming. There was no gift for me, no flowers, not even a card. They'd invited me to watch them celebrate their wives on Mother's Day, and that was it. I was just there as an audience member. I put a forkful of quiche in my mouth even though I couldn't taste it. I chewed and swallowed like everything was normal. Michael asked if I was okay at some point, said I looked pale. I told him I was fine, just a little tired from the drive. He nodded and went back to his conversation with David about some sports game. I sat through the rest of that meal wondering if I was losing my mind. Was I wrong to expect something? Had they forgotten? Or worse, had they remembered and decided I wasn't worth the effort? I kept thinking about all those years I scraped together money for their birthdays. All those Christmases I went into debt buying them the toys they wanted. I remembered selling my wedding ring, the only piece of jewelry I owned, to pay for Michael's college textbooks when he couldn't afford them. And here I was, watching them shower their wives with gifts while I sat at the end of the table with nothing. Not even an acknowledgement. Not even a "Happy Mother's Day, Mom," from any of them. It was like I wasn't even there. Like I wasn't even a mother. Like the last 50-some years of my life had just been erased. I kept eating even though everything tasted like cardboard. I'd take a bite, chew, swallow, and have no memory of what I'd just put in my mouth. Everyone else was having a great time. The daughters-in-law kept passing their gifts around the table, showing each other the details. Patricia held up her earrings to the light and said something about how they matched her necklace perfectly. Susan was already wearing her bracelet and kept touching it while she talked. At one point, Jennifer said something like, "I'm so lucky to have a husband who really appreciates me." She was looking at Robert when she said it, all googly-eyed. He squeezed her hand. I had to look away. The irony of that statement while I sat there empty-handed was too much. But I didn't say anything. I just kept pushing food around my plate and pretending everything was fine. My mind kept going back to things I didn't want to remember, like the time Michael needed braces and I picked up a third weekend job cleaning houses under the table so I could afford the down payment. Or when David wanted to go on that school trip to Washington, D.C., and I worked doubles for 2 months straight so he wouldn't be the only kid who couldn't go. Or Robert's first car. I'd saved for 3 years to surprise him on his 16th birthday. I gave and gave and gave. And I never once threw it in their faces. I never made them feel guilty. I just wanted them to have better than I had. And here they were, able to buy their wives' jewelry and spa days without blinking. But they couldn't even get me a card from the drugstore. A $5 card. That's all it would have taken. After dessert, some fancy chocolate cake that I barely touched, I knew I had to say something or I was going to explode. My hands were shaking, but I tried to keep my voice casual. I said something like, "So, did you boys forget what day it is?" I even tried to laugh when I said it, like maybe it was just an honest mistake. The table went completely silent. It was like someone had pressed pause. David let out this weird, nervous laugh and said, "Mom, we're celebrating the mothers of our children. You understand, right?" Like it was the most obvious thing in the world, like I was being silly for even asking. Robert jumped in real quick after that. He said I was always telling them to focus on their wives, to make their wives a priority, and they were just doing what I taught them. I wanted to scream. Yes, I told them to treat their wives well. I told them not to be like their father. But I never told them to forget about me entirely. Those aren't the same thing. Michael didn't say anything. He just sat there staring at his plate, wouldn't even look at me. That might have hurt worse than anything else. At least the other two tried to justify it, even if their excuses were garbage. Michael couldn't even do that. Then Jennifer spoke up. Sweet Jennifer, who's only been in this family for 6 years. She said, "I think what the boys mean is, you've had your time being celebrated. Now it's about us, the younger generation of mothers." She said it so matter-of-fact, like she was explaining something simple to a child. Like my time had expired. Like there's an age limit on being someone's mother. Susan nodded along like Jennifer had just said something profound. She told me I didn't want to be that bitter old woman who makes everything about herself. The way she said it made it clear she already thought I was being that woman. Patricia added that they all loved me, of course, but I had to let them have their moment. Their moment, on Mother's Day, the holiday that exists because of mothers like me. I didn't yell. I didn't cry. I didn't throw anything or storm out dramatically. I just stood up, slowly, because my knees aren't what they used to be. I thanked them for brunch in the steadiest voice I could manage. I walked around the table and kissed each of my sons on the forehead, like I always do when I leave. Michael's skin was warm. David's beard scratched my lips. Robert smelled like the same cologne he's worn for years. They all looked uncomfortable, but none of them said anything. None of them stood up to walk me out. None of them said, "Wait, Mom, we're sorry." I walked to my car by myself. The grandkids were still playing in the backyard and didn't notice me leaving. I got in my car, closed the door, and just sat there. I couldn't turn the key. My hands were shaking too badly. I kept thinking I'd see one of them come out the front door, that maybe they'd realized how awful they'd been and were coming to apologize. But the door stayed closed. I sat in that car for 20 minutes before I could steady my hands enough to drive. I watched the front window of Michael's house and saw shadows moving around inside. They were probably cleaning up, putting away the leftovers, laughing about something. Life just going on like normal, like nothing had happened, like they hadn't just told their 81-year-old mother that her time being celebrated was over. The drive home was a blur. I don't really remember much of it, except that I had to pull over once because my eyes were watering and I couldn't see the road clearly. Not crying, just watering. There's a difference. When I got back to my apartment, I sat in my recliner and stared at the wall for hours. I kept replaying everything in my head. The gifts, the flowers, the speeches about what wonderful mothers their wives were. Jennifer's comment about me having had my time. Susan's warning about being a bitter old woman. The way my own sons just sat there and let their wives say those things to me. I thought about all the Mother's Days they'd celebrated me when they were young. The handmade cards with crayon drawings. The burnt toast they'd bring me in bed. The macaroni necklaces. They'd been so proud of those little gifts. I still have some of them in a box in my closet. And now they couldn't even manage a phone call. I didn't sleep that night. I just kept thinking about whether I was being unreasonable. Maybe they were right. Maybe I was supposed to just fade into the background now that I'm old. Maybe wanting to be acknowledged on Mother's Day made me selfish and bitter, just like Susan said. Maybe I'd raised them wrong and this was my fault somehow. But then I'd think about sitting at that table, watching them celebrate everyone except me, and I'd get angry all over again. Not just angry, hurt. Deeply bone-deep hurt in a way I haven't felt since their father left. At least when he left, I knew he was a coward and a deadbeat. I expected nothing from him, but these were my boys. I'd given them everything, and they'd given me nothing. For 3 days, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I'd be doing something normal like making coffee or watching the news, and suddenly I'd be back at that table, watching them hand out flowers to everyone but me. I couldn't eat much. I couldn't focus on anything. My neighbor knocked on my door Tuesday night to check on me because she said she hadn't seen me get my mail in days. Wednesday morning, I woke up and decided I had to say something. I couldn't just let it go. Maybe that makes me bitter, like Susan said, but I didn't care anymore. I sat down at my kitchen table with 3 pieces of paper and wrote the same note to each of my sons. I kept it short. I just wrote, "I hope you treat your wives better than you treated your mother this Mother's Day." That was it. No long explanations, no guilt trips, just that one sentence. I signed each one, put them in envelopes, addressed them, and walked them down to the mailbox on the corner before I could change my mind. After I mailed them, I felt lighter for about an hour, like I'd finally stood up for myself. But then the anxiety set in. I started wondering if I'd made everything worse, if I should have just kept my mouth shut and dealt with it privately. But it was too late. The letters were already on their way. Thursday evening, my phone rang. I thought maybe it was one of my sons calling to apologize. It wasn't. It was Jennifer, Robert's wife. Not Robert himself, but his wife. She didn't even bother with small talk. She got right into it, saying I was causing drama and spoiling what had been a beautiful day. She said the note was passive-aggressive and manipulative. She actually used those words, passive-aggressive and manipulative. I asked her if I could talk to Robert, and she said he was too upset to talk to me right now. Too upset. Like I was the one who'd done something wrong. I told her I wasn't trying to cause drama. I was just hurt. She cut me off and said I needed to think about how my actions affect other people, that the whole family had been looking forward to that brunch, and now everyone felt terrible. I wanted to ask if anyone had thought about how their actions affected me, but she kept talking. She said I should apologize to make things right. Apologize for being hurt that they forgot me on Mother's Day. I got off the phone with her and just sat there feeling numb. I didn't cry. I was past crying. I just felt empty. Friday morning, I got a text from David. Not a call, a text. It said, "Mom, that was uncalled for. We had a nice day. Why did you have to ruin it?" That was the whole message. No acknowledgement that maybe they'd hurt me. No sorry we forgot you. Just blaming me for ruining their nice day. I didn't respond. What was I supposed to say? Michael didn't reach out at all. Radio silence from my oldest son, the one I'd sacrificed the most for because he was the first, because I was figuring everything out with him. He couldn't even send a text. Friday night, my sister called. Someone had told her what happened. I'm not sure who. Maybe one of the cousins who follows the boys on social media. She was furious on my behalf. She kept saying those boys should be ashamed of themselves, that she couldn't believe they'd treat me that way. It felt good to hear someone validate my feelings, to tell me I wasn't crazy or bitter or manipulative. She offered to call them herself, but I told her no. This wasn't her fight. Saturday, I got 2 more calls from cousins on my late husband's side. They'd both seen the Mother's Day posts on Instagram and Facebook, the photos of my sons giving their wives gifts. One of them said her daughter had asked where I was in the pictures, why Grandma wasn't being celebrated too. She said she didn't know what to tell her. The other cousin said she was horrified, that she'd raised her sons to never forget their mother on Mother's Day no matter how old she got or how many other mothers were in the picture. Those calls helped, but they also made everything feel more real. It wasn't just in my head. Other people could see how wrong it was, but knowing that didn't change the fact that my own sons couldn't see it, or wouldn't see it. It's been 2 weeks now since Mother's Day. None of my sons have called me. I've heard nothing from Michael at all. David sent one more text last week saying I owed everyone an apology, and until I gave one, he needed space. Robert's been completely silent, but I know Jennifer's probably coaching him on what to say or not say. I can feel her influence all over this. I keep replaying everything over and over. Sometimes I think maybe I should just apologize, like Jennifer said, just to make peace and get my sons back. I hate this silence. I hate not talking to them. I'm 81 years old and I don't know how many years I have left. And the thought of spending them estranged from my children makes me feel sick. But then I remember sitting at that table. I remember the flowers and the gifts and the photos. I remember Jennifer telling me my time was over. I remember Susan calling me bitter. I remember my sons, who I raised alone, who I worked myself to the bone for, sitting there and saying nothing, not defending me, not acknowledging me, just letting it all happen. And when I remember that, I get angry again. Not the kind of angry where you yell or throw things, the quiet kind that sits in your chest like a stone. Because I don't think I was wrong. I don't think wanting to be remembered on Mother's Day makes me selfish or bitter or manipulative. I think it makes me human. I have the box of their childhood Mother's Day cards in my closet. Sometimes I take them out and read them. Michael's card from 1st grade that says, "I love you, Mommy. You're the best." David's drawing of the 2 of us holding hands with a sun in the corner. Robert's card from when he was 10 that says, "Thank you for everything you do." I wonder when they stopped meaning those things, or if they ever meant them at all. My sister thinks I should stand my ground. My cousins think the boys will come around eventually. My neighbor says family is complicated, and sometimes there's no right answer. I don't know what to think anymore. I just know that I spent 50 years being their mother and one day that apparently stopped mattering. And I'm supposed to be okay with that. I'm supposed to smile and let the younger moms be celebrated and fade quietly into the background. But I sent those letters. I said what I needed to say. And now I'm sitting here in my apartment waiting to see if my sons will ever speak to me again, wondering if standing up for myself cost me my children, wondering if that makes me brave or stupid or both. At the retirement banquet, my family left before my name was even called. I'm a 72-year-old grandfather, and I just retired after 45 years at the same manufacturing company. 45 years. I started on the floor when I was 27, worked my way up to senior operations manager, and spent my entire adult life at that place. My kids are David, 48, Linda, 45, and Sarah, 42. I've got 4 grandchildren between them, ages 16 to 22. My wife Margaret passed away 3 years ago. She would have been there. She would have sat in that chair next to me the whole night, wouldn't have moved an inch. But she's gone. So I asked my kids to come instead. I called all 3 of them 6 weeks before the banquet to make sure they could make it. They all said yes. They seemed excited, actually. David said he'd take off work early. Linda said she'd get a babysitter sorted out. Sarah checked her shift schedule and confirmed she had that evening free. The company was holding this formal retirement dinner at an upscale hotel ballroom. There were going to be about 150 people there, all my colleagues, management, some other retirees. They do this big thing every year for everyone who's retiring, recognition ceremonies, the whole deal. I bought a new suit. I even practiced what I'd say if they asked me to give a speech. I kept imagining my kids sitting at my table, watching me walk up to accept whatever plaque or certificate they were going to give me. I thought they'd be proud. The day of the event, I got there early. I was greeting people, shaking hands, catching up with folks I hadn't seen in a while. My family showed up about 20 minutes late. Traffic, they said. Fine. Whatever. They made it. But right away I noticed they seemed kind of distracted. The grandkids were on their phones. David kept checking his watch. I didn't think much of it at first. The dinner service was slow. Like, really slow. And the program was running behind. They had this whole list of people to recognize, going in alphabetical order, and they were doing these little speeches for each person. Nice speeches, don't get me wrong, but it was taking forever. My last name starts with T, so I knew I'd be toward the end, but I figured we'd get there eventually. About an hour and a half in, they were only halfway through the list. They'd just finished the H names or something. David leaned over and whispered that they should probably leave soon to beat the traffic. I asked him to please wait, told him I was coming up soon. He nodded, but didn't look happy about it. Then Linda started complaining about the babysitter, said it was going to cost her extra if they stayed past a certain time. Sarah mentioned she had an early shift the next morning. I reminded them that I'd told them about this event 6 weeks ago, that they'd known it would be a long evening. They just kind of shrugged. 15 minutes later, David stood up. He said they really needed to go. I looked up at him and I could feel my chest getting tight. I said, please, just 15 more minutes. I'm coming up soon. I tried to keep my voice down because people were still giving speeches up front. Linda said, Dad, they're just going to say your name and clap. We've been here almost 2 hours. Just going to say my name and clap, like those 45 years didn't mean anything. Like this whole evening I'd been looking forward to for months was just some boring obligation they had to sit through. I tried one more time. I said I wouldn't ask them to stay if it wasn't important to me. Sarah looked a little guilty, but she stood up too. Then Linda, then the grandkids. They started gathering their coats and purses. People at nearby tables were watching. I could see Tom, this guy I've worked with for 20 years, looking over with this concerned expression. They walked out while they were still calling our names. I sat there at a table meant for 8 people, completely alone. The chairs around me were empty. I'd specifically requested a table for my family. There were name cards and everything. 5 minutes after they left, I heard them start on the S names. My heart was pounding. I couldn't focus on what anyone was saying up front. I just kept staring at those empty chairs. Then they called my name. And now, celebrating 45 years of dedicated service, we'd like to recognize... I stood up from that empty table and walked to the stage by myself. The CEO was there, holding this crystal plaque. He shook my hand, said some nice things about my commitment and leadership. I could hear polite applause. I looked out at the room and I saw my coworkers glancing at my table, at those vacant chairs. Tom looked genuinely sad for me. Patricia, another colleague, gave me this sympathetic smile that somehow made it worse. I accepted the award and gave a brief thank you speech. I don't even remember what I said. I just know I had this lump in my throat the whole time, and I was trying really hard to keep my voice steady. Then I walked back to my empty table and sat down alone while they continued calling names. After the ceremony ended, several people came over. They asked where my family went. I made up excuses, said there was an emergency, said something about a babysitter issue. Tom put his hand on my shoulder and said quietly, "That's rough, buddy. I'm sorry." Patricia hugged me and didn't say anything at all, which was almost worse because it meant she knew exactly what had happened and how humiliating it was. I drove home alone. When I got in the car, I checked my phone and saw the family group chat blowing up. Messages about traffic, Complaints about how much parking cost, someone saying they'd barely made it home before the babysitter had to leave. Not one congratulations, not one mention of the fact that they'd left early. Not one acknowledgement of what that evening meant to me. I didn't respond to any of the messages. I just drove home and sat in my living room in the dark for a while, still wearing that new suit. I couldn't sleep that night. I just kept replaying that moment over and over. Standing up from that empty table, walking to the stage alone, seeing everyone's faces when they looked at where my family should have been sitting. I kept thinking about all the times I'd missed things for work, all the overtime I'd put in to provide for them, David's soccer games, Linda's dance recitals. I'd missed so many because I was working extra shifts or traveling for business. But I was there for the big things. I was there for all their graduations. I was there for their weddings. I was there when each of my grandchildren was born. I thought that counted for something. I thought they understood that the work mattered because it was how I took care of them. Margaret used to say they didn't really understand what I'd sacrificed. I remember one night, maybe 15 years ago, David had made some comment about how I was always working. Margaret had defended me, said I was doing it for them. He'd just rolled his eyes. At the time, I'd brushed it off, figured he was young and didn't get it yet. But lying there that night, I wondered if he'd ever gotten it, if any of them had. The next morning, David texted me, just a casual message. "Hope you had fun last night. Traffic was awful." Like nothing had happened. Like they hadn't just humiliated me in front of everyone I'd worked with for 45 years. I didn't respond to the text. Instead, I called all three of them and told them I wanted them to come over that evening. Family meeting. They all sounded confused but agreed to come. They showed up around 7. I'd made coffee, set out some cookies, the whole thing. They came in chatting about their days, completely normal, like everything was fine. I waited until they were all sitting down, and then I just said it. I told them how humiliated I'd felt, how I'd asked them for one evening, just one evening to celebrate 45 years of my life, and they couldn't even stay through the whole thing. David immediately got defensive. He said it was already past 9 p.m. and they'd been there forever. Linda jumped in and said I was making it a bigger deal than it was. "Just a work dinner," she said. "People give speeches, you get a plaque, you go home." Sarah was a little quieter. She said they didn't think I'd care that much. That made me angrier than anything else, honestly. I'd specifically called each of them 6 weeks in advance. I'd told them it was important to me. I'd asked them to be there. How could they think I didn't care? I told them I'd asked them for one evening in 45 years, one evening to sit through a ceremony that honored my entire career, and they couldn't do it. Linda said something about how I was acting like they'd committed some terrible crime when really they just needed to leave a little early. David said I was being overdramatic. That word stuck with me. Overdramatic. Like my feelings didn't matter. Like being abandoned at my own retirement celebration was just me being sensitive. I stayed calm. I didn't yell, didn't lose my temper. I just told them that if they couldn't stay for the important parts, I didn't want them at any more of my formal events. Linda laughed, actually laughed. She said what formal events, I was retired now, like I was done having a life or something. I said, whatever comes up, milestone birthdays, if I receive any other recognition, whatever. I'd celebrate alone or with people who actually wanted to be there. That's when David said I was being ridiculous. He stood up, said he wasn't going to sit there and be lectured like a child. Linda agreed with him. Sarah tried to play mediator, said we were all getting too emotional and should talk about this later when everyone had calmed down. But I was calm. That was the thing. I wasn't yelling or angry. I was just done. They left. David slammed the door on his way out. The next day, Linda called me. She said I was being petty about a work thing. Those exact words. A work thing. She said I was punishing them like children over a minor mistake, that I needed to get over it and stop being so sensitive. I told her I wasn't being sensitive. I was setting a boundary. She said it was a ridiculous boundary and hung up on me. David didn't call at all. 2 weeks went by and nothing. Sarah sent me a text that said she was sorry I felt bad, but they really did have to go. Not sorry they left. Sorry I felt bad, like it was my problem for having feelings about it. Then 3 days after the confrontation, I got an email from Patricia. She'd attached photos from the banquet. There was one of me on stage, accepting the plaque, smiling, and behind me in the photo, you could clearly see my empty table, all those vacant chairs. Tom sent me a message too, said my family had missed a beautiful speech and that he and the others were honored to have been there. Maria, who's been with the company for 40 years, wrote me a long email. She said in all her time there, she'd never seen someone have to stand alone like that. She said my family should be ashamed of themselves. The company newsletter came out a week later. They'd featured a big photo of me receiving the award, front page of the internal newsletter that goes out to all 500 employees. And in that photo, clear as day, was my empty table in the background, me smiling, holding my plaque, and nobody sitting behind me. Several co-workers mentioned it over the next few days. Some asked directly what had happened. Others just gave me these looks, these pitying looks that made me want to disappear. A few people told me they'd been saddened by my family's absence. One guy I barely knew from accounting came up and said his wife had been at the banquet and couldn't stop talking about how sad it was that I'd been there alone. It's been 2 months now since the banquet. Things with my kids are still strained. David barely speaks to me. When he does, it's short, clipped responses to direct questions. Linda sends occasional texts, but completely avoids mentioning the banquet or our conversation. Sarah has visited once. We had an awkward hour where we both pretended everything was fine and talked about the weather and her work schedule. The grandkids have been asking their parents why Grandpa is mad at everyone. I'm not mad at everyone. I'm just hurt. And I'm tired of pretending I'm not. My 73rd birthday is coming up in 6 weeks. Last week, Linda texted asking if I was over it yet, if they were invited to birthday dinner. David sent a similar message, said it had been long enough and we should all move past this. I haven't answered them yet. I don't know what to say. I've been thinking a lot about what Linda said, that I'm being petty, that I'm punishing them over a minor mistake. I keep turning it over in my head, trying to figure out if she's right. Maybe I am being too harsh. Maybe I should just let it go and move on. But then I remember sitting at that table alone. I remember the looks on people's faces. I remember Tom's hand on my shoulder and the pity in his eyes. And I think about how none of them have actually apologized. Not really. Sarah said she was sorry I felt bad, but that's not the same thing as being sorry for what they did. I talked to Tom about it last week. We met for coffee, something we've been doing more often since I retired. I didn't plan to bring it up, but he asked how things were with my family. I told him the truth, told him about the confrontation, about Linda calling me petty, about David not speaking to me. Tom was quiet for a minute. Then he said his daughter had done something similar a few years back, missed his surgery because she had a work meeting. He said he'd forgiven her, but their relationship had never quite been the same. He said some things you can't unsee. Once you know where you rank in someone's priorities, you can't unknow it. That stuck with me. Where I rank in their priorities. Patricia called me a few days ago. She's planning a small dinner party next month and wanted to invite me. She said she and her husband would love to have me over, that Tom and Maria were coming too. Work friends, she called us, but they feel more like real friends than my own kids do right now. I asked her if she thought I was being unreasonable about the whole birthday thing. She didn't answer right away. Then she said that respect is a two-way street. She said her children wouldn't dream of walking out on something important to her because she'd raised them to understand that showing up for people you love isn't optional. I don't know if I failed at that, at teaching my kids to show up. I was working so much when they were young. Maybe they learned that work things didn't matter because I was always leaving them for work. Maybe this is my own fault somehow. But then I think about all the times I did show up for them. Every wedding, every graduation, every hospital visit when the grandkids were born. I was there. Tired, sometimes straight from a shift, but I was there. I didn't leave early. I didn't check my watch and complain about traffic. Sarah came by again yesterday. She brought groceries, said she was worried I wasn't eating properly. We unpacked everything together, and she made small talk about her shifts at the hospital. Then, right as she was about to leave, she said that maybe I should consider inviting everyone to my birthday. She said it would be a good olive branch, a way to move forward. I asked her if she thought I was wrong. She hesitated. Then she said she thought we were all wrong in different ways. She said yes, they should have stayed, but also I was taking it too far by cutting them out. She said family is supposed to forgive each other. I told her I'd think about it. After she left, I sat at my kitchen table for a long time, the same table where I'd had that family meeting 2 months ago. I kept thinking about forgiveness, about whether forgiving someone means pretending they didn't hurt you. This morning, I got a text from David. First real message he's sent in weeks. He said his oldest is graduating high school next month and they're having a party. He said it would mean a lot if I came. He didn't mention the banquet, didn't mention our fight, just acted like everything was normal. I don't know if I'm going to go. Part of me wants to. I love my grandchildren. I don't want to miss their milestones because I'm in a fight with their parents. But another part of me thinks that if I go, if I just pretend everything is fine, they'll never understand what they did to me. They'll think it's all blown over and nothing has to change. Linda sent a follow-up text about my birthday, said they wanted to take me out to dinner, the whole family. She said she'd make reservations somewhere nice. Still no apology. Still no acknowledgement that maybe, just maybe, they should have stayed. I've been looking at those photos Patricia sent me. There's one where I'm standing at my empty table, right before my name was called. I'm checking my phone, probably looking at those messages about traffic. My face looks hopeful. I think I was still believing they might come back, that maybe they'd just stepped out for a minute. I wish I could go back and tell myself not to hope, not to expect anything. It would have hurt less if I'd just accepted from the beginning that I was going to be alone up there. Tom invited me to his grandson's birthday party next weekend. His whole family will be there. He said I'm welcome to come, that they'd love to have me. I said yes. It feels easier being around other people's families right now. Less complicated. I still haven't decided about my birthday. It's 4 weeks away now. Linda has texted 3 more times, asking about dinner plans. David sent another message saying we need to talk before his son's graduation. Sarah called and left a voicemail saying she misses our normal relationship. I miss it too. I miss when things were simple. But I don't know how to get back to that. I don't know if I want to get back to that, honestly, because that version of normal meant they could treat me however they wanted, and I'd just take it. Yesterday, I wrote out 2 different text messages. One accepting their invitation to birthday dinner, one declining and saying I'd be celebrating with friends from work. I saved both as drafts. I keep opening my phone and reading them, trying to figure out which one to send. Maybe Linda is right. Maybe I am being petty. Maybe this is just a work thing and I'm making it bigger than it needs to be. But it didn't feel like just a work thing when I was standing on that stage alone. It felt like my whole life being dismissed as unimportant. I keep thinking about what Tom said, about not being able to unsee things, about knowing where you rank. And I wonder if my kids will ever understand that they showed me exactly where I rank that night, or if they'll always think I'm just being sensitive about nothing. The drafts are still sitting in my phone. I need to make a decision soon. Birthday invitations don't answer themselves. For Thanksgiving dinner, I was asked to sit at the kids' table while my children dined up front. I, 79, have been dealing with a situation involving my daughter Sarah, 52, and the rest of my family. I don't even know where to start with this, but I need to get it off my chest because I can't stop thinking about what happened. For over 40 years, I hosted Thanksgiving at my house. Every single year. I did the whole thing. 20-pound turkey, homemade stuffing, green bean casserole, mashed potatoes, gravy from scratch, rolls, and at least 3 pies. Pumpkin, apple, and usually pecan because that was my late husband's favorite, and I kept making it even after he passed. My house was always full of people, sometimes 20 or more crammed around my dining table and the extra folding tables I'd set up in the living room. It was exhausting, but I loved it. I loved being the center of our family traditions. The last few years have been harder, though. My arthritis has gotten bad, especially in my hands, and I just get tired so much faster than I used to. Last Thanksgiving, I actually had to sit down 3 times while cooking because I got lightheaded. My son noticed, and I could tell he was worried, even though I brushed it off. So this year, when Sarah called me in October and said she wanted to host, I'll admit I felt relieved. She told me I'd done enough, that it was time for me to just relax and enjoy the holiday for once instead of working myself to the bone. She said those exact words. I actually teared up on the phone because it felt like she really understood what I needed. I told her I'd still make the pies, though. I couldn't help myself. Baking is easier than cooking a whole meal, and I wanted to contribute something. She said that would be perfect, and she was looking forward to it. So Thanksgiving Day comes, and I spent the morning making my pumpkin and apple pies. My hands ached from rolling out the crust, but I didn't care. I packed them up carefully in my pie carriers and drove over to Sarah's house around 2 in the afternoon. She lives about 20 minutes away in a newer subdivision, one of those houses with the open floor plan and the big kitchen island. When I got there, the driveway was already packed with cars. I had to park on the street. I could hear noise from inside as I walked up to the front door carrying my pies. Sarah answered and gave me a quick hug, said something about how great the pies looked. And then someone called her name from the kitchen and she basically disappeared. I stood there in the entryway for a minute, holding my pies like an idiot, until my son came over and took them from me, put them on the counter. The house was full of people. My 3 kids were there, obviously. Sarah, my son David, 49, and my youngest Jessica, 45. Their spouses. My grandkids ranging from 8 to 16. But there were also people I didn't know. Jessica's husband's parents were there, which was new. Some couple that turned out to be Sarah's neighbor. David's wife's sister and her husband. It felt crowded and loud, and everyone seemed to be in the middle of conversations that didn't include me. I tried to find a place to settle. I put my purse on a chair in the corner and took off my coat. I asked Sarah if she needed help with anything, and she said no, everything was under control. I should just relax. So I wandered around kind of aimlessly. I'd start to join a conversation, and then people would drift away to the kitchen or outside. My grandson Jake said hi to me, and we talked for a minute about school, before his friend pulled him away to look at something on his phone. I ended up just standing near the fireplace by myself, watching everyone else interact. Around 4 o'clock, Sarah announced dinner was ready. Everyone started moving toward the dining room, and I followed, expecting to sit at my usual spot. Well, not my usual spot, obviously, since this wasn't my house, but expecting to sit with my family at the main table. But when I got to the dining room, every single chair was taken. All of them. I stood there looking at the table and counted 10 people sitting down. My 3 kids, their spouses, Jessica's in-laws who I barely knew, the neighbor couple, David's sister-in-law and her husband. Everyone was chatting and passing dishes and pouring wine, and nobody was looking at me. Nobody was saying, "Hey, Mom, we saved you a seat." There was no seat. Sarah noticed me standing there and came over. She put her hand on my arm and leaned in close like she was telling me a secret. She said there was more room in the back, that they'd run out of space at the big table. She gestured toward the kitchen area and said it would be more comfortable back there anyway. I followed her into the kitchen, feeling like I was moving through fog. In the breakfast nook area, she'd set up one of those cheap folding card tables. The kind with the thin metal legs that wobble. Sitting around it were my grandkids, Jake, who's 16, Emma, who's 14, Mason, who's 11, and little Sophie, who's 8. There were also 2 kids I didn't recognize, who I guess were the neighbor's children. The table had paper plates on it. Paper plates with little turkeys printed on them, plastic cups. Meanwhile, in the dining room, I could see the nice white china and the crystal wine glasses my daughter had registered for when she got married. Jake looked up at me when I walked over, and I could see confusion on his face. He said "Grandma" like it was a question. "Are you sitting here?" I glanced back toward the dining room one more time. I could see everyone at the table passing the stuffing and laughing at something someone said. My own children. They weren't looking for me. They weren't wondering where I was. They'd sat down at that table with strangers and in-laws and neighbors and hadn't saved a single seat for their mother. My hands started shaking. I held my plate tighter so no one would notice. I looked at that wobbly card table with the paper plates and the bored teenagers and the little kids who'd probably spill something any minute. I looked at my grandson Jake, who seemed almost embarrassed for me, and I sat down. I pulled out the folding chair and I sat down at the kids' table in my own family. I didn't say anything. I didn't make a scene. I just sat down and put my paper plate in front of me and tried not to cry. The kids started eating right away, not really talking to each other, mostly on their phones. Emma had her earbuds in. Mason was watching something on his tablet propped against his cup. Sophie kept kicking the table leg and making everything wobble. I just sat there with my empty paper plate, listening to the conversation coming from the dining room. They were talking about someone's vacation to Italy. Sarah's neighbor was describing some villa they stayed at in Tuscany. Everyone was laughing and asking questions, and it sounded like the kind of conversation I would have been part of if I was sitting where I belonged. Then they moved on to talking about David's promotion at work, my son's big career achievement, and I was hearing about it from the next room while sitting with children who weren't even paying attention to me. I put some turkey on my plate, some mashed potatoes. I wasn't hungry. My stomach felt tight and my throat kept closing up like I might cry, but I held it together. Jake kept looking at me sideways like he wanted to say something but didn't know what. At least someone noticed this wasn't normal. One of the neighbor kids asked me to pass the rolls. I did. Sophie spilled her juice about 10 minutes in, knocked the whole plastic cup over, and it went everywhere, dripping off the edge of the table onto the floor. I got up and grabbed paper towels from the kitchen counter and cleaned it up by myself. None of the adults came to help or even seemed to notice. I was sopping up grape juice off Sarah's floor on my hands and knees, while in the other room my daughter was pouring wine for people I'd never met before today. When I sat back down, my sleeve was wet and sticky. I tried to eat a few bites, but everything tasted like nothing. The turkey was dry anyway. My turkey was never dry. I always brined it overnight and basted it every 30 minutes, but I didn't say that. I didn't say anything. Mason asked if he could be excused to go play video games. Sarah called from the dining room that he had to wait until everyone was done. So he sat there, slouched in his chair, looking miserable. Emma never took her earbuds out the entire meal. Jake ate his food quietly, and I could feel him watching me, almost like he was worried about me. This 16-year-old kid was the only person in the whole house who seemed to realize something was wrong with this situation. I kept thinking about how I raised these people. I raised Sarah and David and Jessica in my house at my table. I taught them how to say please and thank you. I stayed up with them when they were sick. I helped them with homework and drove them to soccer practice and dance recitals. I hosted their birthday parties and their graduation parties. When Sarah got divorced from her first husband, I let her move back in with me for 8 months until she got back on her feet. When David's son was born premature, I was at the hospital every single day for 3 weeks. And now I wasn't good enough to sit at the table with them. I was supposed to sit with the kids on paper plates like I was being babysat. The more I sat there, the angrier I got. Not just sad anymore, but actually angry. There were strangers at that table. People who had nothing to do with our family, who weren't there for any of the hard times or the important moments. Jessica's husband's parents had met my daughter maybe 5 times. But they got real plates and wine and a seat at the adult table while I got shoved in the back with children. I thought about saying something. I played it out in my head. I could stand up and walk into that dining room and ask Sarah why exactly there wasn't room for me. I could point out that she'd found room for neighbors and distant in-laws but not her own mother, but I could also picture exactly what would happen. She'd get defensive. People would get uncomfortable. I'd be the difficult old woman ruining Thanksgiving. Everyone would remember the holiday as the time Grandma caused a scene instead of remembering it as the time they treated me like I didn't matter. So I stayed quiet. I ate a little bit more food that I didn't want. I listened to my family laugh and talk in the next room without me. Sophie asked me if I was okay, and I told her I was fine, just tired. She's 8 years old, and even she could tell something was wrong. Dinner finally ended after what felt like hours, but was probably 45 minutes. The adults started clearing their plates, bringing them into the kitchen. Sarah came bouncing in all cheerful, announcing it was time for dessert, time for Mom's famous pies. She said it like that, Mom's famous pies, like she was proud of me, like she hadn't just humiliated me for the past hour. She went to the counter and picked up one of my pie carriers, started opening it up. I watched her getting ready to cut into the pumpkin pie I'd spent all morning making. My hands were still aching from rolling out that crust. I'd made those pies as part of this family dinner, as my contribution because I couldn't cook the whole meal anymore, and she was going to serve them like everything was fine, like it was perfectly normal that I'd been sitting at a card table with paper plates while everyone else had a real Thanksgiving dinner. Something just broke in me right then. I stood up from the kids' table. My chair scraped loud against the floor. Jake looked up, startled. I walked past Sarah into the living room where I'd left my purse and coat. My hands weren't shaking anymore. I felt calm suddenly, very clear about what I needed to do. I put on my coat and picked up my purse. Sarah must have noticed the movement because she came out of the kitchen looking confused. She asked where I was going. Just like that. Casual, like maybe I was going to the bathroom or getting something from my car. I told her I was going home and I'd be taking my pies with me. She laughed a little, like I must be joking. She said we hadn't had dessert yet. Why would I leave before dessert? I walked past her back into the kitchen. I closed up the pie carrier she'd opened and picked it up. Grabbed the other one with the apple pie. They were heavier than I remembered, but I held on to them. I told her I baked these pies as part of this family, but apparently I wasn't part of the main family anymore, so I'd just enjoy them at home by myself. I could see it click for her then. Her face changed. She said Mom in this concerned voice and started to say something about the seating, how there just wasn't enough room, but I cut her off. I told her she found room for people I'd never even met before today. She found room for everyone except me. And I wasn't going to sit at the kids' table in my own family like some burden you stick in the corner to keep out of the way. Her whole expression shifted from confused to defensive. She said I was really going to make a scene about this. On Thanksgiving. She said it like I was being unreasonable. I told her I wasn't making a scene. I was leaving quietly. But I wanted her to know that I wouldn't come back to another family event if this was how I was going to be treated. I'd rather spend holidays alone than spend them being disrespected by my own children. People were staring now from the dining room. David was standing up, starting to come toward us. I held up my hand to stop him. I didn't want to hear excuses or have this turn into a whole thing. I walked to the front door with my pies and my purse, and I left. I got in my car and just sat there for a minute before starting it. My hands were gripping the steering wheel, and I realized I was shaking again, but this time it was from adrenaline, not sadness. I could see the front window of Sarah's house and shapes of people moving around inside. Part of me expected someone to come running out after me, but nobody did. I started the car and drove home. The whole drive I kept replaying it in my head. What I said, what Sarah said, the look on her face. I kept thinking, maybe I should turn around and go back. Maybe I was overreacting. But then I'd picture that folding table with the paper plates, and I'd get angry all over again. By the time I pulled into my driveway, I wasn't sure if I'd done the right thing or just ruined everything. My house was dark and quiet. I turned on the lights and brought the pies into the kitchen, set them on my counter. The same counter where I'd rolled out the crust that morning, back when I thought I was making them for a nice family dinner. I sat down at my kitchen table, still in my coat, and just stared at those pie carriers. Then I started crying. Not loud sobbing or anything, just tears running down my face while I sat there alone on Thanksgiving. After a while, I took off my coat and made myself a cup of tea. I cut a slice of pumpkin pie and ate it by myself at my kitchen table. It was good pie. The crust was flaky and the filling was spiced just right. I thought about all those years of Thanksgiving at this same table with my whole family around me. My husband carving the turkey, My kids arguing over who got the wishbone, grandkids running around. The house full of noise and warmth and people I loved. Now it was just me and leftover pie and silence. I went to bed early. Didn't sleep well. I kept waking up thinking about it, going over every detail. Should I have just stayed quiet and dealt with it? Was leaving really the best choice? What was going to happen now with my family? The next morning I woke up and checked my phone. Nothing. No calls, no texts. I made coffee and tried to distract myself, but I kept looking at my phone. Around 10 in the morning, I finally got a text and my heart jumped, but it was just my neighbor asking if I had a good Thanksgiving. Then around noon, my phone buzzed again. This time it was Jake, my 16-year-old grandson. His text said, "Grandma, I noticed what happened yesterday. I'm sorry they did that to you. It wasn't right." I sat there reading that text over and over. I started crying again. This kid, this teenage boy who'd been sitting at that table with me, he'd noticed. He'd seen how wrong it was. At least someone in my family had eyes to see what had happened. I texted him back thanking him and telling him I loved him. He sent back a heart emoji. That made me feel a little better. But then around 3 in the afternoon, Sarah called. I almost didn't answer, but I did. She didn't say hello or ask how I was. She just launched into it. She said I'd embarrassed her in front of everyone, that I'd made Thanksgiving about me and ruined the whole day, that people left right after I did because the mood was killed. She said she'd worked so hard to host a nice dinner, and I couldn't just go with the flow for one day. I tried to explain how I felt. I told her I spent 40 years hosting her and her siblings, that I'd always made sure everyone felt welcome and included at my table. I said being put at the kids' table with paper plates while strangers sat at the main table made me feel like I didn't matter anymore, like I was just some old woman they had to accommodate rather than the mother who'd raised them and grandmother to those kids. She didn't want to hear it. She kept talking over me, saying I was being dramatic, that there literally wasn't enough room at the table and someone had to sit with the kids. She said I was making it into this huge thing when it was just a practical seating issue. She asked why I couldn't understand that. I told her she'd made choices about who sat where. She'd chosen to put neighbors and distant in-laws at the main table and her own mother at a folding table in the back. Those were choices she made, and now she had to deal with how those choices made me feel. She got really angry then. She said if I couldn't just go with the flow and be flexible, maybe it was better if I didn't come to family events anymore. She said she couldn't walk on eggshells worrying about offending me over every little thing. That hurt worse than the seating arrangement, honestly. I told her that was fine. If that's how she felt, then I wouldn't come. She said fine back and hung up on me. I sat there staring at my phone. My daughter had just basically uninvited me from future family gatherings because I'd stood up for myself. I called David thinking maybe he'd be more reasonable, but it went to voicemail. I tried Jessica, and same thing. Voicemail. I didn't leave messages. It was pretty clear they were avoiding me. The next few days were awful. I kept checking my phone hoping someone would call or text. Nothing from my kids. Jake texted me a couple more times asking if I was okay. I told him I was fine, but I don't think he believed me. Some of my friends called to ask about Thanksgiving, and I told them a simplified version. Most of them were on my side, said Sarah should have made room for me, and it was disrespectful to put me with the children. One friend, though, said I probably should have just dealt with it to keep the peace. That family harmony was more important than where I sat. That made me doubt myself again. Maybe I did overreact. Maybe I should have just smiled through it and talked to Sarah about it privately later. But then I think about sitting at that wobbly card table with paper plates, cleaning up spilled juice while my family laughed in the next room, and I can't imagine just accepting that. It's been over a week now. Sarah and I have exchanged a few texts, but they're short and cold. She sent one asking if I still had her pie carriers and could she get them back. I told her yes and left them on my porch for her to pick up. She didn't come inside. David finally called and tried to play peacemaker, but he mostly just said we both needed to compromise and move past this. He didn't say Sarah was wrong, just that we should all get along. Jessica hasn't contacted me at all. I keep thinking about how at 79 years old I don't have unlimited time left. Maybe I only have a few more Thanksgivings, a few more Christmases. Do I really want to spend them fighting with my children? But also, I can't stop thinking that I deserve basic respect and dignity. I raised them better than this. I thought I did anyway. Was I wrong to leave Thanksgiving early after being placed at the kids' table in my own family? Should I have just kept quiet and accepted it? Now my daughter isn't speaking to me, and I don't know if I should apologize or stand my ground. I keep replaying that moment, seeing my seat filled with strangers while I sat with paper plates and juice boxes. Did I overreact, or did I finally stand up for myself after being pushed aside? On the day I moved into assisted living, my children took my furniture without asking. I'm an 83-year-old grandfather, and up until last month I was still living in the house where I raised my 3 kids, Robert, 58, Linda, 55, and Michael, 52. My wife passed 2 years ago. And after I took a bad fall last winter, my doctor and a social worker both said I should think about assisted living. I fought it for a while, but honestly, the house was getting to be too much. So I agreed. I spent 3 months planning the move to Meadowbrook. The new place is a 1-bedroom apartment, much smaller than the house, so I had to be selective about what I brought. I chose my favorite recliner, my late wife's hope chest, our bedroom set, some photos, and a few kitchen items. The rest of the furniture and family heirlooms, I planned to leave in the house temporarily while I figured out what to do with everything. I'd rented a storage unit and told myself I'd sort through it all over the next few months, decide what to donate, what to keep, what to eventually pass down to the kids when I was ready. I made sure my children knew the plan. 2 weeks before the move, I had them all over for dinner and explained everything. I told them exactly what I was taking to Meadowbrook and that I needed time to go through the rest. They all nodded and said they understood. Robert even offered to help me pack boxes whenever I needed it. Move-in day was a Tuesday. The movers came and got everything I'd selected into the new apartment. I tried to make it feel like home, putting photos where I could see them, arranging my wife's hope chest at the foot of the bed like it had always been. That first night I barely slept. The place was unfamiliar, full of sounds I didn't recognize, and I kept thinking about the house sitting empty across town. Wednesday morning I drove back to the old place. I wanted to pack up more personal items, photo albums, important documents, my wife's jewelry that I hadn't brought yet. I got there around 10 in the morning and immediately saw Robert's truck and Linda's SUV in the driveway. The front door was unlocked. When I walked in, the living room was nearly empty. The couch was gone. The coffee table was gone. The china cabinet that had belonged to my wife's mother wasn't in the dining room anymore. I heard noise coming from upstairs and found Robert and Michael carrying my late wife's antique dresser down the hallway. Linda was in the bedroom wrapping dishes in newspaper. I asked them what they were doing. They all turned and looked at me like I'd caught them off guard, but not in a guilty way. More like they were surprised I was upset. Robert said they were helping me out. He said I told them I didn't need this stuff anymore. I said no. I told them I'd decide later what to do with it. That's when Linda jumped in and said I was being unreasonable. She wanted to know where I thought I was going to put all of this, and she reminded me I couldn't keep paying for the house. Michael didn't say anything. He wouldn't even look at me. I asked them what they'd already taken. Turns out they'd divided everything up between themselves. Robert took the dining room set. Linda took the china cabinet. Michael got the antique dresser they were carrying. My grandmother's rocking chair, the one that had belonged to my wife's mother, the one I always planned to give Linda, eventually but not yet, was already at Linda's house. My parents' wedding photo in its original frame was packed in Robert's truck. They'd been there since 8 that morning. They had keys I'd given them months ago for emergencies. I told them to stop. I told them to put things back. Robert said they'd taken time off work for this, and they were just helping. Then he said something that made my stomach drop. He said the house was closing in 3 weeks. I didn't know that. They'd been handling the sale, told me not to worry about the details, that they'd take care of everything. But I never agreed to close in 3 weeks. I never agreed to any of this. That's when I realized they'd planned this whole thing. They knew I'd be at Meadowbrook that first night. They knew I wouldn't be at the house. They'd waited until I was gone to come in and take whatever they wanted. I asked them to please just stop and talk to me about this. Linda said there was nothing to talk about. Robert said I was getting too emotional and that I needed to trust them to help me. Michael finally spoke up and said he had to get the dresser to his place before noon because he had to get back to work. They left. All three of them, trucks loaded with my furniture, my wife's things, pieces of my life I wasn't ready to let go of. I stood in that empty house and my hands were shaking. I couldn't believe they'd done this. These were my children. I raised them, and they'd gone through my home like I was already dead. I sat down on the floor in the living room because there wasn't any furniture left to sit on. That's when Mrs. Chen came over. She's my neighbor, been living next door for about 15 years. She's in her 70s, and she'd seen the trucks. She brought me tea in a thermos and asked if I was okay. I wasn't okay. I told her what happened, and she just shook her head. She said she'd seen Robert's truck pull up early that morning, and thought it was strange I wasn't with them. She'd even waved at Linda, and Linda had smiled and waved back like everything was normal. I spent the next 2 hours walking through the house with my phone, taking pictures of every empty room, trying to document what was gone. That's when I started noticing other things missing. My wife's jewelry box, the wooden one with the inlaid flowers that I'd specifically put on my list of things to bring to Meadowbrook later, was gone. My father's military medals from World War II weren't in the study anymore. Photo albums from when the kids were little, the ones I'd been looking forward to going through, had vanished from the bookshelf. They hadn't just taken furniture. They'd taken memories. They'd taken things that weren't theirs to take, things I never said they could have, and they'd done it the minute I was out of the way. That evening, I called all three of them. I needed to understand what they were thinking, and I wanted my things back. Robert answered on the first ring. I told him I wanted to talk about what happened at the house. He cut me off and said I was overreacting. He said it was just stuff, and we were family. I tried to explain that some of those things were important to me, that I'd specifically planned to keep them. He said I was being difficult, and that Mom would have wanted the family to have these things. Then he hung up. Linda didn't answer. I left a voicemail asking her to call me back. When she finally did, 2 hours later, she immediately started crying. She said of course Mom would want her to have the china cabinet. She said I knew that. I told her I wasn't ready to give it away yet, that I wanted to be the one to decide when and how to pass things down. She said I was being selfish and keeping things I'd never use again. Then she said she had to go and hung up. Michael was the last one I called. He actually listened. He said he felt weird about the whole thing, but that Robert had convinced him I'd approved everything. I told him I'd approved nothing. There was a long silence, and then he said he was sorry. He said he should have called me first to confirm, but Robert was so sure about it that he went along. At least he apologized. The next day, I drove to Linda's house. I wanted my wife's jewelry box back. That wasn't something she could just take. It had my wife's wedding ring in it, her mother's pearls, things I wanted to go through when I was ready. Linda wasn't home. Her husband Dan answered the door and he looked uncomfortable the second he saw me. He said Linda told him I'd given her that stuff. I said I didn't give anyone anything. He stood there for a minute and then went inside and came back with the jewelry box. But before he handed it to me, he said, "Maybe I forgot about giving permission." He said I was 83, and these things happen sometimes. That comment stuck with me. They thought I was losing it. They thought I couldn't remember my own decisions. That's why they felt okay doing what they did. By that night, the family group chat was blowing up. Robert sent a message saying I was accusing them of stealing and that it was ridiculous. Linda chimed in saying they were just helping and that I couldn't keep everything forever. I tried to explain that they didn't ask me, that they just took things. Robert replied that they were my children, and they didn't need permission to help their father. Michael stopped responding after that. My granddaughter, Robert's daughter, she's 28, texted me privately the next day. She said she was sorry about what happened. She said her dad had been talking about finally getting the dining room set for months. She didn't know I hadn't agreed to it. That told me everything I needed to know. Robert had been planning this. On Friday, I went to the storage unit to move the remaining items from the house. The manager there mentioned that someone had called earlier in the week asking about access to my unit. She said it was my son Robert. She hadn't given him any information because the unit was in my name only, but the fact that he'd called made me realize they might try to get into the storage unit too. I spent the whole weekend thinking about what to do. I felt paralyzed. These were my kids. But they'd treated me like I didn't matter, like my opinion about my own belongings was irrelevant. Mrs. Chen came to visit me at Meadowbrook on Sunday. She brought homemade soup and we sat in the common area talking. She told me she'd seen the moving trucks on Tuesday and thought it was odd that I wasn't there supervising. She said Robert had come over to her house at some point and told her I was too emotional to handle the move myself. That's why he said they were doing it without me. That was it. That was the moment I decided I had to do something. They'd lied to the neighbors. They'd made me look like I was incompetent, and they'd stolen from me, because that's what it was. Theft. Monday morning I called an elder law attorney. My late wife's friend had recommended her a while back when we were updating our wills. I went to her office and explained everything. She asked if I had documentation of what they took. I showed her the photos from the house, the list I'd made of missing items. She asked what I wanted to happen. I told her I wanted my things back. Not all of it, just specific things. My father's military medals, the photo albums, some of the heirlooms that were meant to be passed down, not just grabbed, and I wanted them to stop taking anything else without asking me first. She drafted a letter to all 3 of my children. It listed the specific items I wanted returned, and stated clearly that I had not given permission for anything to be removed from my home. It said any further removal of property without my explicit written consent would be considered theft. She sent it out that afternoon. Then we took care of the storage unit. I had the locks changed and put everything into a trust with her office as trustee. I added a notice that my children were not allowed access under any circumstances. It felt extreme, but I didn't know what else to do. I couldn't risk losing anything else. The kids got the lawyer's letter on Thursday. Robert called me within an hour. He was furious. He asked how I could get a lawyer involved against my own children. I said they took my things without asking, and what did he expect me to do? He said this was insane and that we were done. He told me not to call him anymore and hung up. Linda called later that day crying. She asked how I could do this to them after everything they'd done for me. I tried to explain again that I just wanted to be asked, that I wanted some control over my own life. She said I was being cruel and that she couldn't talk to me right now. Michael showed up at Meadowbrook in person the next day. He had the antique dresser in his truck and several boxes of photo albums. He brought them into my apartment and said he was sorry. He said he should have stood up to Robert. He said Robert had convinced both him and Linda that I wouldn't care about the furniture, that I'd be relieved to have it taken care of. Michael was the only one who actually apologized and meant it, but the damage was done. Robert wasn't speaking to me. Linda was barely responding to my calls, and I was sitting in my new apartment surrounded by the few things I'd managed to get back, wondering how my family had fallen apart so quickly over furniture and heirlooms. It's been 6 weeks since I moved into Meadowbrook. The lawyer's letter got me some things back. The photo albums, my father's medals, a few other pieces Michael returned, but a lot is still gone. And my family is fractured in a way I'm not sure can be fixed. Word got around the old neighborhood about what happened. Mrs. Chen told some of the other neighbors, and I started getting cards at Meadowbrook. A couple I knew from down the street, the Hendersons, actually showed up one day with my wife's garden gnome collection. They said they'd found it on the curb the day my kids cleared out the house. Robert had thrown it out. I didn't even know it was gone. My wife had collected those gnomes for 30 years. The Hendersons kept them in their garage for weeks, hoping to return them to me. The staff here noticed I wasn't doing well. I was quiet during meals, keeping to myself. One of the social workers sat down with me in the common area and asked if I was settling in okay. I broke down and told her everything. She didn't seem surprised. She said she'd seen this before. Families assuming that once someone moves into assisted living, they don't need their old life anymore. She said it happens more than people think. 2 weeks after the letter, Robert sent me an email. Not a phone call, an email. He said I was being selfish and ungrateful. He said they'd put their lives on hold to help me move, and this was how I was repaying them. He said I didn't need all that stuff anymore, and I should be more generous with family. He said keeping everything locked away in storage was hoarding, and it wasn't fair to them. The email was cold. It felt like he was talking to a stranger, not his father. Linda stopped answering my calls completely. I tried a few times and she'd let it go to voicemail. I left messages, but she never called back. Michael is the only one who still visits. He comes by twice a week and we have lunch in the dining room here. But even he admitted his wife thinks I went too far with the lawyer. She thinks family should work things out without getting legal people involved. My granddaughter, Robert's daughter, has been sneaking over to see me. She's not supposed to. Robert forbade her from visiting her ungrateful grandpa. But she comes anyway. She's the one who told me Robert sold the dining room set. He took it to an antique dealer and got $3,000 for it. That table belonged to my parents. I'd eaten dinner at that table as a kid. My wife and I hosted every holiday meal there. And he sold it 2 weeks after taking it from my house. The house sale closed last week. The money went into my account like it was supposed to. But apparently my kids expected to get a share for all their help with the move and the sale. My lawyer told me it was my house and my money, that I didn't owe them anything. But I know they're angry about it. Robert sent another email saying I was being vindictive by keeping all the money when they'd done so much work. I've been thinking about my will a lot lately. I had planned to split everything equally between the 3 kids. Now I'm meeting with the lawyer next week to update it. Everything is going to Michael. There will be specific bequests to the grandchildren who still visit me, but Robert and Linda won't be mentioned. It feels wrong to cut out your own children, but they cut me out first. The activities director here, Margaret, told me last week that I did the right thing. She said it was my life, my choices, my belongings. She said too many people in this place let their families steamroll them, and they end up feeling like they don't matter anymore. But even with her reassurance, I lie awake at night wondering if maybe Robert and Linda are right. Maybe I am being unreasonable. They're my children. I raised them, loved them, helped them buy their houses, paid for their weddings. Is protecting my late wife's things really worth losing 2 of my 3 children? Mrs. Chen thinks they're in the wrong. She came by yesterday and said watching them clear out my house like vultures was shameful. She said they should have asked me, should have respected that I needed time to process leaving my home. But she's not their mother. She doesn't understand how complicated it is. Michael brought his kids to visit yesterday. They're teenagers now, 14 and 16. While we were sitting in my apartment, there was a knock on the door. It was Robert's grandkids, my great-grandchildren. They'd snuck over too. Their parents don't know they're here. All these kids sitting in my little apartment. And they started asking about the jewelry box on my dresser. They wanted to know about the pieces inside, wanted to hear the stories about where each thing came from. That's when it hit me. That's exactly why I wanted to keep these things. Not to hoard them or be selfish, but to share the stories when I was ready. To pass them down with context and meaning, not just have them grabbed and divided up like I was already gone. I wanted to tell my grandchildren about their grandmother's pearls, about how my father earned those medals, about the history in each piece. I wanted to choose when and how to let go. But this morning I got another email from Robert. He said, until I apologized for getting the lawyer involved and gave back what I was hoarding, we were done. He said Linda agreed with him. He said I was on my own now. So I'm sitting here in my assisted living apartment with my wife's jewelry box, some photo albums, and my father's medals. I have one son who still speaks to me and grandchildren who have to sneak around to visit. The storage unit is locked up tight with the rest of my life inside it, protected by legal documents and changed locks. My children say I'm selfish. My neighbor says they were shameful. I just wanted to be asked. I wanted someone to care about what I wanted to do with my own belongings, and now I'm wondering if standing up for myself cost me my family. Suddenly, my best friend uninvited me from her wedding after I couldn't afford the dress. I, 27, have been best friends with Sarah, also 27, since we were literally 6 years old. We met in first grade when she shared her fruit snacks with me at lunch, and from that day on we were inseparable. We did everything together growing up. Sleepovers every weekend, matching Halloween costumes. We even went to the same college. We used to joke that we'd be each other's maids of honor someday. That our kids would grow up together. All that stuff you say when you think a friendship is going to last forever. So when Sarah got engaged 8 months ago, I was genuinely excited for her. She called me literally 10 minutes after it happened, crying happy tears. And the first thing she said after telling me about the proposal was asking me to be her maid of honor. Of course I said yes. I mean, this was Sarah, my person. I would have done anything for her. The first few months of wedding planning were actually fun. We looked at venues together, tasted cakes, scrolled through Pinterest for hours picking out color schemes. She went with this very specific aesthetic, kind of a romantic garden vibe with lots of sage green and cream colors. Everything had to be perfect, which I got. It was her wedding. I was just happy to be involved. Then she sent me the link to the bridesmaid dress. I was at work when I got the text, so I just quickly clicked on it thinking it would be some pretty dress we'd all wear. The page loaded and I saw the price, $1,800. I literally had to close my phone and reopen it because I thought I was seeing things wrong. But no, $1,800 for a dress I'd wear once. For context, my rent is $950 a month, so this dress cost nearly 2 months of my rent, and I was barely making rent as it was. I'd lost my main job 6 months earlier when the company downsized, and I'd been scrambling ever since, working 2 part-time jobs just to keep my head above water. I had maybe $300 in my savings account on a good month. I spent the whole rest of my shift trying to figure out how to bring this up to Sarah. I didn't want to seem unsupportive or like I didn't care about her wedding, but I also couldn't just manifest $1,800 out of thin air. That night, I texted her asking if we could talk about the dress. She called me right away, all excited, going on about how she'd been searching for months for the perfect one and how this was exactly the vision she had. I tried to be gentle about it. I told her I loved the dress, it was beautiful, but the price was really out of my budget right now. I explained that things had been tight since I lost my job, that I was working 2 jobs but still barely covering my bills. I asked if maybe we could find something similar but more affordable, or if the bridesmaids could pick their own dresses in the same color family so everyone could work within their budget. She got quiet for a second, then said it was her wedding, and this was the dress she wanted. She said she'd been planning this day her whole life, and she had a specific vision for how everything should look. I tried again, explaining that I literally could not afford it without going into serious debt, and she just said she'd think about it and let me know. I felt terrible after that call, like I was letting her down on the most important day of her life. But I also couldn't ignore the fact that $1,800 would destroy me financially. I was already behind on my credit card payments. I'd been eating rice and beans for dinner most nights to save money. There was just no way. A few days went by and I didn't hear from her, which was weird because we usually talked every day. I texted her a couple times with no response. Then I tried calling and it went straight to voicemail. I started getting anxious, wondering if she was mad at me. I sent another text saying I was sorry I couldn't do the dress, but I still wanted to help however I could. I offered to help with DIY decorations, coordinate vendors, do day of setup, literally anything that didn't cost money. I just wanted her to know I was still there for her, still wanted to support her wedding even if I couldn't be in the bridesmaid dress she wanted. She left me on red. A week went by, a full week of silence. I was starting to think maybe she just needed time to cool off, that eventually we'd talk it through and figure something out. Maybe I could be a bridesmaid in a different dress, or just come as a regular guest and help behind the scenes. I was willing to work with whatever she needed. Then I got the text. I was getting ready for my morning shift at the coffee shop when my phone buzzed. It was from Sarah. The message was long and formal, not at all how she usually texted me. She said she'd thought about it and decided it was best if I didn't come to the wedding at all. Not just as a bridesmaid, but at all. Not even as a guest. She said I clearly wasn't in a place to support her right now, and having someone there who couldn't even commit to the bridesmaid dress was ruining the aesthetic she'd worked so hard to create. She said she needed people around her who could show up fully, and she hoped I understood. I read that text probably 15 times sitting on the edge of my bed. 21 years of friendship, and I was being uninvited from her wedding entirely because I couldn't afford a dress, not even allowed to come celebrate with her. Just completely cut out. I tried calling her immediately. It went straight to voicemail. I tried again. Same thing. I sent a text back asking if we could please just talk in person, that I didn't understand what was happening. She read it within a minute but never responded. That's when it really hit me that this wasn't just about the dress anymore. My best friend since childhood had just ended our friendship over text because I was too poor to fit into her wedding aesthetic. I spent the entire next day in this weird fog. I called in sick to work because I honestly couldn't function. I just kept rereading that text over and over, trying to make sense of it. Part of me kept thinking there had to be some misunderstanding, that Sarah didn't really mean it the way it sounded. But the words were pretty clear. I was ruining her aesthetic. I couldn't show up fully. I wasn't welcome. I tried calling her 3 more times that day, every single time straight to voicemail. She'd either blocked me or was just refusing to pick up. I sent one more text, just saying I was confused and hurt and asking her to please explain what was happening. She never even read it. That's when I knew she'd actually blocked my number. The worst part was that I immediately started wondering if I was the one in the wrong. Like maybe I was being selfish. This was supposed to be the happiest time of Sarah's life, her wedding day, and here I was making it about money. Maybe I should have just figured it out somehow. Put it on a credit card, dealt with the debt later, worried about how to pay it off after the wedding. Isn't that what you're supposed to do for your best friend? I kept thinking about all the times Sarah had been there for me. When my dad died in college, she drove 4 hours to be with me and stayed the entire week. When my ex-boyfriend cheated on me, she showed up at my apartment with ice cream and we stayed up all night while I cried. When I lost my job, she'd been supportive and encouraging. So, shouldn't I be willing to go into debt for her one special day? Was I really throwing away 21 years of friendship because I didn't want to max out my credit cards? I talked to my mom about it the next day. I probably shouldn't have because I knew she'd just take my side, but I needed someone to tell me I wasn't crazy. My mom was furious. She said Sarah was being completely unreasonable and that real friends don't demand things you can't afford. She said if Sarah couldn't understand my financial situation, then she wasn't much of a friend to begin with. But I don't know. Hearing that just made me feel worse. Like maybe my mom just didn't understand how important weddings are, how much pressure Sarah was under to make everything perfect. My boyfriend had a similar reaction when I told him. He was genuinely confused about why anyone would uninvite their best friend from their wedding over a dress. He said it seemed like Sarah cared more about how things looked than about having the people who actually mattered to her there. But again, I just felt defensive. Like everyone was being too harsh on Sarah and not understanding her perspective. The thing is, I wanted to believe there was some explanation I was missing. That maybe Sarah was just stressed and would realize she'd overreacted and we'd fix this. So I kept checking my phone obsessively, waiting for her to reach out and say she'd made a mistake. But days went by with nothing. About a week after the text, I decided to reach out to Emily, one of the other bridesmaids. Emily and I had always been friendly, not like best friends or anything, but we'd hung out in group settings and she seemed nice. I figured maybe she'd have some insight into what was going on with Sarah, or maybe she could talk to Sarah for me. I sent Emily a casual message just asking how wedding planning was going. She responded pretty quickly, but her tone seemed off, kind of careful, like she was choosing her words really deliberately. I eventually just asked her directly if Sarah had said anything about me. There was a long pause, like she was typing and deleting and typing again. Finally, she told me that yes, she'd heard I wasn't going to be in the wedding anymore. Then she said something that made my stomach drop. She said she understood the dress was expensive, that she'd actually put it on her credit card because she didn't have the money up front either. She said she was kind of panicking about how she was going to pay it off, but she hadn't wanted to say anything after what happened to me. I asked what she meant by that, and she admitted that 2 other bridesmaids had done the same thing. They'd all gone into debt for this dress, and they were all stressed about it. But no one wanted to speak up because they'd seen how Sarah had reacted when I couldn't afford it. That hit me hard. These girls had put themselves in financial trouble because they were scared to say no. And I realized that if I just kept my mouth shut and done the same thing, I'd still be invited to the wedding. I'd just also be drowning in credit card debt I had no way to pay off. Then a couple days later, Jessica, another bridesmaid, texted me privately. She said she felt like I should know that Sarah had been talking about me to the bridal party. According to Jessica, Sarah had told everyone that I'd abandoned her, that I'd chosen money over our friendship, that I clearly didn't care enough about her to be there for her wedding. Sarah had made it sound like I'd just blown her off, not that I literally couldn't afford what she was asking. I felt sick reading that. Sarah was actively rewriting what had happened, making me out to be the villain in her story. And all the bridesmaids had heard this version of events, so they probably all thought I was just a bad friend who ditched Sarah when she needed me. The final straw came about 2 weeks after the initial text. I was scrolling through Instagram, which I probably shouldn't have been doing, and I saw that Sarah had posted a photo of her and the bridesmaids at some planning meeting. They were all holding champagne glasses and laughing, and the caption said something like, "So grateful to be surrounded by my real friends who show up when it matters most. Can't wait to celebrate with these amazing women by my side. Real friends who show up," that's what she wrote. Like I hadn't shown up. Like I hadn't offered to help in every other possible way. Like I'd just abandoned her for fun. I stared at that post for probably 10 minutes, and something just clicked in my head. This wasn't about the dress anymore. Maybe it had never really been about the dress. This was about Sarah needing everything to be exactly the way she wanted it, and anyone who couldn't deliver on that getting cut out. Our entire friendship had apparently been conditional, and I'd just never realized it until the conditions became something I couldn't meet. That's when I knew I was done trying to fix this. I made the decision right there, sitting on my couch staring at that Instagram post. I wasn't going to fight this. I wasn't going to try to explain myself or defend my side of the story or beg Sarah to understand. I was just done. The next day I went to the store and bought a simple congratulations card. Nothing fancy, just one of those generic ones with flowers on the front. I sat down and wrote out a message that took me probably an hour to get right. I told her I was sorry things had ended this way, that I wished her nothing but happiness on her wedding day and in her marriage, and that I hoped her day would be everything she'd dreamed of. I didn't apologize for not being able to afford the dress. I didn't try to explain my side again. I didn't say anything about being hurt or confused. I just kept it short and genuine, and then I signed my name. I mailed it the next morning, and that was it. That was my closure, I guess. Then I did something that felt both necessary and completely devastating. I blocked Sarah on all social media, Instagram, Facebook, everything. I didn't want to see wedding countdown posts or dress fittings or bachelorette party photos. I didn't want to torture myself watching her celebrate this wedding that I'd been erased from. It felt like the right thing to do, but it also felt like I was blocking out 21 years of my life. I went through my apartment that weekend and took down all the photos of us. There were more than I'd realized. Pictures from high school dances, college graduation, random nights out, vacation trips we'd taken together. My entire life was documented with Sarah in it, and now I was packing all of it away into a box that I shoved in the back of my closet. It hurt more than any romantic breakup I'd ever been through. At least with a boyfriend, you kind of expect that it might end someday. But your best friend since you were 6? You don't plan for that. The hardest part was realizing that this hadn't come out of nowhere. I started thinking back over the past few years and seeing patterns I'd been ignoring. The way Sarah would get annoyed if I couldn't afford to go to expensive brunches or trips she wanted to take. How she'd make little comments about my apartment being small or my car being old. The time she'd been upset that I couldn't chip in as much as everyone else for her birthday dinner at this fancy restaurant. I'd always brushed it off as her just being particular or having high standards. But now I was seeing it differently. Our friendship had been becoming transactional for a while. I'd just been too close to it to notice. The wedding was supposed to be in early June. I didn't keep track of the exact date once I'd been uninvited, but I knew roughly when it was happening. That whole week I felt anxious and sad, wondering how the day was going, if Sarah thought about me at all, if she even noticed I wasn't there. I ended up picking up extra shifts at work just to keep myself busy and not think about it. Then, about 2 weeks after the wedding would have happened, I got a message from Emily. She said she'd been thinking about me and wanted to check in on how I was doing. We ended up talking for a while, and she told me some things that honestly made me feel validated but also really sad for everyone involved. Apparently, the financial pressure hadn't stopped at the dress. The bridesmaids had also been required to use Sarah's chosen hair and makeup artist, which was $400 per person. They'd all had to contribute $200 each to the bridal shower. And then there was the bachelorette party in Miami that had cost each of them around $1,500 for the weekend. Emily said she'd put almost everything on credit cards and was now looking at months of debt. She said a couple of the other bridesmaids were in the same situation. Jessica reached out separately and told me basically the same thing. She said that looking back, she wished she'd had the courage to say no like I did. She said the whole wedding had been stressful, and that Sarah had been really demanding about everything being perfect, to the point where it stopped being fun. She said she was happy for Sarah, but also kind of relieved it was over. Then Melissa, the third bridesmaid, sent me a message too. She said she'd gone into debt for the wedding and now her husband was mad at her because they'd been trying to save for a house and this had completely derailed their plans. She said she felt stupid for letting it get that far, but at the time she just felt like she couldn't say no. Hearing all of this made me realize I'd actually dodged a bullet. If I'd somehow found a way to afford that dress, I would have been pressured into all these other expenses too. I'd probably be thousands of dollars in debt right now, struggling even more than I already was. And for what? To stand next to someone who clearly valued appearances over actual friendship? It's been about 3 months now since that text. Sarah never reached out after I sent the card, not to thank me, not to apologize, nothing. I saw through a mutual friend's post that the wedding happened and looked beautiful, exactly the aesthetic she'd been going for. I'm genuinely glad she got the day she wanted. I don't wish anything bad for her, but I also don't miss her, which is maybe the weirdest part of all of this. I thought losing a friendship that had lasted over 2 decades would destroy me, but honestly, I feel lighter. I'm not constantly trying to keep up with someone whose standards I could never meet. I'm not making excuses for why I can't afford things or feeling guilty about my financial situation. My real friends, the ones who've stuck around, have never once made me feel bad about where I am in life. My financial situation is slowly getting better. I picked up some freelance work that's helped, and I'm starting to rebuild my savings. I'm still working on paying down my credit cards, but at least I'm not adding thousands more in wedding debt to that pile. Every time I check my bank account, I'm grateful I said no. Sometimes I still wonder what our friendship actually meant, if it could end so easily over money. 21 years should count for something, right? But I think the truth is that it had been ending for a while, and the dress was just the thing that finally broke it. Sarah wanted a certain kind of friend, someone who could match her lifestyle and fit into her vision of how things should be. And I'm just not that person. I probably never was. So was I wrong to walk away from a decades-long friendship over a wedding dress I couldn't afford? I don't think so anymore. I think I walked away from a friendship that had stopped being a friendship a long time ago. Out of nowhere, my brother demanded I give him my inheritance share for his wedding. I, 30, recently lost my grandmother about 3 months ago. She was the kind of person who always made sure everyone was treated fairly, right down to making sure the holiday cookies were divided equally among the grandkids even when we were adults. She left behind a modest inheritance that was split equally between me, my younger brother Kyle, 26, and our 2 cousins. My share came out to about $45,000, which honestly felt like a gift from beyond. I'd been talking to her about wanting to buy a house someday, and she knew how hard I'd been saving. The plan was to use this money as a down payment, finally get out of my apartment and into something that was actually mine. Kyle announced his engagement to his girlfriend Sarah about a month after we all got our inheritance checks. I was genuinely happy for him. Sarah's great. They've been together for like 3 years, and it felt like the right move. I went to their engagement party, brought a nice bottle of wine, congratulated them both. Kyle was talking about wedding plans already, going on about venues and how they wanted something memorable. I figured they'd plan something within their budget like normal people do. I didn't think much of it beyond that. Then, 2 weeks later, Kyle showed up at my apartment on a Tuesday evening. No text, no call, just knocked on my door. I thought maybe something was wrong because he never just drops by. I let him in, offered him a beer, and we sat down. He seemed kind of wired, excited maybe. He started talking about the wedding right away, the venue they were looking at, how much the photographer cost, catering prices, the whole thing. I was half listening, honestly, nodding along because wedding planning talk isn't really my thing. I figured he just needed to vent about how expensive everything was. That's when he said it. Just casual, like he was asking to borrow my lawnmower. So I was thinking, since you don't really need your inheritance right now, you could give me your share to help make this wedding perfect. I actually laughed. I thought he was joking, like doing some bit about how weddings cost too much. But he just sat there looking at me completely serious, waiting for an answer. That's when I realized he meant it. He wanted my entire inheritance, all $45,000. For his wedding, I told him no, obviously. I said I was planning to buy a house, that this was something I'd talked about with Grandma, that she knew what I wanted to do with the money. Kyle's face changed. He got this look like I'd just insulted him. He said weddings are once-in-a-lifetime events, and that it would mean so much to the family to see him and Sarah have the perfect day. I pointed out that buying a house is also kind of a big deal, and that the money was left to both of us equally for a reason. That's when his tone shifted. He leaned back and said, "Seriously? You're going to be selfish about this? It's just money sitting in your account." Just money. Like $45,000 was nothing. Like Grandma's careful planning to make sure we were all treated fairly meant nothing. I told him it wasn't about being selfish. It was about the fact that this was my inheritance, left to me, for my future. He could use his own share for the wedding if he wanted. He stood up and started pacing, said I was being ridiculous, that family supports each other, that this was important. Then he pulled out the big one. Grandma would have wanted this. She would have wanted us to support each other. That one actually made me angry, using Grandma to guilt me into handing over money she specifically left for me. I told him that was a low blow, and that Grandma left us equal shares because she wanted us each to have our own security. Kyle wasn't hearing it. He said I was being difficult, and that everyone would know I couldn't even help my own brother on his wedding day. I asked him why he was planning a wedding he couldn't afford, and that just set him off more. He said some things about me always thinking I'm better than him, about how I've always been the golden child, stuff that didn't even make sense. I stayed calm, which probably made it worse, and just kept saying no. Finally, he headed for the door. Right before he left, he turned around and said, "I'll remember this when you need something from me." Then he was gone. I just stood there in my apartment trying to figure out what the hell had just happened. My brother had come over, demanded my entire inheritance, and then left mad at me for not giving it to him. For his wedding. A wedding that, as far as I knew, he hadn't even tried to budget properly. I didn't sleep well that night. Part of me kept thinking, maybe I should have been nicer about it, explained it better. But the other part of me was furious that I even had to explain why I wasn't giving away $45,000. That's not a small favor. That's not borrowing $20 or helping someone move. That's my entire inheritance from my grandmother. The next day I got a call from my mom. I knew immediately that Kyle had gotten to her first. She opened with asking how I was doing, which is never a good sign with her because it means she's working up to something. Then she said Kyle had mentioned I wasn't able to help with the wedding. That's how she phrased it, not able to help, like I was broke or something. I explained that Kyle had asked for my entire inheritance, and I'd said no. There was a pause on the line. Then she said, "Can't you just help your brother out? It's his special day." I felt that familiar pressure starting to build. The family pressure. the expectation that I should just go along with things to keep everyone happy. I explained again that it wasn't a matter of helping out with a few $100s. It was everything, my whole share, my house down payment, my future. Mom got quiet and then said, "Well, family comes first." And that was pretty much the end of the conversation. That's when I knew this wasn't going to blow over. This was going to be a whole thing. The next week was brutal. I got calls and texts from relatives I hadn't heard from in months. First was my Aunt Linda, who's Kyle's godmother and has always been weirdly protective of him. She sent me this long text about family bonds and being there when it matters. Really flowery language about how we only get one chance to celebrate love and how regret lasts forever. I didn't respond right away because I was trying to figure out what version of events Kyle had told everyone. Based on the messages I was getting, he definitely made it sound like I was refusing to chip in for the wedding at all. Not that he demanded my entire inheritance. My cousin Marcus was the only one who seemed to get it. He called me and was actually straightforward about it. Said Kyle had asked him for money too, about $10,000, and he'd turned him down. Marcus told me Kyle was going around to everyone trying to fund this wedding and that I shouldn't feel bad. That helped a little, knowing I wasn't the only one being hit up for cash. But it also made me realize how desperate Kyle must be to afford whatever he was planning. Then Sarah called, Kyle's fiancée. That one was harder because Sarah was crying and saying she never wanted any of this to cause family drama. She said she didn't even know Kyle had asked me for money until after it happened, and that she'd told him it was too much. I actually felt bad for her. She seemed genuinely upset that this was turning into a thing. I told her I had nothing against her and wished them both well, but that my inheritance wasn't something I could just give away. She said she understood and apologized for everything. After we hung up, I wondered if Kyle had told her it was all $45,000 or if he downplayed that part too. About 2 weeks after the initial blow-up, my mom organized a family dinner. She said it was just to talk things through and clear the air. I should have known better. I showed up at my parents' house and realized pretty quickly that this wasn't a casual dinner. Kyle was there with Sarah, Aunt Linda was there, a couple of uncles, my cousins. It felt like an ambush. My dad looked uncomfortable the second I walked in, which told me he probably didn't know this was the plan either. We sat down and my mom tried to keep things light at first, but everyone could feel the tension. Kyle wouldn't even look at me. Finally, after we'd been sitting there for maybe 20 minutes, Aunt Linda started in. She said something about how family needs to come together during important moments and how holding grudges helps no one. I wasn't even holding a grudge. I just said no to giving away my money. But that's how it was being framed now. Like I was being petty. Then Kyle spoke up. He'd apparently prepared something because he had this whole speech ready. Said he understood I wanted to keep my inheritance, that he got it. But then he presented what he called a compromise. He wanted $35,000 from me and said I could keep $10,000, like he was being generous by letting me keep a fraction of my own money. He said it would cover most of the wedding costs, and I'd still have something left over. My mom was nodding along like this was reasonable. I just said no, flat out. Told him this wasn't a negotiation because it was my inheritance and I wasn't giving him any of it. That it wasn't about being unsupportive. It was about the fact that Grandma left this money to me for my future, not for his wedding. Kyle's face went red. He said if I couldn't support him and Sarah on the most important day of their lives, then I shouldn't bother being there at all. Just like that. You're officially uninvited to the wedding. Don't bother showing up if you can't support us. A couple of people gasped. My mom looked shocked. Aunt Linda tried to say something about everyone needing to calm down, but Kyle was on a roll. He said he was done begging me for help and that he'd remember who was really there for him when it mattered. Sarah looked like she wanted to disappear. My dad, who'd been silent this whole time, finally spoke up and told Kyle that was enough. But Kyle shot back that Dad wouldn't understand, because he always took my side anyway. I stood up, told everyone I was leaving. My mom tried to stop me, said we needed to work this out, but I was done. I walked out and sat in my car for a few minutes just trying to process what had happened. A family dinner had turned into an intervention designed to pressure me into funding my brother's wedding, and when I refused, I got uninvited. Over money that was mine to begin with. Dad texted me later that night. Said he was sorry about how things went and that Kyle was out of line. That helped a little. At least, someone in my immediate family wasn't acting like I was the villain here. Cousin Marcus called too and said he thought Kyle was completely out of line and that uninviting me was childish. But then I got a text from my mom. I hope you can reconsider before you lose your brother over money. Like I was the one creating the rift. Like I demanded something from him instead of the other way around. The next few weeks were weird. I'd see posts from family members on social media about the upcoming wedding, all excited and supportive. Nobody mentioned the family drama. Nobody acknowledged that Kyle had uninvited his own brother. It was like everyone had agreed to pretend everything was fine as long as I was the one on the outside. I thought about reaching out, maybe trying to smooth things over, but every time I considered it, I got angry all over again. Why should I have to apologize? I didn't do anything wrong. My mom called a few more times trying to get me to change my mind. Not about the money anymore, just about coming to the wedding. She said I'd regret missing it and that this would blow over if I just showed up. But Kyle hadn't apologized, hadn't taken back the ultimatum. And I wasn't about to go sit through a wedding where half the family thought I was a selfish jerk who couldn't support his own brother. So I told her I wasn't going. She got quiet, and then said she was disappointed in me. That stung more than I expected. The family had split. Dad and Marcus on my side quietly, Mom and Aunt Linda and a bunch of others on Kyle's side loudly, and me, just trying to figure out how my grandmother's inheritance had turned into the thing that blew up my family. The wedding day came, and I spent it hiking, turned my phone off, drove out to a state park about an hour away, and just walked. It felt better than sitting at home thinking about what I was missing. I know people say you'll regret not being there for family milestones, but honestly, I felt more at peace on that trail than I would have felt sitting in a church pew pretending everything was fine. When I got home that evening and turned my phone back on, there were a few texts from Dad asking if I was okay. Nothing from Kyle, obviously. Nothing from Mom either, which somehow felt worse. I did look at social media later that night. Couldn't help myself. The wedding looked nice. Not over the top. Not like the kind of thing that would need $45,000 or even $80,000. Sarah looked beautiful. Kyle looked happy. There were the usual reception photos, people dancing, the cake cutting. It looked like they'd scaled things down, or maybe Sarah's family had helped out. Part of me felt relieved that they'd figured it out without my money. The other part felt bitter that I'd been put through all that drama for a wedding that clearly happened just fine without me. The 2 weeks after the wedding were radio silence from Kyle. Not that I expected anything different, but it was strange having this giant thing happen in the family and not talking about it with him at all. Mom was civil when I called to check in, but distant. She'd give me one-word answers and not ask about my life. Dad told me privately that she was hurt I hadn't come to the wedding and that she blamed me for the family tension. He said to give her time. I wanted to point out that Kyle was the one who uninvited me, but I was tired of defending myself. About a month after the wedding, I got a call from Aunt Linda. I almost didn't answer because I figured it would be more guilt-tripping, but something made me pick up. The conversation started awkward. Lots of pauses, her asking about work and the weather. Then she said she'd been thinking about everything that happened, and that she owed me an apology. Said that what Kyle asked for was ridiculous, and she should have said something at the time. But she hadn't wanted to cause problems before the wedding, so she'd just gone along with pressuring me instead. She actually used those words. Said she'd gone along with it to avoid being the bad guy. I didn't know what to say to that. Part of me wanted to be angry that she was only admitting this now, after I'd been made out to be the selfish one for weeks. But mostly I just felt tired. I told her I appreciated her saying something and we left it at that. But then it kept happening. My uncle called a few days later with basically the same speech. Then one of my cousins. Then another aunt. All of them saying they'd thought about it and realized Kyle was out of line. All of them admitting they knew it at the time, but stayed quiet. Every conversation felt the same. They'd known I was right. They'd known Kyle's demand was outrageous. But nobody wanted to say it before the wedding because that would have made them the problem. So instead, they'd let me be the problem. Let me take all the heat. And now they were quietly apologizing after the fact like that made it better. I started to realize that nobody actually thought I should have given Kyle the money. They just thought I should have been the one to sacrifice my future to keep everyone else comfortable. Marcus joked that I should throw a huge housewarming party when I bought my place and invite everyone except Kyle. I laughed, but I also kind of meant it when I laughed. The pettiness felt earned at that point. I started seriously house hunting about 6 weeks after the wedding. Met with a realtor, got pre-approved for a mortgage, started looking at places. It felt good to actually use the money for what I'd planned, to see Grandma's gift turning into something real. Every time I toured a house, I thought about how, if I'd given in to Kyle, I wouldn't be doing this. I'd be back in my apartment with nothing to show for it except a brother who'd still probably be mad at me about something else by now. Mom slowly started warming back up. She never said Kyle was wrong, never apologized for the dinner ambush or for pressuring me. But she started asking about the houses I was looking at, started acting more like herself when we talked. Dad said she was coming around in her own way. I guess that's the best I'm going to get from her. Kyle and I haven't talked. Not once since the dinner. I don't even know what we'd say to each other at this point. Dad thinks Kyle will eventually apologize, but says it might take a while because Kyle's stubborn and probably embarrassed. I don't know if I believe that. Kyle seemed pretty convinced he was in the right. And even if he does apologize someday, I'm not sure it fixes anything. You can't just demand someone's inheritance, uninvite them from your wedding, turn half the family against them, and then say sorry and expect everything to go back to normal. I saw him about 2 weeks ago at a family barbecue. Dad's birthday thing that I couldn't really skip without making everything worse. Kyle was there with Sarah. We didn't speak, didn't even really make eye contact. Just existed in the same space like strangers who happened to know the same people. Sarah said hi to me, which was nice of her. Kyle just stayed on the other side of the yard the whole time. Mom kept looking between us like she was waiting for one of us to make a move, but neither of us did. The whole thing made me sad in a way I didn't expect. Not sad like I regretted keeping my money, but sad that this is what we are now. Brothers who don't talk, brothers who avoid each other at family events, all because he wanted a fancy wedding and thought my inheritance was the solution. Sometimes I wonder if we'll ever actually be close again or if this is just permanent now. If in 10 years we'll still be the brothers who don't speak and nobody will quite remember why it started, just that it did. I'm closing on a house next month. 3 bedrooms, nice yard, good neighborhood. It's exactly what I wanted. Exactly what Grandma's money was supposed to help me get. I keep thinking she'd be happy about that, about me using her gift the way we'd talked about. But I also think she'd be sad about Kyle and me. She always wanted us to be close. I don't know what she'd say about all this. Maybe that we're both being stubborn. Maybe that Kyle was wrong, but I should forgive him anyway. I guess I'll never know. Following my retirement, my children tried to push me into selling my house against my will. I'm 68 years old, and I retired 6 months ago after spending 3 decades as a school administrator. I have 3 kids. Mark is 42, Lisa is 39, and David is 35. I've lived in this same 4-bedroom house for over 40 years. My husband died 12 years ago, and I raised all 3 of them here by myself after that. When I finally retired, I thought I'd get to enjoy my time, maybe see the grandkids more, have Sunday dinners like we used to. I was looking forward to it. At first, things seemed normal. The kids started coming by more often, which I loved. But something felt off. They'd walk through the house in this weird way, like they were surveying it. Mark would stand in the living room and comment about how much space there was. Lisa kept asking me questions about my finances, like whether I had enough for retirement, if the house was paid off, stuff like that. David would mention how much the neighborhood had changed, how valuable everything had gotten. I brushed it off. I figured they were just concerned about me living alone in a big house at my age. Then the comments got more frequent. Every visit, Someone had something to say. Mark asked if I really needed 4 bedrooms. Lisa brought up how the stairs must be getting difficult for me, even though I've never complained about the stairs. David sent me Zillow links showing what houses in the area were selling for. It was constant, but I still didn't see what was coming. About 2 months after I retired, I invited everyone over for dinner. I cooked a full meal like I always do: roast chicken, mashed potatoes, the works. All 3 kids came with their spouses, and we ate and talked, and it felt nice. Normal. Then we finished dessert, and Mark got this look on his face. He cleared his throat and said we needed to talk about my living situation. I didn't understand what he meant at first. I thought maybe he was going to offer to help me with yard work or something. Then Lisa pulled out a folder. An actual folder, the kind you'd bring to a business meeting. She opened it up and started showing me papers. Real estate comparisons for houses in my neighborhood, cost estimates for moving, brochures for assisted living facilities, contact information for 3 different buyers who'd apparently expressed interest in homes on my street. I just sat there. I couldn't process what I was seeing. David started talking about how they could split the money 3 ways, how it would be fair for everyone, how it could really help set them all up for the future. Mark jumped in and said they'd done all the research already, that they'd thought through every detail, that all I needed to do was sign some preliminary paperwork. He actually slid papers across the table toward me. He said the buyer could close in 30 days and I could be in a nice facility by the end of the month. That's when it hit me. They'd planned this whole thing without ever asking me if I wanted to sell my house. They'd researched buyers. They'd looked at facilities. They'd calculated how to divide the money. They'd done everything except actually talk to me about whether this was something I wanted. They treated my agreement like a formality, like obviously I'd go along with it because they'd already decided. I asked them what made them think I wanted to sell. Mark said I needed to be realistic, that I was alone in a big house, and what if I fell or something happened to me? Lisa said they were just looking out for me, that this was what was best. She had tears in her eyes like I was the one being unreasonable. I told them no. I said I wasn't selling my house. The whole mood changed instantly. David called me difficult. Lisa actually started crying harder and said she couldn't believe I was being like this after everything they'd done to help. Mark said I wasn't thinking clearly, that I needed time to consider it. He left the folder on the table and told me to look through it when I was calmer. They all left within 15 minutes. I sat alone at my dining room table with dirty dishes everywhere and this folder full of my children's plans to sell my home out from under me. The next few days were a nightmare. They started calling constantly. Mark would call in the morning with some new argument about why selling made financial sense. Lisa would call in the afternoon, crying about how worried she was about me. David would call in the evening with his wife on speakerphone, and they'd both try to convince me together. They were tag-teaming me. It felt coordinated. Mark started sending emails. Long emails with spreadsheets and charts showing how much money I was losing by not selling in a hot market. He calculated property taxes and maintenance costs and tried to prove I couldn't afford to keep living here, even though I've been managing fine for years. Lisa showed up one day for lunch and brought her realtor friend. The woman walked through my house commenting on crown molding and original hardwood floors, while I stood there in shock. David came by with his wife and spent an hour telling me about how his kids needed help with college funds, how this money could change their lives. Every conversation ended the same way. They'd call me selfish or say I wasn't thinking about the family. Mark said I was being stubborn for no reason. Lisa said I clearly wasn't understanding the situation. David said I was making things harder than they needed to be. It was exhausting. I stopped answering the phone as much. I stopped inviting them over. I needed space to think, and they wouldn't give it to me. Then things got worse. I found out Mark had contacted a real estate lawyer without telling me. My sister called and said Lisa had told her I was declining mentally, that I couldn't make good decisions anymore. She was telling people I was losing it. David admitted during one argument that they'd already discussed which rooms they'd use to store their stuff while the house was on the market. They'd divided up my home before I'd ever agreed to sell it. During one particularly bad fight, Mark finally said what they were all thinking. He told me they'd been waiting for this house for years. He said, I couldn't take it with me. That's when I understood. This was never about my safety or my well-being. This was about money. This was about what they thought they deserved to inherit, and they didn't want to wait until I died to get it. I changed the locks the next day. I didn't tell them I was doing it. I just did it. I called a locksmith and had every lock in the house changed. Then I called each of them and told them they needed to start calling before coming over, and I'd decide whether I wanted to see them. Mark got angry and said I was being ridiculous. Lisa cried and said I was shutting them out. David didn't say much, but I could hear his wife yelling in the background about how disrespectful I was being. I didn't care anymore. They'd lost the privilege of just walking into my house whenever they wanted. The calls didn't stop, though. If anything, they got worse. Mark started calling from different numbers because I'd stopped answering his. Lisa would call and leave these long voicemails about how hurt she was, how she was just trying to help, how she didn't understand why I was doing this to the family. David's calls were shorter but meaner. He'd say things about how I was wasting everyone's time, how I was being stubborn for no reason, how I needed to grow up and face reality. It was like they'd all decided that if they just kept pushing, I'd eventually break. Mark sent me an email one day with the subject line, "Please read this with an open mind." It was 5 pages long, 5 pages about market trends and property values in my age and the statistics about elderly people living alone. He'd made graphs. He'd cited sources. He'd put together an entire presentation like I was a client he needed to convince. At the bottom, he wrote that he loved me and just wanted what was best for me. I deleted it without responding. Lisa tried a different approach. She showed up one afternoon without calling first and knocked on the door for 10 minutes. I didn't answer. She knew I was home because my car was in the driveway. She finally left, but not before shouting through the door that she was worried about me, that this wasn't normal behavior, that I was scaring her. The next day, my sister called and said Lisa had told her I wouldn't even answer my door anymore, that she was concerned about my mental state. Lisa was building a narrative that I was losing my mind, and she was spreading it to anyone who would listen. David's tactic was guilt. He brought his 2 kids by one weekend, rang the doorbell with them standing right there beside him. I looked through the peephole and saw my grandkids, and I almost opened the door. But I knew what he was doing. He was using them. When I didn't answer, I heard him tell the kids that Grandma must not be home, but I saw him look directly at my car. He knew I was there. He wanted me to know he was willing to use my relationship with my grandchildren as leverage. Things escalated about a month after the dinner. I got a call from a number I didn't recognize. When I answered, it was a real estate attorney. He said Mark had reached out to him about helping facilitate the sale of my property and wanted to schedule a consultation with me. I told him I never authorized anyone to contact him on my behalf and to not call me again. When I confronted Mark about it, he said he was just exploring options, just trying to get information so we could make an informed decision. Like it was our decision to make together. That's when I realized how far they were willing to go. They weren't going to stop. They'd keep pushing and manipulating and plotting until they got what they wanted. So I made an appointment with my own lawyer. I had her review my will, make sure everything was airtight, make sure there was no way they could contest anything after I died. I also asked her about my rights while I was still alive, about whether they could somehow force me to sell. She assured me they couldn't, that the house was mine and mine alone. It helped to hear that from someone official. But the family drama was just getting started. Lisa told my brother that I was making poor decisions and maybe someone needed to look into getting power of attorney. My brother called me confused, asking what was going on. I had to explain the whole situation to him. He was shocked. He said he'd talked to Lisa, but I don't know if it helped. David's wife sent me a long text message about how they were struggling financially, how David's job wasn't paying enough, how they had credit card debt and medical bills. She said this money from the house could solve everything for them, could give their kids a better life. She tried to make me feel guilty for having money when they were struggling. The worst part was when they started weaponizing the grandkids. Lisa stopped bringing her children over completely. David's visits stopped too. I'd been seeing my grandkids once or twice a week before all this, and suddenly I wasn't seeing them at all. Mark's daughter had a birthday party, and I wasn't invited. I found out about it from Facebook when his wife posted pictures. I'd never missed one of my grandkids' birthdays before. The extended family got involved too. My sister called and said I was being stubborn, that I should just compromise. One of my aunts left me a voicemail saying family was more important than a house, that I was going to regret this. A cousin I barely talked to sent me a Facebook message saying she'd heard I was having problems with the kids and maybe I should consider that they might be right. It felt like everyone was against me. The family group chat that we'd all been part of for years became unbearable. Every message was either someone taking their side or someone trying to play mediator. I muted it and stopped checking it. During one particularly bad phone call with Mark, I finally lost my temper. I asked him point blank if this was about money. He got quiet for a second, then said it was about more than that. It was about my safety and my future and making smart decisions. I told him I didn't believe him. He said I was being unfair. I said that he'd contacted lawyers and researched buyers without my permission, that he'd treated my home like it was already his. He got angry then, really angry. He said maybe it should be his, that he was the oldest, that he'd waited long enough. Then he seemed to realize what he'd said and tried to backtrack, but it was too late. I'd heard it, the truth. I hung up on him and didn't answer when he called back. I sat in my kitchen, the same kitchen where I'd fed my kids breakfast before school for years, where I'd taught them to bake cookies, where I'd comforted them through breakups and disappointments. I looked around at my home and felt completely alone. My children had turned on me over money they didn't even have yet, money from a house I was still living in, money they felt entitled to right now, regardless of what I wanted. About 2 weeks after that phone call with Mark, my cousin Janet reached out. We're not super close, but we see each other at family gatherings, and we've always gotten along fine. She called me out of the blue and said she needed to tell me something. She sounded nervous. She said she'd been at a family party at my sister's house the weekend before, and she'd overheard Mark and David talking in the kitchen. They didn't know she was there. According to Janet, Mark had made a bad investment in some business venture and was seriously underwater on it. David had racked up significant credit card debt, more than she'd realized anyone could even accumulate. And Lisa's husband had lost his job months ago and they were struggling. Janet said the two of them were talking about my house like it was already theirs, calculating what they'd each get after the sale, discussing how it would solve all their problems. David had apparently said something about how they'd been planning this for over a year, even before I retired. They'd just been waiting for the right time to approach me. She told me they were counting on that money like it was already in their bank accounts, like my house was their backup plan for their own poor decisions. Janet apologized for not reaching out sooner. She said she didn't know if she should get involved, but after hearing more family members call me stubborn and unreasonable, she felt like I deserved to know the truth. I thanked her and hung up. Then I just sat there. Part of me had already suspected it, but hearing it confirmed was different. My children had looked at their own financial messes and decided I was the solution. Not their spending habits, not their choices, but me. My house, my equity, my life's work. They'd planned it for a year, a whole year of fake concern and calculated comments, all leading up to that dinner where they'd ambushed me with folders and paperwork. It's been 4 months since that dinner now. I still live in my house. I'm still here, alone, but on my own terms. The kids and I barely talk anymore. Mark sends occasional emails, usually short ones asking how I'm doing. But there's always something in there about how we need to discuss things eventually, how we can't just avoid this forever. Lisa calls maybe once every couple weeks. The conversations are surface level and awkward. She asks about my health and tells me about the kids. But there's this tension underneath everything. David doesn't reach out much at all anymore. His wife sent me a friend request on Facebook that I ignored. I've only seen them a handful of times since I changed the locks. Twice at family events that I couldn't really avoid, and once when Mark showed up unannounced because he said he was worried. The visits are tense and superficial. We talk about the weather and current events and nothing real. Nobody mentions the house. Nobody apologizes. It's like we're all pretending it never happened, except we also all know that it defines our relationship now. The worst part is the grandkids. I barely see them anymore. I missed Mark's daughter's birthday party. I wasn't there for David's son's soccer game that he'd been excited about. Lisa hasn't brought her kids by in months. I see pictures on social media of family gatherings that I'm not invited to. My grandkids are growing up and I'm missing it, and it kills me. But I also know that if I give in, if I sell the house just to make everyone happy, I'll resent them forever. And they'll have learned that they can manipulate me into doing whatever they want. My sister still calls me stubborn. She's said multiple times that I should just give them something to smooth things over, maybe sell and split part of the money while keeping enough for a smaller place. She doesn't understand why I'm willing to destroy the family over this. My brother is more sympathetic, but even he thinks I should try to compromise somehow. One of my aunts told me at a wedding last month that I was being cruel, that families should help each other, that I had the means to help my children, and I was choosing not to. She said it loud enough that other people heard. Some nights I lie awake and wonder if I'm wrong, if maybe everyone else is right, and I'm just a bitter old woman holding on to a house while my family falls apart. I think about my grandkids and how much I miss them. I think about how holidays are going to be awkward and uncomfortable for years now. I think about whether this house is really worth all of this. But then I sit in my garden, the one I planted 35 years ago, and I remember why this matters. This is my home. I painted these walls. I chose these floors. I raised my children here and buried my husband's ashes in the backyard under the oak tree we planted together. This house holds 40 years of my life. And they wanted me to sign it away over dinner like it was nothing, like those 40 years meant nothing, like I meant nothing except as a source of money for them. I wonder when it changed. When did my children start seeing me as an obstacle instead of their mother? When did they start calculating my net worth instead of just calling to say hello? I keep trying to remember if there were signs I missed, times when they showed me this was who they were, and I just didn't want to see it. Maybe I spoiled them. Maybe I gave them too much growing up and they learned to expect it. Or maybe this is just who they became, and it has nothing to do with me. Last week, Lisa sent me an email with a link to a senior living facility. The place actually looked nice, I'll give her that. It had gardens and activities, and they allowed pets. Her note said, "Just think about it, Mom. You could make everyone happy." I stared at that sentence for a long time. You could make everyone happy. Not, you could be happy, or you could be safer, or even, we could have peace. You could make everyone happy. Like my happiness didn't factor into the equation at all. Like the only thing that mattered was whether I gave them what they wanted. I deleted the email without responding. I'm still here in my house. My children barely speak to me. Half the family thinks I'm unreasonable. I miss my grandkids so much it physically hurts sometimes. But I'm still here. And this is still my home. And I didn't let them take that from me. I just don't know if that makes me strong or if it makes me the villain in this story. I guess that's what I'm still trying to figure out. On Christmas morning, they opened my presents to the family without even mentioning my name. I'm an 82-year-old grandfather, and this happened last year at my eldest son David's house. David is 56 now, married to Linda, who's 53, and they have 2 kids still living at home. The whole family was there that Christmas. My younger son Michael, who's 52, came with his wife and their 3 kids, and my daughter Sarah, she's 49, brought her husband and their 2 boys. So we had about 15 people total, which used to feel warm and busy, but lately just feels chaotic. I'd spent weeks getting ready for Christmas. Started right after Thanksgiving, actually. I'm on a fixed income, so I can't buy fancy things, but I like making stuff with my hands. Keeps me busy since my wife Margaret passed 5 years ago. I knitted scarves for Linda, Sarah, and Michael's wife. Took me forever because my fingers aren't what they used to be, but I got them done. For the grandkids, I carved these little wooden animals, a bear, a fox, a couple of rabbits. Nothing fancy, but they turned out nice. And for my 3 kids, I'd gone through all our old photo albums and found pictures from when they were little, got them restored and framed. Margaret and I used to do gifts together, and after she died, I thought about stopping, but it's one of the last things that makes me feel connected to how things used to be. I packed everything carefully in a big cardboard box, wrapped each present in this specific wrapping paper with silver bells on it. Margaret always used that pattern. I drove over to David's house on Christmas Eve with the box in my passenger seat, feeling pretty good about everything. Christmas morning came and everyone gathered in the living room around the tree. There were presents everywhere. The kids were excited, and I put my box down near the tree with all the others. I sat in the armchair by the window, the one David always saves for me because it's easier for me to get in and out of. I was looking forward to watching everyone open what I'd made. That's always been my favorite part, seeing their faces. David started playing Santa, pulling presents from under the tree and reading the tags. The kids went first, tearing through their stuff. Then the adults started exchanging gifts. I watched my box sitting there untouched, figured they were saving it for later or something. An hour went by. Most of the presents were opened. The wrapping paper was knee-deep on the floor, and people were showing each other what they got. My box was still sitting there. I was about to say something when Linda noticed it. She got up and said, "Oh, what's this one?" and opened the top. Didn't ask me or anything, just opened it. She started pulling out the presents I'd wrapped, and I sat up straighter, ready for her to read the tags, ready to see everyone's reactions. But she didn't read the tags. She just started handing things out. "Sarah, here's a scarf for you," she said, and tossed the blue one I'd made across the room. "Michael's wife, this one's yours." She pulled out the wooden toys and said to the grandkids, "Look at these cute little animals. Aren't these nice?" She held up the framed photos and said, "These will look good in your houses," and handed them to my kids. I sat there waiting for her to say where they came from, waiting for someone to look at the wrapping paper and recognize it, waiting for literally anyone to ask. But nobody did. Linda just kept saying, "Here you go," and "This is for you," and everyone just said thanks and moved on to looking at their stuff. A couple people said, "Oh, that's nice." But that was it. My granddaughter Emma, she's 16, held up the scarf I'd made for her mom and asked Linda, "Where'd you get this? It's really pretty." And Linda just smiled and said, "Oh, I found it. Found it." Like it appeared out of thin air. I made that scarf. Spent 3 weeks on it because I kept messing up the pattern and having to start over. I couldn't move, couldn't speak. My mouth was open, but nothing came out. I kept thinking someone would notice, someone would say something, someone would ask. But they didn't. David was busy helping his youngest open a toy. Michael was on his phone. Sarah was folding up the scarf to put it in her bag. Nobody looked at me. The thing is, if I'd said something right then, I would have looked like I was making a scene. Like I needed attention or praise, like some old man demanding credit. They would have all gone quiet and stared at me, and I would have felt like an idiot for caring so much about a bunch of homemade presents. So I didn't say anything. I just sat in that chair and watched my gifts get distributed like they came from nowhere. After all the presents were done, Linda started cleaning up. She grabbed all the wrapping paper in big handfuls, including mine with the silver bells, and shoved it into a garbage bag. Didn't look at it twice, just threw it all away. Margaret picked that pattern. We used it every Christmas for 40 years. I told everyone I needed some air and went to the guest room upstairs. Sat on the bed for about an hour. I could hear everyone laughing and talking downstairs, the kids playing with their new toys. Someone put on Christmas music. And I just sat there looking at my hands, thinking about how I'd spent all that time making things for people who didn't even know they were from me. It wasn't the first time I'd felt invisible since Margaret died, but it was the worst. When she was alive, she made sure people paid attention. She'd say, "Look what your father made," or "Isn't Dad clever?" Without her, I guess I just faded into the background. Another piece of furniture in the room. I went back downstairs for dinner because not going would have caused questions. Tried to act normal. While we were eating, I said something like, "I hope everyone liked what I brought this year," just to see what would happen. Linda jumped in immediately with, "Oh yes, everything was lovely, wasn't it everyone?" And then started talking about the ham. Changed the subject so fast I got whiplash. David just nodded and kept eating. Nobody else seemed to notice I'd said anything at all. I left the next morning, drove home with that empty box in my passenger seat where it had been full on the way there. Spent the rest of the week thinking about it. And I made a decision. I was done. The decision didn't come all at once. I spent weeks going over it in my head, lying awake at night replaying that morning. Every time I thought about it, I got angry all over again. Not the loud kind of angry, the quiet kind that sits in your chest and doesn't go away. What bothered me most wasn't even that Linda took credit. It was that nobody noticed. Nobody looked at those hand-carved toys and thought, I wonder who made these. Nobody looked at those restored photos and remembered that I'm the one who's always going through old albums. 15 people in that room, and not one of them knew me well enough to recognize my work. I kept thinking about what Margaret would have done. She would have said something right away, probably laughed it off and corrected Linda in that gentle way she had. But Margaret had a confidence I never had. She could speak up without worrying what people thought. I always worried. Still do. Part of me thought, maybe I should have said something in the moment. If I'd just raised my hand or cleared my throat and said, actually, those are from me, it would have been over in 5 seconds. But the moment passed so fast, and then it felt too late. You can't interrupt everyone 30 minutes later to announce you made the presents. That makes you look insane. The other part of me, the bigger part, thought I shouldn't have to say anything at all. These are my kids, my grandkids. They should know their own grandfather well enough to recognize when something came from him, and Linda damn well knew whose box that was. She opened it. She saw the gifts. She made a choice not to say my name. I started thinking about all the other times I'd felt like this. Smaller things, but they added up. Like how, when Margaret was alive, people would ask, "How are you two doing?" And after she died, they just stopped asking. Or how I'd tell a story at dinner and someone would talk over me and nobody would circle back. Or how my birthday last year happened and David called 2 days later saying he forgot. Little things that by themselves don't mean much, but together make you feel like you're slowly disappearing. Easter came around 4 months later. I usually brought something to those too. Nothing big, just chocolate eggs for the kids or a pie. This time I showed up with nothing. Just myself. Linda noticed immediately. She made this comment while we were setting the table, said, "How nice it is when everyone contributes to the meal." Looked right at me when she said it. I pretended I didn't hear and asked Sarah if she needed help with the kids. But I'd already started my new project. I'd started making things for other people. My neighbor, Mrs. Chen, she's 79 and lives alone like me, I made her a knitted blanket. Took me 2 months. When I brought it over, she cried and hugged me and insisted I stay for tea. Kept pointing at it and saying how beautiful it was, asking how I learned to knit. We ended up talking for 3 hours. There's a young couple 2 doors down. They've got a baby, and they're always struggling with groceries in the stroller. I made a little wooden rattle for the baby, nothing fancy, just sanded it down real smooth and safe. The mom teared up when I gave it to her. Said nobody had made anything for their daughter by hand before. The dad shook my hand for like a full minute. That stuff felt good. Better than Christmas had felt in years, honestly. These people saw me, noticed the effort, cared that I'd thought of them. I started spending my time making things for them instead. Mrs. Chen got me invited to her book club. The young couple started bringing me soup when they made extra. I wasn't invisible to them. Summer came and went. I saw the family for the 4th of July and Michael's birthday. Didn't bring gifts to either. Nobody said anything directly, but I could tell they noticed. Michael's kids kept looking at me like they were waiting for me to pull something out of my bag. I just smiled and played cards with them instead. Then the holidays started creeping up again, and I got a call from Sarah in November. She asked what I was planning to bring for Christmas this year. Said the kids had really liked the wooden animals last time. I almost laughed. I said, "Sarah, do you know who made those animals?" There was a pause, and she said, "Weren't those from Linda?" And there it was, A whole year later, and my own daughter still thought someone else had made my gifts. I told her. Told her I'd made everything last Christmas and Linda had handed it all out without saying my name. Sarah went quiet for a long time and then said, "Dad, I had no idea. Why didn't you say something?" I didn't have a good answer for that. Just said I figured someone would notice eventually. She apologized, said she felt terrible. I told her it was fine, but I wasn't making gifts for family anymore. She got quiet again and then said she understood. Word must have gotten around because after that I got a call from Michael too. He apologized, said he should have paid better attention. I appreciated that, but the damage was done, you know? You can't unring that bell. I told him the same thing I told Sarah. I was done with family gifts. December rolled around and I got the invitation to David's house again. Same as always, Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. I said I'd come for dinner on Christmas Day, but I wasn't staying over. And I told David straight out that I wasn't bringing gifts. He asked why, and I explained the whole thing. He got defensive, said Linda had just been trying to help, that I was taking it too personally, said I should have spoken up if it bothered me. I told him I shouldn't have had to. We left it at that. I showed up on Christmas Day around noon with just some cookies I'd baked. Store-bought ingredients. Nothing special. Put them on the counter and went to sit in my usual chair. The energy was weird right from the start. People kept glancing at me. The kids were disappointed, I could tell. Emma came up and asked if I'd made anything this year, and I told her no. She looked sad, and I felt bad about that part. The kids didn't do anything wrong. Gift opening happened, and it was fine. Everyone had stuff to open from each other. I got some socks from David, a calendar from Sarah, a generic gift card from Michael. Practical stuff. Nobody had put much thought into it, but that was fair since I hadn't brought anything either. After presents were done, Michael pulled me aside in the kitchen. Asked me point blank if I was serious about not doing gifts anymore. I said yes. He said some of the family felt bad now that they knew the truth. I told him feeling bad doesn't change anything. Then Sarah came over, and we were all standing there in the kitchen talking about last Christmas when Linda walked in. She'd heard us. I could tell from her face. She stood there with her arms crossed and said, "Are we really still talking about this?" She looked at me and said I was making drama over nothing, that I was being childish. Said she'd just been trying to help because I'm getting older, and she didn't want me to feel obligated to bring gifts. Said if it bothered me so much, I should have said something instead of pouting about it for a year. I stayed calm. Told her I wasn't making drama. I was just choosing where to put my energy now. That I'd rather make things for people who actually noticed and appreciated them. She rolled her eyes and said, I was punishing everyone for one mistake. David came in then and backed her up, said she'd meant well. Michael and Sarah didn't say anything. We all just stood there in this tense silence until one of the kids yelled about something in the other room and everyone scattered. I left David's house that afternoon and didn't stick around for dinner like I usually would. The tension was thick enough to cut, and I didn't feel like sitting through an awkward meal where everyone pretended nothing happened. David walked me to the door and said something about how we'd talk later. But we never did. He didn't call, and I didn't either. The relationship with Linda has been cold ever since. We're civil when we have to be, say hello and goodbye, but that's about it. She doesn't go out of her way to talk to me, and I sure as hell don't go out of my way to talk to her. David's caught in the middle, but he's mostly stayed on her side, which hurt more than I expected. He's my son. I raised him, but I guess after a certain point your spouse comes first, and I get that, even if I don't like it. Sarah and Michael have been better about it. Sarah calls me every couple weeks, now, which is more than she used to. We don't talk about the gift thing anymore, but I can tell she feels guilty. She's invited me over to her house a few times, just me, and that's been nice. Michael's about the same as he always was. He apologized once and moved on. That's just how he handles things. The grandkids are the part that bothers me most. Some of them found out what happened and they feel bad, which wasn't my intention. Emma came up to me at a family barbecue last summer and said she was sorry. She didn't realize I'd made that scarf for her mom. Said she would have thanked me if she'd known. I told her it wasn't her fault. She was just a kid. She didn't know any better. But I could tell she felt weird about it. A couple of the younger grandkids asked me later why I didn't bring presents anymore. I didn't want to badmouth their parents, so I just said I was making things for other people now. They asked if I could make them something, and I said, maybe someday. Haven't gotten around to it yet. Maybe that makes me petty. I don't know. I kept making stuff for the neighbors, though. Mrs. Chen got a whole set of knitted pot holders for her kitchen. The couple with the baby, I made them a little wooden puzzle for when their daughter gets older. They put it on display in their living room, showed me every time I came over. Mrs. Chen invited me to Thanksgiving with her family. I went. It was nice. Her kids treated me like I was part of the family, asked me questions, listened when I talked. I didn't feel invisible there. Spring came and went, then summer. I still went to family stuff, but I'd arrive late and leave early, brought cookies or chips, things that didn't require effort. Nobody said anything about it. I think they all decided it was easier to just let it go than keep bringing it up. Works for me. Michael's daughter graduated high school in June, and there was a party. I went and brought a card with some money in it. She hugged me and seemed genuinely happy I was there. We talked for a while about her college plans. That felt good. Made me think maybe the relationship with the grandkids doesn't have to be damaged just because things are weird with their parents. But then I overheard Linda talking to some of the other parents at the party. She was telling the story, her version of it, saying I'd thrown a fit over Christmas presents and stopped talking to the family. Made it sound like I was being a difficult old man who couldn't let things go. I didn't confront her. Didn't see the point. People are going to believe what they want to believe. David's birthday was in August, and I called him. We talked for maybe 10 minutes. It was stilted and awkward, but we got through it. He didn't invite me over for dinner like he used to. I didn't ask why. Now it's December again, and I got another invitation for Christmas at David's place. Showed up in my mailbox 2 weeks ago. One of those family photo cards with everyone smiling. I'm not in the photo. I wasn't there when they took it. I've been sitting with the card on my kitchen table trying to decide what to do. Part of me thinks I should go. They're still my family, my kids, my grandkids. Missing Christmas feels like giving up completely, like I'm the one burning the bridge. And maybe Linda was right. Maybe I am punishing everyone for her mistake. Michael and Sarah didn't do anything wrong. Most of the grandkids didn't do anything wrong. Is it fair to pull away from all of them because of one person? But the other part of me, the bigger part, doesn't want to sit in that living room again feeling like I don't belong. I don't want to watch everyone exchange gifts and pretend everything's normal. I don't want to make small talk with people who don't call me the rest of the year. I've spent the last year building something better with my neighbors, with Mrs. Chen and her family, with the couple down the street. People who actually want me around. Mrs. Chen asked me last week if I wanted to spend Christmas with her family this year. Her son and his wife are coming into town, and they're doing a big dinner. She said they'd love to have me. I told her I'd think about it. She said there's no pressure, but the invitation stands. I've been going back and forth for days. If I skip David's Christmas and go to Mrs. Chen's instead, that's it. That's me choosing a different family. David will see it as the ultimate betrayal. Linda will tell everyone I'm being ridiculous. Some of the extended family will take their side. I might lose whatever relationship I have left with some of my grandkids. But if I go to David's, I'm basically saying what happened was okay. That they can treat me however they want, and I'll keep showing up because we're family. And I don't know if I can do that. I don't know if I should have to. At 82, I figure I've earned the right to decide where my time and effort go. I've spent my whole life putting family first, showing up, making an effort. And last Christmas showed me that maybe my effort doesn't matter as much as I thought it did. Maybe I've been holding on to something that doesn't exist anymore. This idea of family that died when Margaret did. So I'm asking, was I wrong to stop giving my family gifts after they erased me from Christmas morning? Some people say I should have spoken up in the moment. Others say I'm punishing everyone for one person's actions. Linda still thinks I'm being petty and childish, but I don't know. Maybe I am being petty. Or maybe I'm just tired of feeling invisible in a room full of people who are supposed to love me. This Christmas is in 3 weeks. I need to make a decision soon. Mrs. Chen's invitation is looking better every day. At the family reunion, they introduced me as just a relative and never mentioned I was the matriarch. I, 79, am the eldest living member of our family and the widow of Thomas, who passed 8 years ago. We have 3 children together. Linda is 54, and she's the one who organized this whole reunion. Then there's Marcus at 51, and our youngest Beth, who just turned 48. I raised them mostly on my own for a good chunk of their childhood after Thomas had a stroke at 42 and couldn't work anymore. It wasn't easy, but we made it through, and I was proud of the family we built. For years, I hosted the family reunions at my house. Nothing fancy, just backyard barbecues and potlucks where everyone brought a dish, and we'd spend the afternoon catching up. They were smaller back then, maybe 20 or 30 people, but I was always at the center of it. People would thank me for keeping everyone connected, for remembering birthdays, for being the one who held it all together after Thomas died. I won't lie, I liked that recognition. I earned it. This time around, Linda said she wanted to do something different. Something bigger and more modern, she kept saying. She rented this lodge upstate, a nice place with a big dining hall and rooms for people to stay overnight. When she told me about it, I was excited. I thought it meant the family had grown so much that my little backyard couldn't hold everyone anymore. I thought it would be this beautiful celebration of how far we'd all come. I even got my hair done special for it. I drove up 2 days early because Linda said she could use help setting up. When I got there, though, she had everything planned out already. I tried to help arrange the tables, suggested we put the photo boards near the entrance so people would see them first, but she kept waving me off. "Mom, we have it handled," she said. "You should just relax and enjoy yourself." I didn't push it. I figured she wanted to prove she could pull this off on her own, and I respected that. The day of the reunion was perfect weather, sunny but not too hot. People started arriving around noon, and by dinner time there were over 60 people there. I recognized most of them, but there were a lot of new faces too. Grandchildren who'd brought partners. Great-grandchildren I'd only seen in photos. Some cousins I hadn't talked to in years. It felt good seeing everyone in one place. I kept thinking about how Thomas would have loved this, seeing the family tree we'd planted together spreading out like this. Dinner was catered, which was new for us. Usually we did potluck style, but Linda had hired this whole setup with servers and everything. We all sat at these long tables, and after everyone had their food, Linda stood up and tapped her wine glass to get everyone's attention. She had a microphone and everything. She said she wanted to go around and introduce people, especially for those who didn't know the whole family yet. She started with Marcus and went on about how he's a senior engineer at Boeing, how proud she was of her brother. Told this whole story about when he built a treehouse as a kid. Everyone laughed and clapped. Then she introduced Aunt Carol, Thomas's sister, talked about how she taught elementary school for 30 years and touched so many lives. She went through cousins, nieces, nephews, even some of the newer additions to the family. She gave everyone their moment, talked about their accomplishments, their kids, what made them special. I was sitting there waiting for my turn, thinking about what she might say. Maybe she'd talk about how I raised them after Thomas got sick, or how I kept the family connected all these years, or even just mention that I was their mother and grandmother to most of the people in the room. I had my napkin in my lap, and I was smiling, ready. Then Linda got to me. She looked right at me and said, "And this is, well, just a relative visiting from out of town. She lives in Florida now." Then she moved on to the next person. I sat there with my fork halfway to my mouth. Just a relative. That's it. No mention that I was her mother, their grandmother, Thomas's widow, the woman who kept this family together for decades. Nothing about the reunions I hosted, or the family tree I maintained, or the fact that I probably changed half the diapers in this room at some point. Just a relative visiting from out of town. I looked around to see if anyone else caught it. Some of the younger cousins were nodding politely at me like I was a stranger they were meeting for the first time. Marcus looked uncomfortable. shifting in his seat, but he didn't say anything. Beth was on her phone, not even paying attention. A few of the older relatives looked confused, like they were waiting for Linda to say more, but she'd already moved on. My face felt hot. My hands were shaking a little, and I put my fork down because I didn't trust myself to hold it steady. I thought about standing up right then and there, taking that microphone and correcting her, telling everyone exactly who I was and what I'd done for this family. But I could already hear what would happen. Linda would be mortified, people would get awkward, and I'd be the one who made a scene and turned the whole reunion into drama. I'd be the one who made it all about herself. So I stayed quiet. I smiled when people looked at me, and I ate my dinner, and I barely said a word to anyone because what was there to say? I felt like a ghost at my own family's gathering. After dinner there was music and dancing and people mingling around. I was standing near the dessert table when I heard Linda talking to Aunt Carol by the windows. I wasn't trying to eavesdrop, but they weren't being quiet either. Linda said, "I just didn't want Mom taking over the whole event like she used to. This isn't about one person." That's when I decided I was done for the night. I told a few people I was tired from the drive and headed back to my hotel room. It was only 8:30, but I couldn't be there anymore. I sat on the bed, still in my nice dress, and I pulled out the binder I'd brought with me. It was the family tree I'd been maintaining for 40 years, updated with every birth, every marriage, every death. I'd brought it to show people, to share the stories. I'd been so excited about it. I stared at that binder for an hour, just looking at all those names and dates and photos I'd carefully preserved. Every branch on that tree came from somewhere, and most of it came through Thomas and me. And somehow, at a reunion celebrating this family, I'd become invisible. The next morning, I forced myself to go to breakfast, even though I wanted to just pack up and drive home. People were sitting around eating these continental breakfast items the lodge provided, and everyone was friendly enough. They'd smile and say good morning, ask how I slept. Small talk like that. But it was the kind of friendly you give to someone you sort of know, but not really. Like I was a distant cousin they'd met once at a wedding 10 years ago. I sat down at a table with some of the younger crowd, mostly grandchildren and their families. I figured maybe I could at least connect with them a bit. One of Linda's granddaughters was there, sweet girl around 12 years old, named Emma. She was eating cereal and looking at her phone. But then she looked up at me and asked, "So how do you know everyone here?" I just stared at her for a second. This was my great-granddaughter, Linda's daughter's child. I'd sent her birthday cards every year since she was born. I had pictures of her as a baby in my photo albums. And she was asking me how I knew everyone, like I was some random person who wandered in off the street. I told her I was her great-grandmother, that I was Linda's mom. She looked surprised, said, "Oh, cool," and then went back to her phone. That was it. No follow-up questions, no interest in knowing more. And I realized it wasn't her fault. Nobody had told her who I was. To her, I really was just some old lady at a family event. That's when it really hit me how much had been lost. I'd spent decades keeping this family connected. After Thomas died, I was the one making sure everyone knew about graduations and new babies and who needed help moving. I sent Christmas cards to every household with a personal note. I called people on their birthdays. I kept photo albums organized by family branch so nobody would forget where they came from. And somewhere along the way, all of that work had just disappeared. The younger generation had no idea. I spent the rest of breakfast thinking about everything I'd done. The 2 jobs I worked after Thomas's stroke because disability wasn't enough to cover everything. The times I drove hours to help Linda with her first baby because she was overwhelmed. The money I sent Marcus when he was starting his business. All the family drama I mediated over the years. The feuds I smoothed over. The connections I maintained. I wasn't looking for a medal or anything, but I at least thought my own family would know who I was. The reunion wrapped up Sunday afternoon with a big group photo. Linda was organizing everyone, telling people where to stand, making sure all the families were grouped together properly. She had us line up in rows on the lodge's front steps. I stood off to the side waiting to be told where to go, and she just kept positioning people and didn't call me over. Marcus finally had to point it out, said something like, "Mom, where should Grandma stand?" Linda looked over like she'd forgotten I was there and told me to squeeze in on the end of the back row. So, in the official family reunion photo, I'm barely visible on the far edge, half hidden behind someone's shoulder, the matriarch of the family, and you can hardly even see me in the picture. I drove home to Florida the next day. It's a long drive, about 9 hours, and I had a lot of time to think. I kept going back and forth on what to do. Part of me thought I should just let it go, that maybe I was being too sensitive. Maybe Linda was right, and I did try to make things about me too much in the past. Maybe this was her way of establishing her own role in the family, and I needed to step back and let her do that. But the other part of me couldn't stop thinking about Emma, asking how I knew everyone. About those younger cousins who had no idea who I was. About the fact that when I'm gone, nobody's going to remember the stories. Nobody's going to know how Thomas's parents came here with nothing, or how we built this family through hard times, or who helped whom and when and why. All of that history was just going to disappear because it was inconvenient for Linda's modern vision of what a family reunion should be. I thought about Thomas a lot on that drive. He used to say that a family that forgets where it came from won't know where it's going. He was big on that stuff, on knowing your roots and respecting what came before. When his father died, Thomas spent weeks organizing all the old documents and photos, made sure everything was preserved. He'd be devastated to see how easily it was all being forgotten. By the time I got home, I'd made up my mind. I wasn't going to cause a scene or force anyone to acknowledge me, but I also wasn't going to let the family history disappear without a fight. I had all the materials. I had the photos, the stories, the family tree going back 4 generations. If they weren't going to honor it at the reunion, I'd make sure they at least had access to it. I spent the next 2 weeks working on it every day. I scanned old photos, printed out copies, organized everything by family branch. I updated the family tree with everyone who'd been at the reunion, made sure all the births and marriages from the past few years were recorded. I typed up stories about Thomas's parents, about our early years together, about how different family members helped each other through hard times. I included the story about how Aunt Carol helped us when Thomas first got sick, and how Marcus's college fund came from Thomas's life insurance that I carefully saved and invested. I put it all together in these packages, one for each household that had attended the reunion. It came out to about 20 packages total. Each one had a printed family tree, copies of old photos with names and dates labeled, and a document with family stories organized by generation. It took forever and cost me a decent amount in printing and shipping, but it felt important. The last thing I added was a cover note. I kept it simple. Didn't want it to sound bitter or accusatory, even though I was definitely feeling both those things. I wrote, "Every tree has roots. You should know who yours are." Then I included my phone number and email in case anyone had questions or wanted to know more. I mailed them all out on a Tuesday. Then I sat back and waited to see what would happen, if anything. Part of me worried I'd just wasted my time and money, that people would toss the packages in a drawer somewhere and forget about them. But another part of me felt lighter, like I'd done what I was supposed to do. I'd preserved what needed preserving, and now it was up to them what they did with it. The first response came about 4 days after I mailed everything out. It was from one of Thomas's cousins, a woman named Patricia, who I hadn't talked to much at the reunion. She called me in the evening, and I almost didn't answer because I didn't recognize the number. But I'm glad I did. She was crying on the phone, telling me she had no idea about half the stories I'd included. She said her own mother had passed away years ago, and there was so much family history she thought was just lost forever. She thanked me over and over for taking the time to preserve it all. After that, more responses started coming in, mostly texts and emails from cousins and extended family members. A lot of them said similar things, that they were touched by the gesture, that they didn't know these stories, that they were going to share the information with their own kids. One of the younger cousins, maybe in his 30s, sent me a long email about how he'd always felt disconnected from the family, and now he understood so much more about where he came from. He said he was going to frame the family tree and hang it in his house. Marcus texted me about a week after I sent everything. He said the package was beautiful, and he was sorry about how the reunion went. He didn't say much more than that, but I appreciated it anyway. At least one of my kids acknowledged what I was trying to do. Beth sent a shorter message, just said, "Love you, this is really cool," with a heart emoji. That was pretty typical for Beth. She's never been big on emotions or deep conversations, but I knew she meant well. For those first few days, I felt validated, like maybe I'd done the right thing after all. Maybe this was exactly what the family needed, and Linda's dismissal at the reunion had actually pushed me to do something more permanent and meaningful than just being acknowledged in a speech. Then Linda called. It was 3 days after I'd gotten Marcus's text, so about 10 days after I mailed everything. I saw her name on my phone and I hesitated before answering because I knew it probably wasn't going to be a thank you call. I was right. She didn't even say hello. She just launched into it, asking me what I thought I was doing sending out those packages to everyone. Her voice was tight and angry in that way where you can tell someone's been stewing about something for days. She said I was being dramatic, that I was embarrassing the family with guilt trips. She said the reunion wasn't supposed to be about hierarchy or the past. It was supposed to be about everyone coming together as equals. I tried to stay calm. I told her I wasn't trying to embarrass anyone, I just wanted the younger generation to know their history before it was too late. I reminded her about Emma asking me how I knew everyone, about how the family stories were disappearing. I said it wasn't about me needing recognition, it was about preserving something important. Linda didn't want to hear it. She said I was weaponizing family history to make her look bad, that everyone who thanked me was basically taking my side against her. She said I always have to be the center of attention, that I can't just let her have something without making it about me. Then she said the thing that really stung. She told me that maybe the reason she didn't make a big deal about me at the reunion was because she was tired of everything always revolving around what I wanted and how I wanted things done. I didn't know what to say to that. I tried to explain that hosting reunions and keeping records wasn't about control. It was about love and duty and making sure we didn't lose ourselves. But she wasn't listening. She just kept talking over me, saying I'd made her look like a terrible daughter in front of the entire family, that people were probably judging her now for how she introduced me. I told her that wasn't my intention, and if people were judging her, maybe she should think about why. That probably wasn't the right thing to say, because she got even more upset. She said something about how I've never supported her choices and I'm always criticizing her, which honestly came out of nowhere. We weren't even talking about her choices. We were talking about family history. Eventually, she just said she had to go and hung up. We haven't spoken since. That was 3 weeks ago now. The silence from her has been hard. Beth reached out once to say she hoped Linda and I would work things out, but she didn't take sides. Marcus called to say he'd tried talking to Linda, but she wasn't ready to hear it yet. He told me to give her time, that she'd come around eventually. I'm not so sure. What's made it worse is that I got uninvited from Thanksgiving. Linda hosts it every year at her house, has for the past 15 years or so. About a week after our phone call, Marcus called to tell me that Linda said maybe it would be better if we took some space this year, that having me there would make things awkward. He offered to have me come to his place instead, but it's not the same. Thanksgiving was always at Linda's with the whole family together. So now I'm sitting here 3 weeks out from that phone call, looking at my binder and all the thank you messages I got from family members, and I honestly don't know if I made the right choice. I preserved the history, yes. People know their roots now. But I've lost my relationship with my daughter in the process, and I don't know if that's fixable. Some of the extended family members have reached out asking for more stories. A few have called to interview me about family history they want to dig deeper into. It's been nice having those conversations, feeling like what I know matters to someone, but it doesn't fill the hole that Linda's silence has left. The weird thing is, I'm not sorry I sent the packages. Even with everything that's happened, I still think it was the right thing to do. Those stories deserve to be told, and that history deserved to be preserved. But I am sorry that it cost me what it did. I guess I thought I could have both. the recognition and preservation of the family legacy, and a good relationship with my daughter. Turns out maybe I was wrong about that. The one bright spot came last week on my birthday. I got a card in the mail from Emma, Linda's granddaughter. Inside was this hand-drawn family tree she'd made herself with colored pencils. It wasn't accurate or anything. She'd gotten some of the connections wrong, but she'd tried, and she'd drawn me at the top with a little crown. She wrote a note that said, "Thank you for teaching me about our family. You're not just a relative." I've read that note probably 50 times now. I have it stuck to my refrigerator. It helps on the days when I wonder if I should have just kept my mouth shut and accepted being invisible. At least one person knows who I am now, even if it cost me my daughter's respect to make it happen. Marcus still says Linda will come around eventually. But Thanksgiving is in a few weeks, and I haven't heard anything from her. I don't know if reclaiming my place in the family history was worth losing my place at the family table. I guess time will tell. During my birthday dinner, my grandchildren toasted everyone but me. I, 74, have spent my entire life making sure my family felt valued. My 3 kids, David, 48, Sarah, 45, and Michael, 42, all have children of their own now. 7 grandkids total, ranging from 16 to 26. I've been the one who remembers every birthday, every anniversary, every graduation. I'm the one who funded college tuitions for Emma, my eldest granddaughter who's 26 now, and Jake who's 23. I've taken them on trips, sent care packages when they were away at school, showed up to every recital and game I could manage. That's just what you do as a grandfather, right? You show up. You make sure they know they matter. My wife passed 3 years ago, and honestly, these family gatherings have been the thing keeping me going. She was always better at organizing everyone, getting them together, making sure nobody felt left out. I've tried to keep that going in my own way. Maybe I'm not as good at it as she was, but I try. This birthday was supposed to be different, though. For once, this was supposed to be about me. My 74th. The kids said they wanted to do something special, and they picked this fancy steakhouse downtown. You know the kind of place. Cloth napkins, a wine list thicker than a phone book, waiters in vests. Not somewhere I'd pick for myself, but they insisted. Sarah sent a group text 3 weeks beforehand saying they were planning something nice and to keep the date open. I circled it on my calendar in red. I even went out and bought a new shirt for it, this dark blue button-down that the woman at the store said looked sharp. I got there 15 minutes early because I was excited. Actually excited. I sat in my car for a few minutes, just feeling grateful that my kids wanted to celebrate with me. Everyone started arriving around 6. David and his wife showed up first with their 2 kids, then Sarah with her 3. Michael came last with his twins, who are the youngest at 16, and Emma brought her boyfriend Tyler, who I'd only met once before at some barbecue last summer. He seemed like a nice enough kid, polite, but I didn't really know him. The hostess led us to this long table in the back, and I ended up at one end while everyone else kind of filled in around the middle and other end. I didn't think much of it at first. Dinner started off good. Loud, chaotic, but in a good way. Everyone was catching up, talking over each other, laughing at inside jokes. I tried to follow along, but some of the references went over my head. They were talking about some show they'd all been watching and I hadn't seen it. Then someone brought up a meme or something and they all cracked up while I just smiled and nodded. But that's normal, right? I didn't expect to be part of every conversation. I was just happy to be there with everyone. The food came and it was fine. I ordered a ribeye that cost more than I usually spend on groceries for a week. But Sarah had said not to worry about the price. That this was my night. I ate and listened, and occasionally someone would ask me to pass the salt or the bread basket. Michael asked me how I was doing, and I said good, great actually, and he nodded and went back to talking to his wife about their kitchen renovation. Then the champagne came. I don't usually drink much anymore, but Sarah announced they should do toasts, and the waiter brought out glasses for everyone. Even the younger grandkids got sparkling cider. Emma stood up first, and I felt this little flutter of something in my chest. Pride, maybe. Anticipation. She's always been well-spoken, got a degree in communications, works in marketing now. She raised her glass with this big smile and started talking. She thanked her mom and dad for putting this together, for always making family a priority. She thanked her siblings for always being there, for being her best friends. She thanked Tyler for making tonight special because apparently he'd helped pick the restaurant, knew the owner or something. She talked about how grateful she was for family, for these moments together, for the love around this table. I waited for my name. I kept waiting. She went on for maybe 2 minutes, and I sat there with my champagne glass in my hand, waiting for her to turn to me, to say something about it being my birthday, about me being the reason we were all there. But she didn't. She just said something like, "To family," and everyone clinked glasses and drank. I barely heard it over the ringing in my ears. Everyone clapped. Sarah said something like, "Beautifully said, honey," and Emma sat down looking pleased with herself. No one corrected her. No one added anything. No one said, "And happy birthday to Grandpa," or "Don't forget whose day this is." Nothing. Jake went next. He stood up, a little wobbly because he'd already had a beer before the champagne, and he thanked his parents for raising him right, for teaching him family values. He mentioned his sister Emma, made some joke about how she always steals his Netflix password. He thanked everyone for coming out on a weeknight. Then he sat down. Still nothing about me. David made a toast about family unity, about how lucky we all are to have each other, how important it is to stay connected in today's world. He got a little choked up talking about how Mom would have loved seeing everyone together like this. And I agreed with him, she would have. But she also would have made sure someone mentioned that it was my birthday. She would have elbowed one of the kids and whispered something, and they would have fixed it. I realized as I sat there that I was at the end of the table, literally and figuratively. I was right there, maybe 10 feet from Emma when she gave her toast, and it was like I was invisible, like I was just another guest at someone else's party. The birthday cake was probably still coming, they'd probably sing, but in that moment I understood that this wasn't really about me at all. This was just another family dinner that happened to fall on my birthday. Everyone went back to eating and drinking and laughing. Someone told a story about something that happened at work. The twins were on their phones under the table. Tyler was talking to David about the stock market. My champagne sat in front of me, untouched, getting warm. I picked up my fork and finished my steak because I didn't know what else to do. I kept telling myself that maybe they were getting to me. Maybe someone would say something during dessert. Maybe they were saving the real birthday stuff for later. I watched everyone talk and laugh and tried to convince myself I was overreacting, but the conversation just moved on like nothing had happened. Michael started telling this long story about a difficult client at work. Everyone was listening, asking questions, invested in it. Then David asked Tyler about his job, and they spent a good 10 minutes talking about tech startups and venture capital. I sat there cutting my steak into smaller and smaller pieces, trying to look engaged. Nobody asked me how I'd been feeling since my health scare last month. It was minor, just some chest pain that turned out to be heartburn, but it had scared me enough to go to the ER at 2 in the morning. Sarah knew about it. I'd called her from the hospital. But tonight, nothing. Emma pulled out her phone and started showing everyone photos from a trip she took to Portland a few weeks ago. The phone got passed around the table, everyone leaning in to look, making comments about the food she'd eaten and the breweries she'd visited. I could hear them from where I sat, but the phone never made it down to my end. It stopped with Michael, and then went back to Emma's purse. I don't even know if she realized I didn't see them. Probably not. The thing is, I started doing this mental inventory sitting there. I drove 4 hours to Jake's college graduation 2 years ago. 4 hours there, sat in the sun for 3 hours at the ceremony, 4 hours back, all in one day because I didn't want to miss it. When Emma's car broke down last year and she was stressed about the repair costs, I sent her $1,500 without her even asking, just told her to take care of it and not worry. When Sarah got divorced 6 years ago, I helped her with the down payment on her house, so she and the kids would have stability. I'm not saying this to brag. I'm saying it because that's what family does. You show up, you help. You make sure they know you're there. But sitting at that table, I started wondering if any of them even noticed when I showed up anymore. If I'd become so reliable, so constant, that I was just part of the background, like wallpaper, there when you need something to look at but not really worth commenting on. I thought about the lake house. 3 weeks before this dinner, I'd booked a place for next summer. A whole week, big enough for everyone, right on the water. The grandkids could go swimming and kayaking. We could have barbecues and game nights. I wanted to create the kind of memories they'd talk about when I'm gone. The kind of trip where years later they'd say, "Remember that time at Grandpa's lake house? Remember how we all stayed up late playing cards? Remember the sunrise over the water? I'd put down $2,000 in deposits. It was a lot of money for me, but I didn't care. I wanted to give them something special. Instead, they'd remember tonight, the night they celebrated each other at my birthday dinner. The night not one person thought to mention whose birthday it actually was. The bitterness started creeping in, and I tried to push it away, but it kept coming back. I kept thinking about all the birthdays I'd remembered, all the cards I'd sent with checks inside, all the times I'd rearranged my own plans to show up for theirs. And I started feeling pathetic for keeping score like this, for expecting anything in return. But I couldn't help it. I just couldn't help it. The waiter came by and asked if we wanted dessert menus. Sarah said yes, said they had something special planned. I knew what was coming. The birthday cake, the singing, all of it. And I dreaded it suddenly. The performance of it, the going through the motions. They brought it out about 10 minutes later. Chocolate cake with vanilla frosting. Happy birthday written in blue icing. Candles stuck in the top. Everyone sang. The whole restaurant probably heard them. I sat there with this fake smile on my face while they sang Happy Birthday, Dear Dad, Dear Grandpa. And when they got to the end, everyone clapped. I blew out the candles. Someone, I think it was Sarah, took a photo on her phone. I probably looked miserable in it, but nobody checked. The waiter cut the cake and passed out slices, and everyone went right back to their conversations. Sarah leaned over at some point and said I was being quiet, asked if I was feeling okay. I told her I was just tired. She patted my hand and said we didn't have to stay much longer, like she was doing me a favor. Like this party was running long and she knew I probably wanted to get home to bed. I just nodded. The check came, and there was this awkward moment where everyone looked at each other. David reached for his wallet, but Sarah said no. They'd split it between the three of them. They'd planned this. I offered to contribute, and Sarah actually laughed and said, "Don't be silly, Dad, this is your birthday." So I sat there while my kids paid for my birthday dinner, where nobody had actually acknowledged it was my birthday until they were contractually obligated to sing a song. We all walked out together into the parking lot. More hugs, more thank yous for coming, see you soons. Tyler shook my hand and said, "Thanks for dinner, sir." That's what he said. Thanks for dinner. Like I'd hosted. Like I'd invited him. I realized in that moment that Emma probably hadn't even told him whose birthday it was. He thought I was just another family member, just another person at the table. I said, "You're welcome, because what else do you say?" And he walked off with Emma toward his car. The kids had carpooled together, both families cramming into David's SUV. I'd driven myself because I'd wanted to come early, wanted to make sure I was there first. They all left together in a big, noisy group, honking the horn as they pulled out of the parking lot. I stood there by my car watching their taillights disappear, and then I just sat in the driver's seat for a while. I didn't start the engine. I just sat there. I drove home alone. 45 minutes through traffic, and the whole time I kept replaying the toasts in my head, kept hearing Emma thanking everyone but me, kept seeing all their faces, smiling and laughing and completely oblivious. When I got home, I didn't even turn on the lights. I just went to the kitchen and sat at the table staring at my calendar on the wall. There was my birthday, circled in red from 3 weeks ago when I'd been excited about it, when I'd thought this would be something special. I wasn't going to beg for recognition. I was done with that. If they didn't see my value, if they didn't notice my presence, then I'd stop offering it. I'd stop showing up where I wasn't appreciated. The decision formed slowly over those hours sitting in my dark kitchen. But once it was there, it felt right. It felt like the only thing I could do. I didn't sleep that night. Or the next one, really. I just kept replaying everything over and over. The toasts, the way they'd all clinked glasses and moved on. The way Sarah had patted my hand like I was being difficult for being quiet. I kept trying to see it from their perspective, kept trying to convince myself that maybe I'd misread the whole thing. But I couldn't. I just couldn't make it make sense in a way that didn't hurt. My phone sat on the nightstand and I kept checking it, waiting for someone to text, to acknowledge that something had been off about that night. On Sunday morning, a full day and a half after the dinner, Sarah finally sent something to the family group chat. She said, "Great seeing everyone Saturday night," with a couple of heart emojis. That was it. Great seeing everyone. Like it had been a casual get-together and not my birthday dinner. Nobody else said anything. The message just sat there. I stared at it for probably 20 minutes, trying to decide if I was losing my mind. On Monday, I barely got out of bed. I made coffee and sat at the kitchen table and tried to figure out what I was supposed to do with this feeling. I wasn't angry exactly. I was just hollow, like someone had scooped something out of me and I was trying to function with this empty space inside my chest. Tuesday morning, I opened my laptop. I pulled up the confirmation email for the lake house rental and I stared at it for a long time. I'd been so excited when I booked it. I'd spent hours looking at different properties, reading reviews, making sure it was perfect, big enough for everyone, close enough to town for supplies, far enough out for privacy. I'd imagined my grandkids swimming in the lake, imagined all of us sitting on the dock in the evening watching the sunset. I'd imagined feeling like I mattered. I clicked the cancellation button. It asked if I was sure. I wasn't, but I clicked yes anyway. The confirmation came through a few minutes later. I'd lost $500 of the deposit, but the rest would be refunded in 7 to 10 business days. I sat there looking at the cancellation notice and felt this weird sense of relief mixed with something darker, something final. Then I opened the family group chat. I typed out the message and read it probably 15 times before I sent it. "I've canceled the summer lake house trip. Since my presence doesn't seem necessary for the memories you celebrate, I'll spend this money making my own instead. Hope you all had a nice time Saturday." I hit send and immediately turned my phone off. Just powered it down completely. I didn't want to see the responses as they came in. I didn't want to watch the dots appear as people typed and deleted and typed again. I went outside and worked in the yard for a few hours, pulling weeds that didn't need pulling, trimming bushes that were already trimmed. My neighbor waved and asked how I was doing, and I said, "Fine, good, great weather we're having." When I finally turned my phone back on around 4 in the afternoon, it was like a bomb had gone off. 47 unread messages. I scrolled through them slowly, my stomach churning. The cousins from my late wife's side reached out privately first. They must have heard through the family grapevine. They said they were sorry, that they'd heard what happened at the dinner, that it was really messed up. One of them said she wasn't surprised, that my kids had always been a little self-absorbed and I felt defensive even though she was probably right. A few of the grandkids sent awkward apologies. Jake said, "Grandpa, I didn't realize. I'm sorry if we hurt your feelings." If. Like there was still a question about whether I had a right to be hurt. The twins, Michael's kids, sent a joint message saying they loved me and didn't mean to make me feel bad. Emma's message was longer, talking about how she didn't realize what it had looked like. How, of course, she appreciated me. How she hoped I knew that. But David called. He left a voicemail and I made myself listen to the whole thing. His voice was tight, angry. He said this was ridiculous, that I was making everything about money and guilt. He said they'd all been there. They'd all celebrated me. They'd paid for the dinner and bought a cake. He said I was being manipulative, and honestly, it was embarrassing. That's the word he used. Embarrassing. Like I was a child throwing a tantrum instead of a grown man who'd been hurt by his own family. Sarah texted separately from the group chat. She said I was overreacting, that they loved me, that she didn't understand why I was being so hurtful. Hurtful. Like I was the one who'd done something wrong. Like canceling a trip I'd paid for with my own money was somehow worse than forgetting whose birthday you were celebrating. I didn't respond to any of them. I read every message, and I didn't reply to a single one. What was I supposed to say? Sorry for having feelings. Sorry for expecting the bare minimum of acknowledgement. It's been 2 weeks now since the dinner. Emma sent another long text a few days after the first one. She apologized again, admitted it looked bad, but then added that she didn't mean anything by it, and asked if I knew she loved me. Like love was supposed to be enough. Like saying you love someone means you don't have to actually show it. I haven't responded to most of the messages. I left them on read and went about my days. I pulled back from the group chat completely, muted it so I wouldn't see the notifications. I stopped sending my usual check-in texts to the grandkids, the how's school going, and thinking of you messages I used to send every few days. I stopped initiating plans. Sarah texted last week asking if I wanted to come over for dinner this Sunday, and I said I had plans. I didn't, but she didn't need to know that. I've been looking at travel packages online, solo trips to places my wife always wanted to go but we never got around to. Ireland, Scotland, the Canadian Rockies. I've got the money now, the money I was going to spend on the lake house. I've got time. I've got nothing tying me down if nobody's going to notice whether I'm there or not. Some of the cousins keep checking in on me. They say I did the right thing, that I stood up for myself, that my kids needed a wake-up call. Other people, mostly David's friends who somehow heard about this, have told mutual acquaintances that I'm punishing my family over an honest mistake, that I'm being petty, that I'm holding a grudge over something small. But it doesn't feel small to me. It feels like the culmination of years of being taken for granted, years of showing up and giving and supporting and somehow becoming invisible in the process. I don't think I'm being manipulative. I think I'm just done pretending it doesn't hurt. My son thinks I'm making everything about money, but that's not it. The money was just the only thing I had left to withdraw, since clearly my presence didn't matter. I'm not trying to punish anyone. I'm just trying to figure out how to exist in a family that forgot I was the center of my own birthday celebration. So now I sit in my house and I look at travel brochures, and I don't answer my phone as much as I used to. And I wonder if I'm a bitter old man who expected too much, or if I finally just stopped accepting less than I deserved. On the day of my husband's funeral, my children sat me at the back like a guest. I, 76, had just lost my husband Robert after 52 years of marriage. We have 3 children, Margaret, 50, Thomas, 48, and Linda, 45. Robert and I had been together since I was 24. We were high school sweethearts who reconnected after college, and from that point on, we were inseparable. We built everything together, raised our kids in the same house we bought when Margaret was a baby, celebrated every birthday, every anniversary, every milestone side by side. He was my partner in everything. He died 2 weeks before the funeral. Sudden heart attack while he was working in the garage. I found him there, and I still can't go into that garage. Can't even look at the door. Those 2 weeks between his death and the funeral were a blur. I barely remember them. I know I cried a lot. I know I couldn't eat. I know Margaret took charge of everything because I couldn't function. She and Thomas and Linda handled all the arrangements, and I was grateful because I could barely remember my own name half the time, let alone plan a funeral. They picked out his suit, the dark gray one he wore to Thomas's wedding. They chose the flowers, white lilies because those were traditional. They wrote the obituary, and I approved it even though I barely read it. I just nodded at everything they suggested because what did it matter? Nothing mattered. Robert was gone, and the details of how we said goodbye felt meaningless when all I wanted was to have him back. The morning of the funeral, I woke up in our bed alone and had to remind myself all over again that he was dead. That's what grief does. You forget for just a second when you first wake up, and then it all crashes back and you have to live through losing them again. I got dressed in a black dress that Margaret had brought over for me because I hadn't been able to go shopping myself. It fit okay. I didn't care. Margaret and Linda came to pick me up around 9. The service was at 11, but Margaret said we needed to get there early. I sat in the back seat of Margaret's car and listened to them talk about logistics in the front, who was sitting where at the reception, whether there would be enough food, whether Uncle Paul was going to behave himself or drink too much like he did at Margaret's daughter's wedding. I watched the trees go by outside the window and felt nothing. The church was the same one where Robert and I got married, where all 3 kids were baptized, where we'd attended services almost every Sunday for the past 40 years. I knew every pew, every window, every corner of that building. We'd sat in the same spot for decades, 4th pew on the left side. I could have walked there with my eyes closed. The parking lot was already filling up when we arrived. I saw cars I recognized and cars I didn't. People in dark clothes heading inside, moving slowly, that careful funeral walk everyone does. Margaret parked close to the entrance and helped me out of the car. She linked her arm through mine and I leaned on her because my legs felt shaky. Linda walked on my other side. They were being attentive and I appreciated it. I needed the support. We went up the steps and through the big wooden doors into the vestibule. The usher was standing there, a man named Bill, who'd been part of the church for as long as we had. He'd ushered at our kids' baptisms. He knew us. Margaret walked me forward, and Bill approached. She said something to him quietly, too quiet for me to hear. I was in too much of a fog to ask her to repeat it. He nodded and then gently took my other arm from Linda. He started guiding me down the side aisle, not toward the front like I expected. We passed the first pew, then the second. I thought maybe we were taking a different route to get there, some reason we couldn't go straight up the center aisle. But we kept going. 3rd pew, 4th pew. He was slowing down now. I looked toward the front, and that's when I saw it. The front 2 pews were already full. Thomas and his wife Rebecca and their 4 kids were sitting in the first pew on the right side. Linda and her husband Mark and their 2 kids were in the first pew on the left. Margaret's husband David was in the right pew with Thomas's family, saving a seat. For Margaret, presumably. The second pews had other family members I recognized. Robert's brother, some cousins. My sister was there in the second pew looking around like she was searching for something. Bill seated me in the 4th row back, right in the middle, between 2 people I vaguely recognized but couldn't place. Maybe neighbors from a few streets over. Maybe people Robert worked with. I couldn't remember and my brain was too fuzzy to figure it out. The man on my left leaned over and introduced himself as someone from Robert's office. I nodded. I couldn't speak. I stared at the backs of my children's heads. Margaret had joined David in the front pew and was settling in, adjusting her skirt, looking at the program. None of them turned around. None of them looked back to see where I was. I kept thinking they'd realize. That someone would notice I wasn't where I should be and come get me. That an usher would come and escort me to the front row where wives sit at their husbands' funerals. That's how it works. That's how it's always worked. More people filed in around me. A woman I didn't know sat on my right. She nodded at me sympathetically and I nodded back. People kept coming. The church filling up. Some of them saw me and I watched their faces register confusion. They'd glance toward the front, then back at me, like they were trying to figure out why I was sitting there. But nobody said anything. Nobody questioned it out loud. The organ music started, that low, somber sound that fills the whole building. The pastor entered from the side door and took his place at the pulpit. The service was beginning. I could see Robert's casket at the front, closed, covered with a spray of white lilies. The same casket I'd approved through tears in Margaret's living room a week ago. The same flowers I'd nodded at when she showed me the pictures. I was 4 rows back from my husband's casket. 4 rows back from where I'd stood with him 52 years ago when we got married in this same church. I was sitting between strangers while my children sat in the front like they were the primary mourners. Like they were the ones who'd lost the most. Like those 52 years of marriage somehow counted less than their grief. My mind kept trying to make sense of it. Maybe there was some reason. Maybe there was some protocol I didn't know about, where the children sat in front and the spouse sat further back. But I'd been to funerals my whole life. I'd been to Robert's mother's funeral, his father's funeral, my own parents' funerals. The spouse always sits in front. Always. It's not even a question. It's just what you do. But I was sitting in the fourth row and the organ was playing and the pastor was beginning to speak and it was too late to do anything about it. I couldn't stand up and make a scene. I couldn't walk to the front and demand my place. I just sat there, frozen, surrounded by people who barely knew him, while my children occupied the space that should have been mine. The pastor started talking and I couldn't focus on a single word. I heard sounds, syllables, sentences, but none of it was connecting in my brain. I kept staring at the back of Thomas's head, at Margaret's dark hair, at Linda's shoulders. They were all sitting so properly, so composed. Every so often one of them would reach for a tissue or lean into their spouse. They looked like a family grieving together. They looked like they belonged there. The pastor said something about Robert's devotion to his faith, his commitment to his family, his years of service to the church. Every time he said devoted husband, I felt it like a physical blow. Devoted husband. I was sitting 4 rows back from my own husband's casket, while strangers surrounded me. The woman next to me kept glancing at me like she wanted to say something comforting but didn't know what. I just stared straight ahead. Thomas stood up to give the first eulogy. He walked to the pulpit and cleared his throat and started talking about what a wonderful father Robert was, how he taught them to work hard, to value family, to be honest in all their dealings. He told a story about Robert teaching him to change a tire when he was 16, how patient he'd been, how he'd made Thomas figure it out himself instead of just doing it for him. People laughed softly at the appropriate moments. Thomas's voice cracked when he talked about knowing his own kids would miss their grandfather. He thanked everyone for coming. He thanked his siblings for their support during this difficult time. He said, "We as a family probably a dozen times. We as a family appreciate your prayers. We as a family have been overwhelmed by your kindness. We as a family will get through this together." Never once did he turn around to look at me. Never once did he say my mother or my parents or acknowledge that Robert had a wife who was sitting somewhere in this church. It was like I didn't exist. Margaret went next. Her eulogy was about Robert as a father and grandfather. She talked about him teaching her to ride a bike, showing up to every single one of her school plays, even the terrible ones, walking her down the aisle at her wedding. She talked about how he'd been at the hospital when each of her kids was born, how he'd held them and cried happy tears. She told a story about him taking the grandkids fishing last summer, how patient he'd been untangling lines and baiting hooks, how he'd been so proud of them. She talked about him like he existed only in relation to them, like his entire life was about being their father and their children's grandfather. Like those 52 years before they were born, those 52 years of our marriage were just a prelude to his real life. Like I was just the person who happened to be there in the background while the important stuff happened. I noticed people were leaning over to my children during pauses in the service, squeezing their shoulders, whispering condolences, passing tissues. Margaret was crying openly now and David had his arm around her. Linda was holding Mark's hand. Thomas had his youngest daughter leaning against him. They were a unit up there, a family supporting each other through grief. And I was 4 rows back being comforted by a man from Robert's office who I'd met maybe twice in my entire life. Some people did turn around, looking for me. I saw Robert's brother crane his neck during one of the hymns, scanning the rows. When he spotted me, his eyebrows went up, but he didn't get up. He didn't come back to get me. He just looked confused and turned back around. My sister caught my eye once, and her face went hard, angry, but she couldn't exactly cause a scene in the middle of the funeral. Nobody could. So we all just sat there and played our assigned roles. After the eulogies, the pastor invited people to come forward and view the casket one last time before they closed it. He said the family would go first. My children and their families stood up, all of them, filing out of the pews and moving toward the front. They stood by the casket, some of them touching it gently. Margaret was crying harder now. Linda had her arm around her. The grandkids looked solemn and sad. Thomas stood with his hand on the casket for a long moment before stepping back. I waited. I waited for someone to gesture to me, to realize I should be up there with them. But nobody did. They all viewed the casket and then moved to the side, and the pastor began directing the general congregation forward, row by row, starting from the back, which meant I'd have to wait even longer. I had to sit there while the people behind me filed, past, while strangers and distant acquaintances paid their respects to my husband before I could. When my row finally stood, I got in line like everyone else. The man from Robert's office let me go ahead of him at least. I walked up that center aisle feeling like I was moving through water. Everything was slow and heavy and wrong. I reached the casket and put my hand on it and looked at Robert's face through the glass panel at the top. They'd done his makeup well. He looked peaceful. He looked like he was sleeping. I wanted to scream. I wanted to pound on the wood and demand he wake up and tell me why this was happening, why his children had pushed me aside, why I was being treated like this. But he was gone, and I was alone with it. I don't know how long I stood there. Long enough that the usher gently touched my elbow, and I realized I needed to move, that people were waiting behind me. I stepped away and walked to the side and just stood there in a daze. The receiving line formed at the back of the church after they closed the casket. My children positioned themselves near the doors, and people started filing past to offer condolences. I stood near them, off to the side, unsure where I was supposed to be. Did I stand with them? Did I stand separately? Nobody gave me any direction. Margaret and Thomas and Linda were shaking hands and accepting hugs, and I just hovered. People approached the kids first. Then they'd notice me standing there, and their faces would change. Surprise, confusion, like they hadn't realized I was there. Like they'd been looking for me this whole time and couldn't figure out where I'd gone. They'd come over and hug me and say they were so sorry, and I'd thank them, and they'd move on. It was disjointed and awkward and wrong. My sister-in-law, Robert's younger sister Helen, found me and pulled me to the side. She looked upset, angry even. She asked what was going on, why I wasn't in front, said she'd almost didn't see me back there. I just shook my head. I couldn't explain it because I didn't understand it myself. She started to say something else, but Margaret appeared and put her hand on my arm and said something about how I'd preferred to sit further back, didn't I, Mom? And then she turned to greet someone else before I could even respond. Preferred. Like it had been my choice. Like I'd requested to be seated away from my husband's casket at his funeral. The reception was in the church hall downstairs. Coffee and sandwiches and cookies that the church ladies had made. More condolences, more awkward conversations. My children were in one area, surrounded by people, and I ended up at a small table in the corner. A few people came and sat with me briefly, but mostly I sat alone. I watched my kids across the room, watched them accept sympathy and support, watched them comfort each other. Pastor Williams found me and sat down. He's known us for 20 years, married 2 of our kids, baptized most of the grandchildren. He asked if I was all right, and I told him the truth. Told him I'd been seated in the 4th row, that I'd had to wait in line like everyone else to see my husband's body. He looked genuinely shocked. He said that wasn't how they did things, that he'd assumed I was in the front, that when he'd been speaking during the service, he thought he was speaking directly to me sitting there in the front row where spouses always sit. He apologized like it was somehow his fault. But it wasn't. He hadn't made the seating arrangements. My children had. They'd made a choice about where I should sit, and it wasn't with them. It wasn't in the place of honor reserved for the person who'd known Robert longest, who'd loved him longest, who'd lost the most when he died. They'd chosen to put themselves first, and I was only just now realizing it wasn't an accident. This wasn't some misunderstanding or miscommunication. This was a choice they'd made. That evening, my children brought me home. All 3 of them came inside, asked if I needed anything. Did I want them to stay for a while? Was there food in the house? Was I going to be okay alone? I stood in my living room, in the house Robert and I had shared for almost 5 decades, and I finally asked the question that had been burning in my chest all day. Why wasn't I in the front row? Margaret's face changed immediately, got defensive. She said they were trying to keep the family together, that they thought I'd be more comfortable not being on display. On display. Like sitting in the front row at my own husband's funeral was some kind of performance I needed to be protected from. Thomas jumped in, said they were right there, that it wasn't like I was alone, that we were all grieving together. Linda just nodded along with whatever they said, like she always does. I pressed them, told them I was his wife, that I was supposed to be in front. That's where spouses sit. Everyone knows that. Margaret's voice got sharp then. She said I wasn't the only one grieving, that they'd lost their father, that their kids had lost their grandfather. Like I didn't know that, like I thought I was the only person in the world who was sad. But there's a difference between losing your father and losing your husband. There's a hierarchy to grief, and they'd erased me from it. I didn't have the energy to argue. I was exhausted down to my bones. I asked them to leave. They looked at each other with these concerned faces, like I was being unreasonable, but they left. Margaret said she'd check on me tomorrow. I locked the door behind them and stood in the hallway and looked at the house Robert and I had built our life in. Everything was exactly the same as it had been that morning, but everything was different. I was alone now, in every possible way. The next day, I called Pastor Williams and asked for a meeting. He fit me in that afternoon. I went to his office at the church and I explained everything clearly now that I'd had time to process it. How I'd been seated in the fourth row. How my children had occupied the front pews. How I'd had to wait in line to see my husband's body. He apologized again, kept saying he wished he'd known during the service so he could have corrected it. I told him I wanted to make sure that in any future memorial mentions in the church bulletin, in any records they kept, that I was listed properly as Robert's spouse and widow, not as mother of Margaret, Thomas, and Linda, not as grandmother of the kids, as his wife, the person he'd been married to for 52 years. Pastor Williams assured me that, of course, that's how it would be. That's how it should have been all along. I also told him I was setting up a memorial fund in Robert's name. For the church's youth programs, something Robert had always supported. I'd be the sole administrator. I didn't tell him that originally I'd planned to do it jointly with the kids, that I'd thought we'd work together on something meaningful to honor Robert's memory, but I wasn't working with them on anything anymore. Over the next week they called and texted constantly, Margaret checking in every morning, Thomas stopping by unannounced, Linda sending me articles about grief and healing. They were being attentive in a way that felt smothering, like they were trying to make up for something without acknowledging what they'd done wrong. Margaret suggested we all have dinner together that Sunday. A family meal, she said, to support each other. I told her no thank you. She pressed, said it would be good for me to not be alone. I said I preferred being alone right now. The silence on the other end of the phone was heavy, but I didn't fill it. Thomas offered to help me go through Robert's belongings. Said it might be easier to have help with that kind of thing. I told him I'd do it on my own time, when I was ready. He sounded hurt, but I didn't care. I wasn't ready to have them in this house going through Robert's things like they had more right to them than I did. Linda finally asked outright if something was wrong, if I was upset with them. I told her that I would no longer be relying on them for emotional support, that I needed to process my grief privately, that I appreciated their concern, but I would reach out if I needed something. She tried to argue, but I ended the call. Helen, Robert's sister, called a few days after the funeral, said she couldn't stop thinking about what had happened, that it was wrong, that she'd talked to her kids about it and they were all shocked. She said she almost hadn't seen me at the service, had spent the first 10 minutes looking around for me before she spotted me in back. Other relatives started reaching out too, cousins I hadn't talked to in years, Robert's college roommate, people who'd been there and noticed and felt uncomfortable about it. Every conversation validated what I'd felt. It wasn't just in my head. It wasn't grief making me irrational. It was visible and wrong, and other people had seen it, too. Robert's best friend from college said he'd thought maybe I'd been too grief-stricken to attend until he spotted me sitting in back during the receiving line, that he'd been confused about why the kids were in front alone. Margaret sent a long text about a week and a half after the funeral. Said she was sorry if I felt hurt, but it really was just a misunderstanding. They'd been trying to keep all the immediate family together and assumed I'd want to sit with them, but there wasn't room in one pew for everyone. So they'd made a judgment call. She said it like that made sense. Like separating me from them was somehow keeping us together. Thomas left a voicemail. Said he didn't understand why I was being distant, that we were all grieving and we should be supporting each other, that I was making this harder than it needed to be. Like setting boundaries was somehow making his grief worse. Like I owed it to him to pretend everything was fine. Linda's text was the worst. She asked if I was really going to make drama out of Dad's funeral. Said he wouldn't have wanted this, that he'd want us all to be close and support each other. She was using Robert against me, invoking what he would have wanted when she had no idea. Robert would have been horrified by what they did. He would have stood up in the middle of that service and demanded I be brought to the front where I belonged. I didn't engage with most of their messages. Sent brief responses acknowledging I'd received them, but didn't argue or explain. I was done explaining. They either understood or they didn't. And it was clear they didn't want to. It's been 6 weeks now. I've kept my distance. I still respond to their messages, but I don't initiate contact. I started going to a grief support group at a different church, one where nobody knows me or my children, where I can talk about losing Robert without having to explain the rest of it. The people there get it. They understand that grief is complicated and that sometimes the people who hurt you most are the ones who are supposed to love you. I've been going through Robert's things slowly, on my own, finding photos from when we were young, love letters from when he was stationed overseas and I was waiting for him to come home, our wedding album, evidence of a whole life we built together before our children even existed, a life that mattered, a marriage that was real and significant and shouldn't have been erased at his funeral. The memorial fund is set up and running. I've received donations from Robert's friends and former co-workers, from church members who remembered him fondly. My children asked about it, and I sent them the public information but haven't involved them in any decisions. It's my project, my way of honoring him. They had the funeral. This is mine. Margaret told my sister that I'm going through something, that I'm not myself right now. Like this is some temporary phase I'll snap out of. Like eventually I'll forget what they did, and everything will go back to normal. But I don't think it will. I don't think I can forget sitting in that 4th row watching my children take my place. I don't think I can forget being treated like an afterthought at the most important goodbye of my life. People keep telling me that grief makes you irrational, that I'm reading too much into a seating arrangement, that my children were just trying to cope with their own loss and didn't mean to hurt me. But I was married to Robert for 52 years. I was by his side through everything. We raised those children together. We buried his parents together. We celebrated every joy and survived every hardship together. And when he died, his children treated me like I was incidental to his life, like I was just another mourner instead of his partner. I don't know if I can forgive that. I don't know if I'm supposed to. My children say it was a misunderstanding, but they made choices that day. They chose where everyone sat. They chose not to correct it when they must have realized I wasn't with them. They chose not to even look for me to make sure I was okay. Those were choices, not accidents. And now I'm making my own choices about how much space I need from people who, in my darkest hour, forgot I was the one who knew him longest. At the family wedding, I was seated with strangers while my own children ignored me. I, 82, was invited to my granddaughter Claire's wedding. Claire is 28, my son Michael's oldest daughter. I have 2 children, Michael 56 and Karen 53, and between them, 6 grandchildren. Claire has always been special to me. She was the first grandchild, the one who made me a grandfather. My wife passed away 8 years ago, and she would have loved to see this day. I'd been looking forward to this wedding for months, ever since the invitation arrived in the mail with my name carefully written in calligraphy. When Claire got engaged last year, I offered to help with the wedding costs. I know these things are expensive, and I wanted to contribute something meaningful. I ended up giving them $15,000 toward the reception. It was a significant chunk of my savings, but she's my granddaughter, and I wanted her day to be perfect. I wanted to be part of making it happen. Michael had thanked me, said it was incredibly generous, said it would really help them throw the kind of celebration Claire deserved. The morning of the wedding, I got dressed in my best suit, navy blue, tailored, bought specifically for this occasion. I'd gotten a haircut the day before and shined my shoes that morning. I wanted to look good, wanted to look like someone who belonged at a fancy wedding. I drove myself to the venue, a big banquet hall about 40 minutes from my house, the kind of place with valet parking and a grand entrance. I felt proud pulling up, knowing I'd helped pay for all of this. The place was beautiful. Flowers everywhere, white and blush pink, elegant table settings visible through the open doors to the reception hall. A string quartet was playing in the lobby. Everything looked expensive and perfect, and I felt good about what I'd contributed. I walked to the seating chart display near the entrance, one of those big boards with everyone's names and table assignments printed on little cards. I scanned for my name, expecting to find it near the top. Table 1, Table 2, maybe Table 3. Those were the family tables, the ones near the head table where the bride and groom would sit. My eyes went down the list. Michael's name was at Table 2 with his wife Susan and their younger daughter Amy. Karen was at Table 3 with her husband and their 3 kids. Table 1 had the groom's parents and what looked like his extended family. I kept scanning. Table 4, Table 5. Still no sign of my name. I found it at Table 18. I had to read it twice to make sure I was seeing it correctly. Table 18. I counted the tables on the little diagram they'd included. Table 18 was at the far back corner of the hall, practically by the kitchen doors. As far from the head table as you could possibly get, while still technically being in the same room. I looked at who else was seated at Table 18. A couple with a last name I vaguely recognized, maybe parents of one of Claire's childhood friends. Someone named Patricia, with no last name listed. 2 names I'd never heard before in my entire life. I checked again to see if maybe there was another table with family. Maybe they'd split us up across multiple tables, and I just happened to be assigned to this one. But no. Table 2 and Table 3 were the family tables, and my name wasn't on either of them. I stood there staring at that seating chart for a long time. Other guests arrived and moved around me, finding their names, chatting with each other. A few people I vaguely recognized said hello, and I nodded but couldn't really respond. I kept rereading the chart, convinced there had to be a mistake. Maybe they'd spelled my name wrong and I was actually listed somewhere else. But there it was, my full name, clear as day, assigned to Table 18. I thought about finding Michael or Karen to ask about it, but they were already inside somewhere, probably taking pictures with the bridal party. The ceremony was supposed to start in 20 minutes. I didn't want to cause a problem or seem difficult. Maybe there was some reason for this that I didn't understand. Maybe I'd find out later and feel silly for questioning it. I walked into the reception hall to find my actual seat, hoping maybe the seating chart was wrong and the real table assignments would be different. I walked all the way to the back of that massive hall, past the elegant centerpieces and the carefully arranged place settings, past tables full of people who were clearly friends and family seated together, all the way to the back corner near the swinging kitchen doors, where I could hear staff clattering dishes and talking. Table 18 was exactly where I thought it would be. The place card with my name was sitting there between 2 other cards for people I didn't know. This was real. This was where they'd put me. At my granddaughter's wedding that I'd helped pay for, I was seated at the leftovers table with strangers. The ceremony started and I sat in one of the back rows. It was beautiful. Claire looked stunning in her dress, radiant and happy. The groom seemed like a decent young man, nervous but sincere during his vows. The kind of ceremony my wife would have cried through, but I could barely focus on any of it. I kept thinking about that table assignment, kept trying to make sense of it. I watched my children sitting in the front rows with the rest of the family. Michael in his expensive suit, Susan next to him looking elegant, Karen with her family, her kids dressed up and well behaved. They all looked happy and proper, and like they belonged exactly where they were. And I was in the back, watching like any other guest. After the ceremony, there was a cocktail hour. I saw my family clustered together near the bar, laughing and taking photos. Michael had his arm around Claire. Karen was fixing Amy's hair. The grandkids were all grouped together making faces at someone's phone. A perfect family moment. I walked over to join them. Michael saw me and waved, smiled, but he didn't call me over. Didn't motion for me to join the photo. Karen gave me a quick hug, asked how I was doing, then immediately turned back to her conversation with Susan. I stood at the edge of the group, feeling like I was intruding. Claire was busy with her bridesmaids and the photographer, being pulled in a dozen directions. She caught my eye once, gave me a big smile and a wave, but didn't come over. I got a drink and stood by one of the high-top tables watching everyone celebrate, watching my family take pictures without me. The DJ announced that dinner was being served and guests should find their seats. I watched Michael and Susan and Amy head toward the front of the hall. Watched Karen's family move in the same direction. Watched all my grandchildren walk together toward tables 2 and 3, up near where the bride and groom would be sitting. Then I turned and walked alone toward the back of the hall, past all the tables full of people laughing and celebrating together, all the way to table 18 in the corner by the kitchen where I'd been assigned to sit with strangers at my own granddaughter's wedding. A few people were already at table 18 when I got there. I sat down and introduced myself as Claire's grandfather. The couple I'd vaguely recognized from the seating chart turned out to be the parents of someone Claire went to elementary school with. They were nice enough, friendly, but they clearly didn't remember me at all. They said they were surprised to even be invited, that they hadn't seen Claire in years but got the invitation and figured why not. That's the kind of table this was. People who barely knew the bride. Patricia was maybe 40, spent most of her time on her phone. She worked with someone in the wedding party. I didn't catch who. The other 2 seats filled in eventually with friends of the groom's parents who didn't know anyone on the bride's side. They introduced themselves, and we all did that polite small talk you do with strangers. Where are you from? How do you know the couple? Nice weather we're having. I told them I was the bride's grandfather, and they seemed surprised, like they couldn't figure out why I'd be sitting back here if that was true. I couldn't either. Dinner got served, and I could see the family tables from where I was sitting if I looked past a few other tables and craned my neck a bit. They were animated, laughing, leaning across to talk to each other. Michael said something that made everyone crack up. Karen was showing someone photos on her phone. My grandson, Karen's oldest boy, was making faces at Amy. A whole family celebration happening up there, and I was back here eating chicken with people who were checking their watches and wondering when it would be acceptable to leave. The speeches started between courses. The best man went first, told some funny stories about the groom in college, got some good laughs. The maid of honor talked about Claire, about their friendship since high school, about how she always knew Claire would find someone wonderful. She got a little teary and everyone awed. Then Michael stood up. He gave the father of the bride speech, talked about watching Claire grow up, about teaching her to ride a bike and helping her with homework and walking her to her first day of kindergarten. He got choked up talking about his little girl getting married, about having to share her with someone else now. He thanked everyone for coming to celebrate this special day. He thanked the groom's family for welcoming Claire. He thanked his wife Susan for being an amazing mother. He was up there for maybe 5 minutes, and not once did he mention me. Not once did he say anything about Claire's grandfather being there, about how her grandmother would have loved to see this, about the family that came before him. Nothing. Everyone clapped and wiped their eyes, and Michael sat back down, looking pleased with himself. I sat at table 18 and felt invisible. Between courses, the photographer started calling up family members for photos with the bride and groom. I watched from my seat in the back. Parents first, then siblings, then extended family groups. The photographer called for grandparents, and an elderly couple from the groom's side stood up and walked over. Nobody looked around for me. Nobody said, "Wait, where's Claire's grandfather?" The photographer took a few shots and then moved on to the next grouping. I sat there with my hands on the table, wondering if I should just get up and walk over, insert myself into the photos. But something stopped me. Pride, maybe. Or the sick realization that if they'd wanted me there, they would have called for me. The dancing started after dinner. The DJ announced the father-daughter dance, and Michael led Claire onto the floor. It was sweet, emotional. They played some song I didn't recognize, and Michael was trying not to cry, and Claire was laughing and resting her head on his shoulder. Everyone was recording it on their phones, capturing this perfect moment. Then the groom danced with his mother. Then they invited all the couples to the dance floor. No grandfather-granddaughter dance. That wasn't part of the plan, apparently. I kept thinking I should say something. Should get up and walk over to Michael and ask him what the hell was going on. Why I was sitting in the back corner like some distant acquaintance instead of at a family table where I belonged. But it was Claire's wedding day. I didn't want to cause a scene. Didn't want to be the difficult old man making demands and ruining things. So I just sat there, watching my family celebrate without me, while I made small talk with strangers who didn't really want to be there either. The people at my table started leaving early. Patricia left right after dinner. The couple with the vague connection to Claire left after the cake cutting. The groom's parents' friends stayed through the first dance and then made excuses about babysitters. By the time the bouquet toss happened, I was sitting alone at table 18, the only person left at a table set for 8, watching the party from the back of the room. I thought about the $15,000 I'd given them, realized I was sitting at a table that my own money had probably paid for. The flowers on this table, the chair I was sitting in, the meal I'd barely touched. I'd helped pay for all of it. And they'd put me in the corner with people who didn't know the family, didn't care about being there, who left as soon as it was socially acceptable. The check was in my jacket pocket. $20,000 made out to Claire and her new husband toward their first home. I'd planned to give it to them at the end of the night, had imagined pulling them aside and handing it over and seeing their faces light up. I'd wanted to be part of helping them start their life together. But sitting there alone at that table in the back, I started thinking maybe I'd been wrong about my place in this family. Karen finally came over to my table sometime after the cake was served. She was a little tipsy, happy, asked if I was having a good time. The question was so absurd I almost laughed out loud. I asked her why I was sitting back here. She looked uncomfortable, said something about how they had to fit in so many people, and the seating arrangements were really complicated. I pointed out that there were empty seats at her table, at Michael's table. I could see them from where I was sitting. She said those were for people who had to leave early, who had kids to get home to, and they needed to keep those seats available. It didn't make any sense, and she knew it. She changed the subject quickly, said she had to get back to her family, and left before I could press her on it. I sat through the rest of the reception, watched the groom remove the garter, watched Claire throw the bouquet, watched everyone line up outside with sparklers for the big exit while the newlyweds ran to their car. I stood in the back of that line, holding my unlit sparkler, watching my children and grandchildren up front laughing and cheering. The happy couple drove away and everyone clapped and started heading to their cars. I found Claire in the chaos of people leaving. She was still in her dress, glowing and exhausted and happy. I hugged her, told her congratulations, told her I was so happy for her. She thanked me for coming, for everything, gave me a big hug and then got pulled away by someone else wanting to say goodbye. The check stayed in my pocket. I drove home that night in silence, 40 minutes alone with my thoughts, kept replaying the whole evening in my head. The seating chart, the dinner with strangers, the photos I wasn't included in, the speech where Michael didn't mention me, Karen's weak excuses, all of it adding up to one clear message. I didn't matter enough to sit with my own family. When I got home, I sat at my kitchen table still in my suit, took the check out of my pocket and looked at it. $20,000. A significant amount of money for someone on a fixed income. Money I'd been planning to give them because I loved them, because I wanted to help, because that's what family does. I thought about that table in the back corner, about sitting alone while my family celebrated together. about paying to be excluded from my own granddaughter's wedding. I tore the check in half, then in half again, then kept tearing until it was confetti on my kitchen table. I'd given them $15,000 for the wedding, and that was all they were getting from me. I wasn't paying another cent to people who couldn't even be bothered to save me a seat at the family table. The next morning I woke up, and the first thing I thought about was that torn-up check still sitting on my kitchen table. I got up and looked at it, all those little pieces, and I didn't feel bad. I felt clear. They'd made a choice about how to treat me, and now I was making a choice about what I was willing to accept. I sat down and wrote a letter to Claire and her husband, kept it factual, not angry. I explained that I'd originally planned to give them $20,000 toward their first home, that I was reducing the gift to only what I'd already contributed to the wedding, that I appreciated being invited but I would not pay to be excluded from my own family. I didn't go into detail about the seating or how it made me feel, just stated what I was doing and why. I mailed it certified mail so I'd know when they received it. 2 days later, my phone started ringing. Michael called first. He was angry right from the start, said I was being ridiculous, that the seating arrangements were complicated and not personal, that Claire was upset and I was ruining her happiness over a table assignment. I told him I wasn't discussing it, that my decision was final. He said I was being selfish and petty and hung up on me. Karen sent a long text, said she was disappointed in me. That family is supposed to be supportive, and I was choosing to punish Claire for something that wasn't even her fault. That I was holding money over people's heads and it was manipulative. I didn't respond. What was I supposed to say? That being treated like I didn't matter was worse than any money I could give or take away. Claire sent a message the next day. Just a few words. That's really petty, Grandpa. I thought you loved me. That one hurt the most. The implication that my love should mean accepting any treatment. That setting a boundary meant I didn't care about her. Like love is supposed to be unconditional acceptance of being disrespected. I read it a dozen times, and each time it felt worse. But then other people started reaching out. My late wife's nephew called. He'd been at the wedding, seated at table 15. He said he'd spent half the reception wondering why I was sitting so far back, that he almost said something to Michael but didn't want to cause drama. He said it was wrong and he was sorry it happened. Just hearing someone else acknowledge it was real, that I wasn't crazy for being hurt. That helped. My cousin Joan called a few days later. She'd been at table 12, also distant from the family tables. She said she was shocked when she saw where I was sitting, that she'd looked for me at the family tables during dinner, and when she finally spotted me in the back, she couldn't believe it. She said she felt ashamed that she hadn't gotten up and said something right then, that she should have made a fuss. These conversations kept happening. People who'd been there telling me they noticed. They thought it was strange. They didn't understand why I'd been seated like that. Michael came to my house about a week after the wedding. We sat in the living room and actually talked this time instead of him just yelling at me over the phone. He admitted the seating was intentional. Said Susan had done the seating chart, and she'd said they needed to prioritize immediate family and close friends at the front tables. I pointed out that I am immediate family. I'm his father, Claire's grandfather. He got defensive. Said Susan meant people Claire sees regularly. That I live 40 minutes away and only see them a few times a year, so I'm not really part of their daily lives. That's what it came down to. Because I don't see them every week. Because I'm not constantly involved in their day-to-day. I don't count as close family. Like proximity matters more than blood or history. Like the fact that I raised him doesn't count for anything because we don't have Sunday dinners together anymore. I asked him if he'd be okay being seated away from his kids at a major family event. He said that was different, wouldn't explain how. Karen called a few days after Michael's visit. She was more apologetic than he'd been, but still making excuses. Said she didn't do the seating chart. Susan did, but she'd seen it beforehand. She admitted she probably should have said something. That in hindsight, it looked bad. But she insisted it wasn't meant to hurt me. That nobody was thinking about how it would feel. They were just trying to solve a logistics puzzle. I asked if she would have been okay being seated away from her kids at a wedding. She went quiet. Eventually said it was different, but couldn't explain why. Nobody could ever explain why it was different. Word spread through the extended family fast. People took sides. Some of my wife's relatives said I'd overreacted, that I was holding money over people's heads and being manipulative. A few of Michael's friends apparently told mutual acquaintances that I was being difficult and punishing a young couple for something minor. But others reached out privately to say they thought I was right, that the seating was disrespectful and my family should have done better. My relationship with Michael and Karen changed after that. We still talk, but it's strained. Polite but distant. They call less often, and I don't. Initiate contact. When we do talk, it's surface-level stuff, nothing real. Karen sent me an article about forgiveness last week, like that was subtle. Michael asked if I was coming to Amy's birthday dinner next month and seemed relieved when I said I wasn't sure yet. Claire hasn't spoken to me since she sent that message calling me petty. I heard through Joan that she and her husband found a condo but had to adjust their budget without my additional gift. Part of me feels guilty about that. She's starting her life and I could have helped make it easier. But most of me doesn't regret it. They wanted my money without having to treat me like family, and I wasn't willing to accept that arrangement. It's been 4 months now. I still live alone in the same house. The routine is the same, but the loneliness is worse. Before the wedding, I felt like I had family even if I didn't see them often. I had people I could call, people who'd be there if I needed them. Now I'm not sure what I have. I got invited to Michael's house for Thanksgiving last week. Haven't decided if I'm going. Can't figure out if showing up would be letting them off the hook or if staying away would be punishing myself more than them. The money I saved by not giving the full gift is still in my account. $20,000 just sitting there. I've thought about donating it somewhere, maybe to a charity my wife cared about, or giving it to my other grandkids in my will so at least someone benefits, or just keeping it for my own care as I get older. I'm 82, and I don't know how many years I have left. Maybe I should spend it on myself instead of people who seat me with strangers. I wonder if I'll be invited to the next family wedding, if there is one. Amy will probably get married eventually, or one of Karen's kids. I wonder if they'll invite me and where they'll seat me if I go. I wonder if I even want to find out. People keep saying I made it about money, but it was never about the money. It was about being treated like I didn't matter, about being pushed to the margins of my own family while they celebrated together without me. I contributed to that wedding because I wanted to be part of it, wanted to celebrate my granddaughter starting her life. But they made it clear I was only valuable for what I could provide, not for who I am. They took my money and gave me a seat with strangers. My children say it was just a seating arrangement, that I'm reading too much into it. But where you put people says something about how you value them. And they put me in the back corner like I was an obligation, not a beloved father and grandfather. They seated me with people who didn't know the family, who left early, who didn't want to be there. That wasn't an accident or a logistics problem. That was a choice about what I'm worth to them. So I'm asking, was I wrong to pull back the rest of my gift after being treated like an afterthought at my granddaughter's wedding? Should I have just accepted the insult quietly and handed over the money anyway? Or was I right to show them that if they don't value my presence, they don't get my financial support either? Because I don't know if I can come back from this. And I'm not sure they think there's anything to come back from. When my house was sold, I found out my children had signed it away without telling me. I, 81, have been living in the same house for nearly 50 years. My husband Tom passed away 3 years ago, and we raised our 3 kids here. Michael, 56, Susan, 53, and David, 49. It's not a fancy place, just a regular 3-bedroom ranch in a quiet neighborhood, but it was ours. Every room had memories. The kitchen where I taught Susan to bake, the backyard where the boys played baseball, the living room where Tom and I watched our grandkids take their first steps. About 7 years ago, not long after Tom died, the kids sat me down for what they called a family meeting. They said we needed to talk about the house and my future. Michael did most of the talking, like he always does. He explained that if something happened to me, the house would have to go through probate, and it would be a mess for everyone. Susan backed him up, said it would be expensive and take forever. David nodded along. They suggested adding their names to the deed, said it was just a formality, that it would make everything easier down the road. For convenience, they said, to protect me. I trusted them. They're my children. Why wouldn't I trust them? So I did it. We went to the lawyer's office together and I signed the papers. They all hugged me after, and Michael said I was being so smart about planning ahead. I remember feeling good about it, like I was being responsible. Nothing changed at first. I kept living in the house, paying the property taxes every year, keeping up with repairs and maintenance. The furnace broke 2 winters ago, and I paid for that. The roof needed work last spring, and I handled it. It was still my home. I never thought twice about those papers I'd signed, but things started feeling off maybe 6 months ago. The kids began asking weird questions when they'd call or visit. Michael wanted to know if the house was getting too big for me. Susan asked if I ever thought about downsizing, moving into something smaller and easier to manage. David brought up retirement communities, said they had great activities and I wouldn't be so isolated. I told them all the same thing. I was fine. I could manage. I wasn't going anywhere. This was my home. They backed off, but they kept at it in little ways. Susan mentioned during lunch one day that her friend's mother had moved in with her, and how nice it was to have family close by. Michael sent me articles about the dangers of elderly people living alone. David stopped by less and less, and when he did come over, he'd point out things that needed fixing, like I couldn't see them myself. The paint in the hallway, the crack in the driveway, like he was building a case for something. Their visits got less frequent around that time. Michael used to come by every other week, but it turned into once a month, then even less. Susan and I had our regular lunch dates, but she started canceling more often, always had some excuse. David just stopped returning my calls as quickly. I figured they were busy with their own lives. My grandkids are teenagers now. Everyone's always running around. I didn't think much of it. Then, one Tuesday afternoon in late spring, I walked out to check the mail and found a letter from Riverside Realty Group. I didn't recognize the name. I thought maybe it was junk mail at first, one of those "we want to buy your house" things you get sometimes. But when I opened it, my stomach dropped. The letter thanked me for vacating the property on schedule and wished me well in my next chapter. It mentioned smooth closing and praised the new owners for being so understanding about the timeline. I read it 3 times standing there by the mailbox. My hands were shaking. I thought it had to be a mistake, maybe a scam or something sent to the wrong address. I went inside and called the number on the letterhead. A cheerful woman answered, and I explained there must be some confusion. I'd received this letter, but I hadn't sold my house. She put me on hold. When she came back, her voice was different, more careful. She confirmed the address, confirmed my name, and said yes, the house had sold 3 weeks ago. Closing was last Friday. The new owners would be taking possession in 2 weeks. I couldn't breathe right. I told her there had to be a mistake. I never sold anything. She got quiet and then said she'd transfer me to the listing agent who handled the sale. A man picked up, said his name was Rick, and before I could say anything, he started talking about what a pleasure it was working with my children on this sale. He said they'd been planning it for months and everything had gone so smoothly. I sat down hard in one of my kitchen chairs. I asked him what he meant, working with my children. He sounded confused and said, well, they were the co-owners on the deed. They'd listed the property back in January, and it sold in March. Fast sale, he said. Good market. I hung up on him. My whole body felt cold. I grabbed my phone and called Michael. It rang and went to voicemail. I called Susan. Straight to voicemail. I called David and he actually picked up. I could hear noise in the background like he was in a store or something. I didn't even say hello. I asked him what was going on with the house. He went quiet and then sighed, that long, tired sigh like I was bothering him. He said they needed to talk and asked if I could come to Michael's house that weekend. I said no. I needed to talk now. I told him I'd gotten a letter saying my house was sold, and I wanted to know what the hell was happening. He admitted it. Just like that. Said, yeah, they'd sold the house. They'd been planning to tell me, but the timing never felt right. They'd already split the money 3 ways. It was done. I asked him where I was supposed to live. He said they'd figured I'd move in with one of them, probably Susan since she had the extra bedroom. He said it like it was obvious, like it was the plan all along and I should have known. I hung up on him too. I sat there in my kitchen, the same kitchen where I'd made thousands of meals, where I'd fed my babies and my grandbabies, where Tom and I had our coffee every morning for decades. I looked around at the walls covered in family photos, pictures of birthdays and holidays and graduations. My whole life was in this house, and my own children had sold it out from under me. They'd taken the money and expected me to just go along with it, to pack up 50 years of my life in 2 weeks and move into someone's spare bedroom like I had no say in any of it. They'd used those papers I signed, the ones they said were for convenience and protection, to steal everything from me. I realized right then that I'd been so stupid to trust them. They hadn't been protecting me 7 years ago. They'd been protecting themselves, making sure they could do whatever they wanted when the time came. And I'd signed it all away because they were my children, and I believed they loved me. I didn't sleep that night, or the next. By Thursday, I'd made up my mind. I wasn't going to show up at Michael's on the weekend like some obedient child waiting to be told what to do with the rest of my life. I went to his house that afternoon instead. Didn't call first. Just drove over there. All 3 of them were already there when I arrived. They'd clearly been expecting me, probably had been planning what to say. Susan opened the door and immediately started with, "Mom, before you get upset." But I cut her off. I told her I was already upset. They sold my house. We sat in Michael's living room and he went into what I call his lawyer mode, even though he's not a lawyer, he's an accountant. He explained very calmly that the house was too much for me, that I was getting older and it wasn't safe for me to live alone, that the money from the sale would go toward my care. He said they were protecting my assets, protecting me. He made it sound so reasonable, like they'd done me a favor. I pointed out that I'd been paying for everything, the taxes, the repairs, the utilities. All of it came out of my pension and my savings. They hadn't contributed a dime in 7 years, and now they'd taken all the money from the sale. Michael said they'd put it toward my future care, but when I asked where that money was now, he got vague, said it was being managed appropriately. David tried a different approach. He said they'd been worried about me living alone at my age, that I could fall or have a medical emergency and no one would know, that I was being stubborn about accepting help. He made it sound like I was the problem, like I was some confused old woman who couldn't see what was best for her. I asked them flat out why they didn't tell me, why they went behind my back. Susan started crying then. She said they knew I'd be difficult about it, that I'd refuse to listen to reason. She said they were trying to make a hard situation easier, for everyone. Michael added that they'd given me notice, that Susan had sent a letter 2 weeks before closing. I'd never received any letter. I told them the only thing I got was that thank you note from the real estate office, and that was by accident. Susan insisted she'd mailed it. I didn't believe her. Even if she had, 2 weeks' notice to leave the home I'd lived in for 50 years? They thought that was acceptable? Then the truth started coming out. Susan admitted first. She and her husband had made some bad investments, lost a chunk of money. They needed cash. Michael was next. He wanted to use his share for his daughter's college fund, said tuition was astronomical these days. David had some business venture he wanted to start, some opportunity that couldn't wait. That's when I understood. This wasn't about my safety or my care or protecting me. They needed money, and my house was sitting there like a piggy bank they could crack open whenever they wanted. Michael actually said it out loud, said it was going to be ours eventually anyway, we just moved up the timeline. Like, my life was just something on their schedule they could rearrange. Susan kept crying and said they'd given me 2 weeks' notice, and that was reasonable for the situation. I asked what situation. She said the situation of me needing to move in with one of them, like it was already decided, like I'd agreed to it. I told them I wasn't moving in with any of them. Michael laughed, actually laughed, and asked where I thought I was going to go. He said I couldn't afford anything on my pension, that I needed to be realistic. He said it like I was stupid, like I hadn't been managing my own finances for 60 years. I said I'd figure it out. Susan got hysterical then, said I was being stubborn and making everything harder than it needed to be. She said she'd cleared out her spare room for me, bought new sheets, made space in her closet. Like that was supposed to make up for stealing my home. Like I should be grateful. David switched tactics and said I was being ungrateful. He brought up every little thing they'd done for me since Tom died. The visits, the phone calls, helping me set up my new TV. He listed it all out like I owed them something. Like those basic things children do for their parents meant they had the right to take everything from me. Michael lost his temper. He stood up and said they were trying to help me whether I liked it or not, that I was being impossible and they'd done what needed to be done. He said I should be thanking them for taking care of everything instead of fighting them on it. I stood up too. I told them they didn't take care of anything. They stole from me. They betrayed my trust. I said I raised them better than this, that Tom and I taught them better than this. Susan screamed that I was being cruel, that they were still my children and I couldn't just walk away from family. I left anyway. I used my savings to rent a small apartment across town. It was all I could afford on short notice, a one-bedroom place in an older building. The carpet was stained, the bathroom was tiny, and I could hear my neighbors through the walls. It was nothing like my house, but it was mine, and no one could take it away from me. The kids kept calling. I didn't answer. Michael sent emails saying I was overreacting, that we needed to talk like adults. Susan left voicemails crying. David showed up at my apartment building twice, but I wouldn't let him in. They acted like I was the one being unreasonable. I thought about it for a week. I barely slept in that apartment. I'd lie awake on the used mattress I'd bought and think about my house, about the new owners probably moving their furniture into my living room, hanging their pictures on my walls. I thought about 50 years of my life boxed up in a storage unit because I didn't have room for it all in this tiny place. Then I remembered my old friend Patricia. Her son James became a lawyer, does estate and property law. I called her and explained the situation. She gave me his number immediately and told me to use her name. I met with James in his office. I brought every document I had, the deed, the property tax records, everything. He went through it all carefully and then looked up at me. He said I had a case, that the sale might be voidable because of undue influence and lack of proper notice. But he was honest about the rest too. It would be expensive. It would take time. And it would get ugly. I asked him how ugly. He said family court cases are always the worst. That my children would fight back hard, probably hire their own lawyers. That it could take a year or more. That there were no guarantees. I told him to start the paperwork. He asked if I was sure, if I understood what I was starting. I said I understood perfectly. My children stole my home and I wasn't going to let them get away with it just because they were blood. He nodded and said he'd file by the end of the week. I left his office feeling something I hadn't felt since I got that letter. I felt like I had some control back, like I wasn't just a victim of whatever my children decided to do to me. It felt good. It felt right. Even though I knew what was coming would be bad, at least I was doing something. James filed the lawsuit on a Wednesday. By Friday, all 3 of my children had been served papers at their homes. Michael called me within an hour of getting his. He was screaming so loud I had to hold the phone away from my ear. He said I was destroying the family, that I'd lost my mind, that he couldn't believe I was actually doing this. I hung up on him. Susan sent a text. It was long. Went on for paragraphs about how hurt she was that I'd chosen money over my own children. She said I was putting a price tag on our relationship, that she'd never forgive me for this, that I was going to regret it. She said Tom would be ashamed of me. That one hurt more than I want to admit. David showed up at my apartment on Saturday morning. I heard him knocking and calling through the door. He said he just wanted to talk, that we could work something out, that it didn't have to be like this. He stayed out there for 20 minutes. I sat on my couch and didn't move. Finally, I yelled through the door that if he didn't leave, I'd call the police. He left. Word spread through the family fast. My sister called me the next week. She'd heard from Susan. She didn't know what to say at first, just asked if it was true that I was suing my own kids. I told her yes. She went quiet and then said she understood why I was upset, that what they did was wrong, but was I sure I wanted to take it this far? She said something about how family should work things out privately. I asked her if her kids had ever stolen her house. She didn't have an answer for that, but some of the younger family members reached out too. My niece Emma called and said she'd heard what happened and thought it was disgusting. She said if I needed anything, even just a place to stay, her door was open. My nephew Chris sent me a message saying he'd help with legal costs if I needed it. He said what Michael, Susan, and David did was theft. Plain and simple. And he was sorry it happened to me. It meant more than I expected, knowing that some people understood. Then things got complicated in ways I hadn't anticipated. The people who bought my house contacted James. They were caught in the middle of this mess, and they hadn't done anything wrong. They'd bought the house in good faith, didn't know about any of this. James explained that we might be able to void the sale, or we might have to go after my children for financial compensation instead. Either way, I might never get my actual house back. That realization hit me hard. I'd been so focused on fighting back, on not letting them win, that I hadn't really thought through what winning would look like. The best-case scenario might just be money, and I didn't even want their money anymore. I wanted my home. I wanted those 50 years back. But you can't sue for that. My savings started draining faster than I'd planned. Rent, legal fees, utilities. I'd never had to worry about money like this before. Tom and I had been careful, had saved, and our expenses were always manageable. Now I was watching my account balance drop every month and trying not to panic. I ended up taking a part-time job at the local library, shelving books, and helping with the computer classes. At 81 years old, I was working again for the first time in decades. It felt humiliating and necessary at the same time. The apartment was lonely. I'd lived alone for 3 years since Tom died. But that was different. That was my house with my things and my memories. This place was just a box I slept in. I'd eat dinner at the small folding table I'd bought secondhand and think about my kitchen table, the big wooden one Tom and I picked out together in 1976. Some couple I'd never met was probably eating dinner there now. Susan ramped up the guilt campaign. She started sending me photos of my grandchildren with messages about how much they missed me. Pictures from soccer games and school plays that I wasn't invited to anymore. Michael's wife called once trying to mediate, suggested we all sit down for a family therapy session. I told her there was nothing to mediate. They stole from me. Therapy wouldn't fix that. David sent me a check for $5,000. There was a note with it that said it was to help with rent and asked me to please stop the lawsuit. I stared at that check for a long time. $5,000 when they'd split probably $300,000 or more from selling my house. It felt like an insult. I mailed it back to him. The case moved slowly. James warned me it would, but I didn't realize how slowly. Paperwork, filings, responses, delays. Everything took forever. We had a preliminary hearing scheduled, and then it got pushed back. Then it got pushed back again. I went to every court date alone, sat in those hard chairs in the hallway outside the courtroom by myself, while my children sat together on the other side with their lawyer. 4 months in, Susan sent another email. She said I was choosing money over family, that I was missing watching my grandchildren grow up over pride. She said when this was all over and I was alone with no family left, I'd realize what I'd given up. She said they'd tried to help me and I'd thrown it back in their faces. I read that email 3 times. The thing is, she really believed it. They all did. They genuinely thought they were the victims here, that I was the one being unreasonable. They'd convinced themselves that stealing my house was helping me, and that fighting back made me the bad guy. James said we had a decent chance. The lack of proper notice was a strong point. The undue influence was harder to prove, but not impossible. He said we might be able to reach a settlement, that Michael's lawyer had hinted they might be willing to negotiate. Probably they were starting to realize how bad this looked, or maybe their own legal fees were adding up, but I wasn't sure I wanted their money anymore. That's the thing I couldn't explain to anyone who asked. It wasn't really about the money. It wasn't even about the house anymore. Not entirely. It was about them understanding what they did was wrong. And they still didn't. Not one of them had apologized. Not once. I spent holidays alone that year. Thanksgiving, Christmas. I bought myself a small turkey breast and ate it in my apartment. I called Patricia and we talked for a while. She asked how I was holding up. I told her I was fine. I don't think she believed me. The preliminary hearing was scheduled for next month. James thought we might be able to force a settlement before then. He said sometimes when it gets close to actually going in front of a judge, people get more reasonable. I told him my children hadn't been reasonable in over a year. I didn't expect them to start now. I looked at myself in the bathroom mirror this morning and barely recognized who was looking back. I'm older than I was a year ago, more tired. But there was something else too. I wasn't that woman who trusted her children blindly anymore. I wasn't someone who'd just accept being pushed around because it was easier than fighting back. The thing nobody tells you about standing up for yourself is how exhausting it is. Every day is hard. Every night I second-guess everything. My sister's words echo in my head about whether this is worth it. But then I think about what would have happened if I hadn't fought back. I'd be living in Susan's spare bedroom right now, completely dependent on the people who betrayed me, pretending everything was fine. So I guess I'm still waiting to see what happens. The hearing next month will determine something, though I'm not sure what anymore. Maybe we'll settle. Maybe we'll go to trial. Maybe I'll get some money and that'll be the end of it. Maybe I'll get nothing and still have these legal bills to pay off. What I know for sure is that I can't go back. There's no version of this where we're a family again. Not like before. That's gone. They destroyed it when they sold my house, and they destroyed it again when they refused to admit what they'd done was wrong. I've accepted that now. I still have the key to my old house in my purse. I don't know why I kept it. The locks are probably changed by now anyway. But sometimes I hold it and remember what it felt like to open that door and walk into my home, my real home. I'll never have that feeling again, and that's something I have to live with, no matter what the court decides. For Christmas morning, my children opened gifts without even inviting me into the room. I'm 77 years old, and I just got back from what was supposed to be a wonderful Christmas at my son David's house. David is 43, married to Jessica, who's 38, and they have 3 kids. Emma is 14, Luke is 11, and Sophie is 8. I thought we were close, I really did. For weeks leading up to Christmas, I'd been preparing. I knitted sweaters for each of the grandkids because back in October, Emma mentioned she wanted a burgundy cardigan. Luke said he needed a new hoodie for school, and Sophie kept talking about this yellow pullover she saw at a store, but Jessica said was too expensive. So I made them. Emma's took me almost 3 weeks because I added this cable knit pattern she'd shown me on her phone. Luke's was simpler, but I put his favorite superhero logo on it. Sophie's was bright yellow with little flowers because she loves flowers. My hands aren't what they used to be, and the arthritis makes knitting painful after about an hour. But I worked on them every day. I also baked 3 batches of snickerdoodles because those are David's favorite, and the kids always ask for them when they visit. I bought presents too. Real presents, not just gift cards. I got Emma a leather journal and fancy pens because she's always writing in notebooks. For Luke, I found this telescope he'd mentioned wanting after his science class did a unit on space. Sophie got art supplies and this stuffed bunny that looked exactly like her pet rabbit that died last summer. For David, I bought a watch he'd been eyeing for months but said was too expensive. For Jessica, a spa gift basket because she's always stressed. David called me 2 weeks before Christmas and invited me to stay over Christmas Eve. He said the kids were excited to have me there and that we'd do the whole traditional Christmas morning together. I was thrilled. Usually I just come over for dinner on Christmas Day, but this felt special. Like they really wanted me to be part of everything. I drove over on Christmas Eve afternoon. Dinner was nice. We watched a Christmas movie together and the kids were bouncing off the walls with excitement. When they went to bed, I heard Emma tell Luke through the walls that she couldn't wait to open presents in the morning with Grandma. That made me so happy, I nearly cried. I went to bed around 10:30, excited for the next day. I woke up to the sound of shrieking and laughter downstairs. I checked my phone and it was 8:30 in the morning. My first thought was that the kids were just excited and playing while everyone waited for me to come down. I have arthritis in my knees and back, so mornings take me a while. I need to do some stretches before I can really move around, and getting dressed takes longer than it used to. I figured I'd get downstairs by 9 and we'd all open presents together. But as I was pulling on my cardigan, I realized the sounds downstairs weren't anticipation. They were celebration. I could hear wrapping paper tearing. I could hear Jessica's voice saying something about batteries. I heard David laugh and say, "Whoa, buddy, that's awesome." They'd started without me. I came down the stairs as fast as I could, which isn't very fast these days. When I got to the living room, it looked like a tornado had hit it. Wrapping paper was everywhere. The kids were already playing with their new toys. Emma was wearing the burgundy cardigan I'd made her, sitting on the couch scrolling through a new phone. Luke was on the floor setting up what looked like a gaming console wearing his new hoodie. Sophie was in her yellow sweater playing with a dollhouse. Every single present under that tree had been opened. The special wrapping paper I'd used, the handmade tags I'd written with personal messages, all of it was torn up and scattered across the floor. There were new toys, electronics, clothes, everything just out and opened and done. Nobody even looked at me when I walked in. I just stood there in the doorway, trying to process what I was seeing. I'd been upstairs the whole time. My room was right at the top of the stairs. They could have knocked. They could have called up to me. They could have waited. Finally, David glanced over and saw me. "Oh, Mom, Merry Christmas. Sorry, the kids couldn't wait any longer." He said it so casually, like it was no big deal, like I hadn't spent weeks preparing for this exact moment. Jessica looked up from her phone where she was taking pictures of Sophie with the dollhouse. She gave me this tight smile and said, "Merry Christmas," but then immediately went back to her phone. I tried to say Merry Christmas back, but my voice came out weird. I cleared my throat and tried again. "Merry Christmas, everyone." Luke ran past me to grab something from the kitchen, didn't even acknowledge I was there. Sophie waved at me, but then went right back to her dollhouse. Emma glanced up, said, "Hey, Grandma, thanks for the sweater," and then looked back at her phone. I walked into the room and sat down in the armchair by the window, the one I always sit in when I visit. From there, I could see all the presents scattered around. I spotted the telescope I'd bought Luke, already out of the box. The journal I'd gotten Emma was on the coffee table, unopened, but the wrapping was off. Sophie's bunny was tucked under her arm while she played. David stood up and stretched. The kids were up at 6. We tried to keep them quiet, but you know how kids are on Christmas. He said it like it was an explanation, like it made sense. Jessica added, without looking up from her phone, "We figured you'd want to sleep in anyway. You're always saying how tired you are." I do say that sometimes, because I'm 77 and I get tired. But I wasn't too tired for Christmas morning. I'd never been too tired for Christmas morning. Not in my entire life. When David was little, we used to make pancakes together before opening presents. We'd set up the camera, make hot chocolate, take our time with each gift. We waited for everyone. That was the rule. Everyone had to be there. I sat in that armchair for the next hour while the kids played with their new things and David and Jessica cleaned up wrapping paper. Jessica asked me if I wanted coffee. I said yes. She brought me a cup and then disappeared into the kitchen to start preparing lunch. David tried to show me some of the presents the kids got, pointing things out like I hadn't been there to see them opened, like I hadn't missed the actual moment that mattered. At one point, Sophie came over and climbed into my lap. She showed me her new dollhouse and told me about all the rooms. She was wearing the yellow sweater and she looked so happy. But all I could think about was that I hadn't been there when she opened it. I hadn't seen her face light up. I'd missed it. They'd let me miss it. I sat there with Sophie in my lap and felt like I was watching my family through a window. Like I was there, but not really there. Sophie eventually wiggled down and went back to her dollhouse. I stayed in the armchair. The whole morning I kept going back and forth in my head. Part of me wanted to say something. To tell David how much it hurt that they'd started without me. to ask Jessica why she thought it was okay to let the kids open everything when I was literally upstairs in their house. But the other part of me knew how that would go. I'd be the dramatic one. The bitter old woman who can't just let kids be kids. The grandmother who makes everything about herself. I've seen how Jessica talks about her own mother. Her mom wanted them to wait until noon to open presents one year because she was driving in from 2 hours away, and Jessica still complains about it. She calls her mom controlling, says she tried to make Christmas about her instead of the kids. I didn't want to be that person in their stories, so I smiled. I watched the kids play. I sipped my coffee. Around 10:30, Luke came over and asked if I wanted to see his new game system work. I said sure. He showed me for maybe 3 minutes before getting distracted and running off to play with David. I noticed he was wearing the hoodie I'd made him. It fit perfectly. I'd spent hours getting the measurements right, even texting Emma to secretly ask me how tall Luke was now because I hadn't seen him since Thanksgiving. Emma never came over to me at all that morning. She stayed on the couch with her new phone, texting people and taking selfies. At one point, I saw her take a picture in the cardigan. She posted it somewhere. I could tell by the way she was posing and checking the screen. I wondered if she'd mentioned that her grandmother made it. Probably not. Lunch was ham and mashed potatoes. Jessica had been preparing it all morning. We sat down around one and it was fine. Normal conversation. The kids talked about their presents. David told a story about something funny that happened at his work. Jessica asked me how my drive over had been yesterday. Everyone acted like the morning had been completely normal. After lunch, David suggested we watch a movie together. We put on some animated Christmas movie the kids picked. I wasn't really watching. I kept thinking about the presents in my suitcase upstairs, the extra ones I'd brought. I'd tucked them away in my bag yesterday when I unpacked. 3 gift cards, 1 for each kid, $50 each. For Emma, a gift card to that clothing store she loves. For Luke, 1 to the gaming store at the mall. For Sophie, 1 to the art supply store. I'd also made a photo album for David and Jessica, filled with pictures from the past few years. Pictures of the kids growing up, family gatherings, holidays. I'd spent 2 weeks putting it together, writing little captions under each photo, organizing it by year. There were also extra cookies. 2 more tins of snickerdoodles that I'd planned to give them as I left. A little bonus, something for them to have after I went home. I'd been so excited about these extras. They were supposed to be surprises. The real presents under the tree were the main event, but these were going to be special bonus moments. Private, thoughtful additions that showed how much I cared. But sitting there on the couch watching this movie I wasn't paying attention to, I felt something shift in my chest, a decision forming. Why should I give them anything else? They couldn't even include me in the morning. They couldn't even wait for me to come downstairs before tearing into the gifts I'd spent weeks preparing. When the movie ended, I excused myself and went upstairs. I told them I needed to rest for a bit. Jessica said that was fine, that they'd probably just relax this afternoon anyway. In my room, I opened my suitcase and looked at everything I'd packed. The gift cards in their little envelopes, each one in the kids' favorite color. The photo album wrapped in silver paper with a bow, the cookie tins with the ribbons I'd tied around them. I thought about David when he was little, how we'd make Christmas last all day. We'd open presents slowly, one at a time, so everyone could see what everyone else got. We'd take breaks for hot chocolate. We'd take pictures of every moment. He'd always want to wait for his dad to come down before we started, even when his dad slept in until 9 or 10. We waited, because that's what you do. You wait for family. I packed the gift cards back into my purse. I rewrapped the photo album in a plastic bag and tucked it into the bottom of my suitcase. The cookie tins I wrapped in a towel so they wouldn't make noise when I carried my bag down tomorrow. They didn't get to have these. They didn't get bonus surprises when they couldn't even give me the basic respect of including me in Christmas morning. I came back downstairs around 4. The kids were playing in different parts of the house. David and Jessica were in the kitchen starting dinner prep. David was wearing the watch I'd bought him. I'd spent $300 on that watch. He'd wanted it since summer, kept looking at it online, but said it was too much money. so I'd saved up and bought it for him. He hadn't thanked me for it, not once all day. He'd opened it this morning without me there and just put it on like it was any other gift. I walked into the kitchen and asked if they needed help with dinner. Jessica said no, they had it handled. I stood there for a minute, watching them move around each other in their kitchen, in their house with their kids, and I felt like an outsider, like I was visiting strangers. Dinner was nice enough, more normal conversation, more pretending everything was fine. After we ate, we played a board game with the kids. Sophie won and was very excited about it. Emma went back to her room around 8 to FaceTime her friends. Luke played video games with David. At 9, Jessica started getting the younger kids ready for bed. I helped Sophie pick up her toys. She gave me a hug goodnight and told me she loved her sweater and her bunny. That almost broke me. She was so sweet, so genuine. But she was 8. She didn't understand what had happened this morning. She didn't know that her parents had made a choice to exclude me. When all the kids were in bed, I sat with David and Jessica in the living room. We had decaf coffee and watched some Christmas special on TV. Around 10, I said I was tired and headed up to bed. Jessica said, "Okay, sleep well, see you in the morning." David added, "Yeah, we'll probably do a late breakfast tomorrow before you head out." I said that sounded good. I went upstairs, got ready for bed, and lay there staring at the ceiling. Tomorrow morning I was leaving, and I was taking everything in that suitcase with me. I woke up the next morning around 7. I got dressed, packed up my things quietly, and brought my suitcase downstairs. The house was still quiet. I could hear someone moving around in the kitchen, probably Jessica starting coffee. I walked into the kitchen, and she looked surprised to see me up so early. She said good morning and asked if I wanted breakfast. I told her no, that I was actually going to head out earlier than planned. I had some things I needed to do at home. She looked confused, but said okay. Asked if everything was all right. I said yes, everything was fine. I just needed to get back. She didn't push it. David came down around 7:30 while I was loading my car. He was in his pajamas and looked half asleep. He asked why I was leaving so early. We were supposed to have breakfast together. I told him the same thing I told Jessica. Things to do at home. He seemed a little hurt, but he didn't argue. Just gave me a hug and told me to drive safe. I was putting the last bag in my trunk when Jessica came out. She was carrying a small bag of leftovers she'd packed for me, ham and some cookies. As she handed it to me, she looked in my trunk and saw all my bags. She said, "Oh, you're taking all of those. With you?" I knew what she was asking. She'd seen me bring in more bags than I was leaving with yesterday. She'd probably expected I'd leave some things behind. The extra gifts. I looked at her and said, "Yes, just some things I decided to save for another time, for a day when someone actually wants me there." Her face changed. The polite smile dropped. She knew exactly what I meant. I got in my car and left. The whole drive home I kept expecting to feel guilty, but I didn't. I felt tired. Just really, really tired. That evening around 6, I got a text from Jessica. It was long. She said I had ruined the holiday mood with my comment this morning, that I'd made everyone feel terrible, that the kids were asking why I left early and she didn't know what to tell them. She said I was making everything about myself when Christmas is supposed to be about family and children. She said she was disappointed in my behavior and that David was upset. I didn't respond right away. I sat there reading it over and over, making everything about myself. That's what she said. Like wanting to be included in Christmas morning with my own family was selfish. An hour later, David called. I almost didn't answer, but I did. He sounded uncomfortable. He said that Jessica was really upset and that maybe I'd overreacted a little bit. He said the kids are young and they get excited and didn't mean anything by opening presents early. He said I could have just told them I was upset instead of leaving like that and taking back the other gifts. I asked him how he knew about the other gifts. He said Jessica had mentioned I'd brought extra bags. I told him those gifts were supposed to be surprises, special extras, but that I didn't see the point in giving them when I'd already been excluded from the main event. He got quiet. Then he said, "Mom, they're just kids. They don't understand this stuff." I said, David, Emma is 14. Luke is 11. They're old enough to understand that you wait for family on Christmas morning. You certainly understood it at their age. He didn't have an answer for that. We talked for a few more minutes, but it went nowhere. He kept trying to smooth things over, suggesting maybe I was hurt because of other things and taking it out on this situation. Asking if I was feeling okay, if maybe I should talk to my doctor about my mood. That made me angry. I told him I was fine, that I was hurt because my family opened all their Christmas presents without me while I was upstairs in their house, that it was a simple, straightforward hurt and I wasn't overreacting. We ended the call without really resolving anything. He said he'd talk to me later. 2 days after Christmas, I got a text from Luke. It said, "Grandma, I'm sorry you weren't there when I opened your present. I really love my sweater. Mom said you were upset. I didn't know we weren't supposed to start without you." That text broke something in me that hadn't broken yet, because he was right. He didn't know. None of the kids knew. David and Jessica had made the decision to start without me, and the kids just went along with it because that's what kids do. They trust their parents to make the right calls. Luke's text continued. "Are you still mad at us? Sophie keeps asking when you're coming back to visit." I stared at that text for an hour before responding. I told him I wasn't mad at him or his siblings, that I loved them very much, that I loved his sweater on him and was glad he liked it. I didn't know what else to say, so I left it at that. Now I'm sitting in my house with 3 gift cards, a photo album, and 2 tins of cookies that nobody's going to eat. David texted yesterday asking if I want to come over for New Year's Eve. They're having a small party, just family. I haven't responded yet. Part of me wants to go, wants to pretend everything is fine and move past this. The kids didn't do anything wrong and I miss them. But the other part of me keeps thinking about how many times I've let things go over the years, how many times I've bent over backward for this family and gotten the bare minimum in return. I think about all the times I've driven an hour to babysit when they needed help, all the times I've brought dinner when Jessica was overwhelmed, all the birthday parties I've planned and paid for, all the times I've been there when they needed me, and they couldn't wait for me to wake up on Christmas morning. Jessica sent another text today. She said that if I keep acting like this, I'm going to damage my relationship with my grandchildren, that they're confused and hurt by my behavior. She said I need to apologize and move forward. I haven't opened the photo album since I got home. It's still wrapped in that plastic bag in my suitcase. I don't know if I'll ever give it to them now. Same with the gift cards and cookies. So I'm asking, was I wrong to quietly take back the rest of the gifts after being excluded from Christmas morning with my own family? Part of me thinks I should have just let it go. The other part thinks I've been letting things go for too long. I don't know anymore. I don't. At the hospital, my children introduced me to the staff as their elderly relative instead of their mother. I, 84, was admitted to the hospital after taking a fall in my kitchen. My 3 children, David, 58, Rebecca, 55, and Michael, 52, all showed up within the hour. I raised them mostly on my own after my husband died when they were just 10, 7, and 4 years old. I worked 2 jobs for years, sometimes 3 during the holidays. I wore the same winter coat for 15 years, so they could have new clothes for school. I skipped meals so they wouldn't have to. I always thought we had something unbreakable between us because of all that. I thought wrong. The fall itself wasn't dramatic. I'd mopped the kitchen floor that morning and didn't realize there was still a wet spot near the sink. My foot went out from under me, and I hit my head on the cabinet on the way down. My neighbor heard the thud through the wall and called 911. I tried to tell the paramedics I was fine, just embarrassed, but they insisted on bringing me in. The ER doctor said I needed to stay overnight for observation because of my age and the head injury. I didn't argue. My head did hurt pretty badly. My kids arrived before they'd even moved me to a room. I heard David's voice in the hallway first, that commanding tone he uses at his law firm. Rebecca came rushing in with her phone already out, probably texting her husband. Michael trailed behind looking uncomfortable in his work clothes, like he'd left an important meeting. They all came to my bedside and asked if I was okay, but something felt off. They kept looking at each other, having some kind of silent conversation over my head. David squeezed my hand and told me not to worry. They'd handle everything. I didn't know what there was to handle. It was just a fall. They moved me to a room around dinner time. My children followed, still doing that thing where they whispered to each other just out of my earshot. A doctor came in maybe 20 minutes later, youngish guy with kind eyes. He introduced himself as Dr. Patterson and started asking me the standard questions. How was I feeling? Did I remember falling? Any dizziness or nausea? I answered everything. My head hurt, but I wasn't confused. I knew what day it was, who the president was, all of that. Then Dr. Patterson turned to my children and asked who they were. That's when it happened. David stepped forward and said, "We're here with our elderly relative who needs care." Just like that. Our elderly relative. Not our mother. Not even her name. Just elderly relative who needs care, like I was some distant aunt they'd been saddled with. I froze. I actually couldn't speak for a second. I kept waiting for one of them to correct it, to laugh and say, "Of course she's our mother," but nobody did. Rebecca nodded along and added something about how they were handling my care decisions. Michael just stood there looking at the floor. Dr. Patterson glanced at me, then back at them, and didn't question it. Why would he? To him, I probably did look like some elderly relative they were stuck dealing with. The doctor asked me a few more questions and I answered on autopilot. I don't even remember what I said. My brain was stuck on those words. Elderly relative. When Dr. Patterson left, I finally found my voice. I asked David why he didn't tell the doctor I was his mother. He actually laughed, this nervous little laugh, and said it didn't matter. I was their elderly relative, wasn't I? Rebecca chimed in, telling me not to be so sensitive, that it was the same thing. Michael still wouldn't look at me. I didn't push it. I felt humiliated, and I didn't want to make it worse by arguing in a hospital room, so I just nodded and said, "Okay." And they seemed relieved that I was dropping it. They stayed for another hour, talking about my care plan and what I'd need when I got home. They used phrases like, "at her age," and "we need to be realistic about her limitations." They talked about me like I wasn't right there in the bed listening to every word. Around 8, they said they needed to head home, but they'd be back in the morning. David told me to rest. Rebecca kissed my forehead like I was a child. Michael finally met my eyes, and I saw something there. Maybe guilt. But he didn't say anything. After they left, I lay there in the dark room with machines beeping and tried to understand what had just happened. I pretended to sleep when the nurse came in for vitals, but I couldn't actually sleep. I kept replaying that moment. Our elderly relative who needs care. I started thinking about other things I'd brushed off over the years. David correcting me in front of his wife when I told a story wrong. Rebecca rolling her eyes when I talked about the old days. Michael always being too busy to visit, always having somewhere else he needed to be. Little moments I'd made excuses for because they were my children, and I loved them. Around midnight, I heard voices in the hallway. I recognized David's voice and Rebecca's laugh. They were talking to a nurse, probably asking about me. I heard David say something about managing this situation, and Rebecca mentioned something about whether I could still live alone safely. They were planning my life out there in the hallway, and I was just supposed to accept it because I was their elderly relative who needed care. A different nurse came in around 2 in the morning to check my vitals. She was older, closer to my age, with gentle hands. She adjusted my pillow and mentioned how sweet it was that my sons and daughter were so attentive. She called them my sons and daughter. I almost cried. This stranger showed me more respect in one sentence than my own children had all evening. I didn't sleep at all that night. I just lay there thinking about everything I'd given up for them. I thought about the time I missed my own mother's funeral because I couldn't afford to miss work and lose the pay. I thought about wearing shoes with holes in them for 2 years so David could have a new baseball glove. I thought about every birthday cake I'd baked from scratch, every school play I'd attended, every fever I'd nursed them through. And at the end of all that, I was just their elderly relative. not even worth claiming as their mother in front of a doctor. Morning came, and they showed up with a wheelchair I didn't need, and printouts about assisted living facilities. David had done research, he said. Rebecca thought maybe I needed a live-in aid. I told them I was fine. It was just a small fall. They looked at each other with that look again, like I was being difficult, like I was the problem. The doctor cleared me to go home, and my children insisted on setting up a schedule to check on me throughout the week. I nodded and agreed to everything because I was tired, and my head still hurt, and I just wanted to go home. But on the drive back to my house with David at the wheel and Rebecca in the passenger seat chatting about their plans for me, all I could think was that something had broken that I didn't know how to fix. Or maybe it had been broken for a long time and I was just finally noticing. They dropped me off at home and David walked through every room like he was inspecting it for hazards. He pointed out the rug in the hallway that could be a tripping risk. Rebecca suggested I get one of those medical alert necklaces. Michael just carried my overnight bag inside and left it by the door. They made me promise to call if I needed anything, and then they were gone. I sat in my living room in the same chair I'd sat in for 30 years and felt like a stranger in my own house. The first few days were fine on the surface. David called every morning at 8 sharp to check in. Rebecca stopped by twice with groceries I hadn't asked for. Michael sent text messages asking how I was feeling. They were attentive. They were caring. They were doing everything right except treating me like their mother. Every interaction felt clinical, like I was a patient they were monitoring instead of the woman who raised them. I couldn't stop thinking about the hospital. The phrase elderly relative kept running through my head on a loop. I'd wake up at 3 in the morning and hear David's voice saying it again. I started remembering other things too. Things I'd pushed aside at the time because I didn't want to see them for what they were. Like 2 Christmases ago when Rebecca introduced me to her new neighbors as David and Michael's mother, instead of as her mother too. Or last summer when David brought his business partner to my birthday dinner and spent the whole time talking about work, barely acknowledging I was there. Or the way Michael always seemed relieved when our phone calls ended, like he'd checked off a box on his to-do list. I wondered if they'd always been ashamed of me, or if it was something that happened gradually. Maybe I'd become an embarrassment without realizing it. I didn't go to college. I worked as a secretary and then as a grocery store cashier. I lived in the same small house in an unfashionable neighborhood. David was a partner at a law firm. Rebecca married a surgeon. Michael ran his own consulting business. Maybe somewhere along the way, I'd become the relative they had to explain, the one who didn't fit into their successful lives. A week after I got home, I had a follow-up appointment with my regular doctor. David offered to drive me, but I told him I'd take a cab. I needed space from all of them. My doctor said I was healing fine, no complications from the fall. She asked if my family was helping out, and I said yes, because what else was I supposed to say? On the ride home, the cab driver made small talk and asked if I had kids. I said yes, 3 of them. He asked if they lived nearby, and I said yes. He said I must be lucky to have them close. I didn't respond to that. When I got home, I went straight to my filing cabinet and pulled out my medical power of attorney documents. David was listed as my primary health care proxy. Rebecca was secondary. I'd set it up that way 10 years ago because David was the oldest and the most responsible. The lawyer, he'd seemed like the obvious choice. I sat at my kitchen table with those papers spread out in front of me and thought about what would happen if I ever got really sick. Would David introduce me to the doctors as his elderly relative then too? Would my own children erase me when I was dying? That's when I thought of my niece Patricia. She's 61, my younger sister's daughter. Patricia visits me twice a month just because she wants to. She brings her dog and we drink tea and talk about everything and nothing. She calls me Aunt Marie with actual warmth in her voice. She asks my opinion on things and listens to my answers. She treats me like a person, not like a task to be managed. Last month, she brought over old photo albums and we spent 3 hours looking through them together, laughing at the hairstyles and the clothes. My own children haven't looked at those albums in decades. I made an appointment with my lawyer for the following Monday. I didn't tell anyone I was going. I took another cab and signed new papers that made Patricia my healthcare proxy and medical power of attorney. The lawyer asked if I was sure, if there was a reason I was removing my children. I just said I wanted someone who would respect my wishes. He didn't push it. When it was done, I felt lighter somehow, like I'd taken back something that was mine. I still didn't tell my children. Part of me wanted to see how long it would take them to notice I existed beyond their scheduled check-ins. David kept calling every morning with the same questions. How did I sleep? Had I eaten breakfast? Was I taking my vitamins? Rebecca kept bringing groceries and rearranging my kitchen cabinets. Michael kept sending those short text messages that felt like he was reporting to someone else that he'd fulfilled his duty. None of them asked me how I really felt. None of them mentioned the hospital incident. It was like it had never happened, or like they genuinely thought it didn't matter. 2 weeks went by like this. I went to my book club on Tuesday like always. I had lunch with Patricia on Thursday. I did my own grocery shopping on Saturday even though Rebecca had just been there with food I didn't need. I was living my life the same way I had before the fall, but something fundamental had shifted. I kept waiting to feel guilty about changing the paperwork. I kept expecting to regret it, but I didn't. If anything, I felt angry that it had taken me this long to see things clearly. Then on a Wednesday afternoon, David called me from his office. His voice was different, tight and controlled. He asked if I'd gone to see my lawyer recently. I said yes. There was a long pause. Then he asked why he'd received a letter saying I'd removed him as my medical power of attorney. I told him I had. Another pause. He asked who I'd given it to instead, and I said Patricia. He didn't yell, but I could hear him trying not to. He said he needed to call me back and hung up. Rebecca called 20 minutes later crying. She asked how I could do this to them, how I could not trust them after everything they did for me. I wanted to laugh. Everything they did for me. What did they do for me? Check in out of obligation? Bring groceries I could buy myself? Treat me like a burden they had to manage? But I didn't say any of that. I just told her my decision was final. Michael was the last to call, that evening after work. He was quieter than the other two, more measured. He said he understood I was hurt about the hospital, but this seemed extreme. He said I was still their mother and they loved me. I told him it was interesting that he remembered I was his mother now. He didn't have an answer for that. After I hung up with Michael, I sat in my chair and realized this was it. This was the moment everything either fell apart or came together. My children were angry with me for the first time in decades. I'd taken something away from them and they didn't like it, but for the first time since that hospital room, I felt like I had some control over my own life. They could call me dramatic. They could say I was overreacting, but I was the one who got to decide who spoke for me when I couldn't speak for myself. And I'd decided it wouldn't be the people who couldn't even call me their mother. The three of them banded together after that, which shouldn't have surprised me but somehow did. They started calling each other constantly, comparing notes about what I'd done. I know because Rebecca let it slip during one of her calls that she'd been texting with David all morning about me. They decided as a group that I was being dramatic. They agreed that I was overreacting to something that wasn't a big deal. They formed a united front, probably for the first time in years, and that front was against me. David called back 2 days after the first conversation. He'd had time to think about it, he said, and he wanted to understand my reasoning. I told him the reasoning was simple. At the hospital, he'd introduced me as an elderly relative instead of his mother, and I didn't want someone who was ashamed of me making my medical decisions. He got defensive immediately. He said he wasn't ashamed of me. He said I was twisting his words. He said he was just trying to make things easier for everyone that day because the situation was stressful. I asked him how calling me his mother would have made things harder. He didn't have an answer for that either, so he just repeated that I was being dramatic and hung up. Rebecca came over unannounced the next day. She let herself in with the spare key I'd given her years ago, the one that was supposed to be for emergencies. She sat down at my kitchen table and cried for 20 minutes about how hurt she was. She said she couldn't believe I didn't trust them. She kept asking what they'd done to deserve this. When I brought up the hospital, she waved it away like it was nothing. She said they were all stressed and exhausted that day. She said I was their mother, so of course I was their elderly relative too. It was just a different way of saying the same thing. I asked her if she'd want her own children to introduce her that way someday. She said that was different and I was missing the point. Michael took a different approach. He started sending long text messages late at night. Essays, really, about how much they all loved me and how family should forgive each other. He said this was driving a wedge between us over something small. He said I should reconsider because it was hurting everyone. What struck me about Michael's messages was that he never once apologized for what happened at the hospital. None of them did. They just kept insisting that I'd misunderstood or that I was making too big a deal out of it. They wanted me to forgive them for something they wouldn't even admit was wrong. After about a week of this, they started reaching out to other family members. My sister called, Patricia's mother, asking what was going on. She said David had phoned her very concerned about my judgment. She said Rebecca told her I was making rash decisions and maybe shouldn't be handling my own affairs. They were building a case that I wasn't mentally competent, that the fall had affected me somehow. My sister didn't buy it. She told me she'd talked to Patricia and understood exactly why I'd made the change. But other relatives weren't so sure. My cousin Jean called to say she thought I was being too hard on my kids. My nephew from my husband's side sent an email saying family was forever and I should reconsider. The only person who completely supported me was Patricia. She came over the day after I signed the papers and I told her everything. She listened to the whole story without interrupting. When I finished, she said I had every right to demand dignity. She said she was proud of me for standing up for myself. She asked if I was sure about giving her this responsibility, and I said I'd never been more sure of anything. She hugged me and said she'd honor my wishes no matter what. It was the first time since the hospital that someone made me feel like I wasn't crazy, but even with Patricia's support, the doubts crept in at night. I'd lie in bed wondering if I was destroying my relationship with my children over one phrase. Just 3 words, elderly relative, and I'd rearranged my entire end-of-life planning around them. Maybe they were right. Maybe I was being dramatic. Maybe I should just forgive them and move on and pretend it never happened like they clearly wanted me to. Then I'd remember sitting in that hospital bed listening to my eldest son refuse to claim me as his mother. I'd remember the way they'd all nodded along like it was perfectly normal. I'd remember how they'd talked over me and around me about my limitations and my care needs without ever asking what I wanted. And I'd realize that the hospital wasn't really the problem. It was just the moment when I finally saw clearly what had been happening for years. They'd been slowly erasing me, turning me from their mother into their responsibility, their burden, their elderly relative who needed managing. A month passed. The phone calls became less frequent. David still checked in, but his voice was cold. Rebecca stopped bringing groceries. Michael's text messages got shorter and shorter until they were just the occasional, "Hope you're well." They were punishing me by pulling away, showing me what life would be like without their attention. The thing is, I didn't feel punished. I felt relieved. The constant checking in had always felt like surveillance anyway, not care. Now I could breathe. Patricia and I had lunch every Thursday. My book club friends rallied around me when I told them an edited version of what happened. My neighbor, the one who'd called 911 after my fall, started stopping by for coffee on Sunday mornings. I realized I had a life outside of my children's scheduled visits. I'd had one all along, actually. I'd just been so focused on maintaining a relationship with them that I hadn't noticed. But I'd be lying if I said it didn't hurt. These were my children. I'd given them everything I had for decades. I'd sacrificed things they'd never even know about. And now we barely spoke because I dared to expect them to treat me with basic respect. Some days I wanted to call David and tell him I'd changed my mind, that he could have the medical power of attorney back, that we could just forget this whole thing happened. Then I'd remember that he still hadn't apologized. None of them had. They still thought they'd done nothing wrong. My birthday is in 3 weeks. Usually we all have dinner together, my children and their families, at the restaurant David picks out. I haven't heard anything about it this year. No one's mentioned it. I don't know if they're planning something and not telling me, or if they've decided not to celebrate it at all as some kind of punishment. Part of me hopes they'll show up and we can start to repair things. Part of me hopes they don't come at all so I can finally stop waiting for them to change. I've been thinking a lot about what I want from them. An apology would be nice, but I don't think that's going to happen. Maybe I just want them to see me, really see me, not as their elderly relative who needs care, not as their responsibility or their burden, but as their mother, as Marie, as a person who has thoughts and feelings and dignity that matters. I want them to understand why that moment in the hospital broke something in me that I don't know how to fix. But I'm not sure they're capable of that kind of understanding. They're too busy being right, too invested in their version of events where they did nothing wrong and I'm just being difficult. So I sit here in my house wondering if I made the right choice or if I've ruined everything over my pride. My niece says I did the right thing. My children say I'm tearing the family apart. And I honestly don't know anymore who's right. All I know is that I can't go back to pretending that hospital moment didn't matter. It mattered to me, even if it didn't matter to them. Maybe that's enough of a reason. Maybe it isn't. I guess I'll find out soon enough. During the neighborhood block party, my own daughter pretended not to know me. I, 79, had been invited by my daughter Sarah, 52, to a summer block party in her new neighborhood. She'd just moved there 2 months before after getting a big promotion at work. I was so proud of her. She'd worked hard her whole life, and I always told myself that everything I sacrificed was worth it if she could have a better life than I did. I raised her alone after her father left when she was 5, worked 2 jobs most of her childhood, went without a lot of things so she could have what she needed. Seeing her do well, living in a nice area, it felt like validation that I'd done something right. When she called to invite me to the block party, I was thrilled. She told me it was a potluck and that all the neighbors would be there. She said she wanted me to see the new house, meet the people she'd be living around. I offered to bring something, and she said that would be nice. I spent the whole day before baking 2 pies from scratch, peach and apple, the same recipes I'd been using for decades. I even made little labels for them with my name so people would know who made what. I was excited. I wanted her neighbors to know she came from a good family, that she had a mother who cared. The drive over took about 40 minutes. I don't have a fancy car, just an old sedan that's been reliable for 15 years. It's got some rust spots and the air conditioning doesn't work great, but it gets me where I need to go. When I pulled up to her street, I have to admit I felt a little out of place. The houses were beautiful, big lawns, nice cars in every driveway. I parked on the street and grabbed my pies from the passenger seat. Sarah met me at the curb. She was dressed nicely, casual but in that expensive way, where you can tell the clothes cost money, even though they're just jeans and a blouse. She smiled when she saw me, but something about it seemed tight. She told me where to put the pies, directed me to a table set up in someone's driveway down the block. As we walked over, a couple of neighbors waved at her and she waved back. She didn't introduce me. I figured maybe we were just in a hurry to put the pies down before my arms got tired. But then we passed another neighbor, a woman about Sarah's age, watering some flowers in her front yard. The woman called out hello and asked Sarah how she was settling in. Sarah stopped and chatted for a minute about the neighborhood and how much she loved it so far. I stood there next to her, holding my purse, waiting. The woman glanced at me once, smiled politely, then looked back at Sarah. Sarah never said a word about who I was. After a minute, we kept walking. I told myself not to read into it. Maybe she just forgot. Maybe she was distracted. But I felt a weird knot forming in my stomach. The block party was already going when we got there. Maybe 30 or 40 people scattered around, kids running through a sprinkler, adults standing in clusters with drinks and paper plates, music playing from somewhere. Everyone seemed to know each other already. Sarah walked me over to the food table, and I set my pies down next to casseroles and pasta salads and store-bought cookies. My pies looked homemade in a way that suddenly felt obvious, the crusts not perfectly uniform, the labels written in my shaky handwriting. Sarah told me to help myself to food, and then she sort of drifted away. I stood there for a second, not sure what to do. I didn't know anyone. I fixed myself a small plate and found a chair someone had set up near the edge of the party. I sat and watched Sarah across the yard, laughing with a group of women, looking completely comfortable. About 20 minutes later, 3 neighbors came over. 2 women and a man, all probably in their 50s, holding beer bottles and looking friendly enough. One of the women asked if I was enjoying the party, and I said yes. Then she turned to Sarah, who had wandered back in my direction, and asked directly who I was. She said it in a nice way, just curious, wanting to know who the unfamiliar face was. Sarah paused. I saw her hesitate. Then she smiled and said I was Linda, a family friend visiting from out of town. I just stood there. I didn't move. I was holding my empty pie plate because I'd already finished eating, and I remember thinking I should probably put it down, but I couldn't make my hands work. A family friend. Those were the words she used, not my mother, not even just my name with an explanation that could come later. A family friend from out of town. One of the neighbors, the man, asked how we knew each other. Sarah said we'd known each other for years, that I was passing through and she invited me to stop by. She said it so smoothly, like it was the most natural thing in the world. The neighbors nodded and smiled at me and said it was nice to meet me. I think I said something back. I don't remember what. My ears were ringing. They chatted for another minute about something else, maybe the weather or the food. I wasn't really listening. Then they moved on to talk to someone else. Sarah looked at me for just a second, and I looked right back at her. She looked away first. Then she said she was going to go say hi to someone, and she walked off. I stood there alone, trying to process what had just happened. Did my own daughter really just pretend I wasn't her mother? Did she really just lie to her neighbors about who I was? I kept thinking maybe I misunderstood. Maybe there was some reason she did that. Maybe she'd come back and correct it. But she didn't come back. I needed to sit down. I needed a minute. I walked over to the drinks table and got myself a cup of lemonade even though I wasn't thirsty. My hands were shaking. I watched Sarah from across the yard. She was laughing with another group of people now, gesturing with her hands while she told some story. She looked happy. She looked like someone who hadn't just done something devastating to her own mother. Another neighbor came up to her, someone I hadn't seen yet, an older man, probably in his 70s. He asked Sarah the same question. "Who's the woman you came with?" And Sarah said the exact same thing. Family friend, visiting from out of town. That's when I knew it wasn't a mistake. She meant to do this. She planned to do this. I was standing maybe 15 feet away and I could hear every word, and she knew I could hear her, and she said it anyway. I thought about walking over there and correcting her. I thought about saying it loud enough for everyone to hear. I'm her mother. I'm not a family friend. I'm her mother. I raised her by myself. I'm the one who made those pies you're all eating. But I couldn't do it. I just stood there with my cup of lemonade, frozen, humiliated, trying not to cry in front of all these strangers who apparently weren't allowed to know who I really was. I spent the next hour trying to make sense of it. I kept going back and forth in my head, trying to find some explanation that would make it okay. Maybe she was planning to tell people later. Maybe she thought it would be easier this way, less pressure on me to make conversation. Maybe she was protecting me from something I didn't understand, but none of it made sense. Why would you need to protect your mother from people knowing she's your mother? I tried to stay out of the way. I sat in that same chair near the edge of everything and watched the party happen around me. Kids were playing, people were eating, someone started up a game of cornhole. It all looked so normal. Sarah kept moving through the crowd like she was the social chair of the neighborhood. She'd hug someone, laugh at someone's joke, compliment someone's dish. She was good at this. She'd always been good with people. I used to be proud of that. At one point, someone announced that whoever made the pies needed to share the recipe because they were incredible. A few people agreed, said they were the best thing on the table. I waited to see if Sarah would say anything. She was standing right there. She just smiled and said she didn't know who made them. I watched her say it. My own daughter acting like she had no idea where those pies came from, when she'd watched me bake them in my kitchen dozens of times growing up, when she used to stand on a stool next to me and help roll out the dough. I kept thinking about all of it, every sacrifice I made. Working doubles at the diner so she could take dance classes, wearing the same winter coat for 10 years so she could have new school clothes, sitting in a hot apartment through the summers because I couldn't afford to fix the AC, but I made sure her room had a fan, going to every school event, every recital, every parent-teacher conference, even when I was exhausted, being there, always being there. And now I was a family friend, someone she knew, someone passing through. Another neighbor came up to me after a while, an older Asian woman who introduced herself as Mrs. Chen. She asked if I was enjoying myself, and I said yes, even though it was a lie. She sat down in the empty chair next to me and started talking about how nice the neighborhood was, how everyone was very friendly. She asked where I was visiting from, and I almost told her the truth right there. I almost said, "I'm not visiting. I'm her mother. She's lying to you." But I didn't. I just said I lived about 40 minutes away. Mrs. Chen nodded and said that was nice, not too far. She told me about her own daughter who lived in California, how she didn't get to see her grandkids as much as she'd like. She was kind. The whole time we talked, I felt like I was going to cry. Sarah walked past us once, and Mrs. Chen asked her something about the neighborhood watch meeting. Sarah answered, but she didn't really look at me. She definitely didn't sit down. She definitely didn't join the conversation with her supposed family friend who'd driven all this way to see her. After she walked away, Mrs. Chen got quiet for a second, then asked me how long I'd known Sarah. I said a long time. A very long time. She just nodded and didn't push it. I think maybe she sensed something was wrong. The worst part was how much time I had to think. The party went on for hours. I kept wondering what I should do. If I should leave early, just walk to my car and go home. But that felt like giving up, like letting Sarah win somehow. If I should confront her in front of everyone, make her explain why she did this. But that felt cruel, even though what she did was cruel first. If I should pull her aside privately and ask her what was happening. But I was afraid of what she might say. Afraid she might tell me the truth about why she was ashamed of me. I started going through everything in my head trying to figure out what it was. Was it how I looked? I'd dressed nicely for this, wore my good blouse, the one I saved for special occasions. But maybe nice for me wasn't nice enough for this neighborhood. Maybe I looked old, out of place. Maybe it was my car, the rust spots and the broken AC. Maybe she was embarrassed I'd driven up in that when everyone else had newer vehicles. Maybe it was my accent. I'd come to this country when I was 30, worked hard on my English, but I still have an accent, still mess up sometimes. Maybe she didn't want her new neighbors to know her mother was an immigrant. Or maybe it was just me. Maybe after everything I wasn't good enough. Maybe she'd been waiting to move somewhere nice so she could finally have the life she wanted without me in it, reminding everyone where she came from. I watched her the whole time. She never came back over to check on me. Never asked if I needed anything, if I was having a good time, if I wanted to meet anyone else. A real friend would have gotten more attention than I did. I was less than a friend. I was someone she was stuck with for a few hours until I finally left. Around 4 o'clock, people started cleaning up. I helped carry some plates and cups to the trash. Sarah was talking to a couple near the food table, and when I walked past with my hands full, she thanked me, like I was being a helpful guest. She used that same pleasant voice she'd been using all day with everyone else. I didn't say anything back. When things were winding down, Sarah finally came over to me. She asked if I was ready to go, said she'd walk me to my car. We didn't talk on the way there. When we got to my car, she thanked me for coming and for bringing the pies. She said it was good to see me. She said it like we were acquaintances, like I was actually just a family friend visiting from out of town. I asked her if she had a nice time at the party. She said yes, that the neighborhood was really great. Everyone was so welcoming. I nodded. Then I got in my car and she waved goodbye and I drove away. The whole drive home I didn't cry. I was past crying. I just felt empty. 40 minutes alone with my thoughts, replaying the whole day, and by the time I pulled into my driveway, I knew exactly what I needed to do. I couldn't pretend this was okay. I couldn't just let it go and show up next time she needed me and act like she hadn't denied my existence to an entire neighborhood full of people. If she wanted a family friend, she could have a family friend. If she didn't want me as her mother, then I wouldn't be her mother. I went inside and sat at my kitchen table and wrote her a note. I sat at that table for over an hour trying to figure out what to say. I went through 3 pieces of paper before I got it right. I didn't want to be mean. I didn't want to say things I couldn't take back. But I also needed her to understand that what she did wasn't something I could just ignore. The note I finally settled on was short. I wrote, "If I'm only a family friend, don't expect me to keep showing up as your mother." I read it over a few times, folded it up, and put it in an envelope. Then I got back in my car and drove the 40 minutes back to her neighborhood. It was evening by then, almost 7. I parked on the street and walked up to her front door. I could see lights on inside, but I didn't ring the bell. I just left the envelope tucked into the door frame where she'd see it when she came out. And then I left. The next 2 days were silent. My phone didn't ring. No texts. Nothing. Part of me wondered if she'd even found the note. But I knew she had. She was just deciding what to do about it. On the 3rd day she called. I was sitting in my living room when my phone lit up with her name. I stared at it. I let it ring 4 times before I decided not to answer. I couldn't talk to her yet. I didn't know what I'd say, and I didn't trust myself not to either yell or break down crying, and I didn't want to do either of those things. She left a voicemail. I waited an hour before I listened to it. Her voice sounded strained, maybe a little annoyed. She said we needed to talk, that she didn't mean to hurt me, that she was just trying not to make things awkward. She said she thought it would be easier for everyone if she introduced me that way. She asked me to call her back. I didn't. The next few days, she tried texting. The messages started out apologetic, saying she was sorry I was upset, that she never intended for me to feel bad. But they got more frustrated as I didn't respond. One text said I was being unfair by shutting her out. Another said she didn't understand why I was making such a big deal out of this. That one almost made me throw my phone. A week after the party, I got a call from a number I didn't recognize. I almost didn't answer, but something made me pick up. It was Mrs. Chen, the woman from the party who'd sat with me. I don't know how she got my number. Maybe from Sarah. Maybe she found it some other way. She said she hoped I didn't mind her calling. She said she wanted me to know something. She told me that after the party, she and a few of the other neighbors had been talking. She said they'd noticed the resemblance between Sarah and me. Same eyes, same nose, same way of gesturing with our hands when we talked. She said when they saw my name on the pie labels, they'd put it together. She said they knew I was Sarah's mother, not a family friend, and she said they'd been stunned that Sarah lied about it. She kept saying stunned, like she couldn't believe someone would do that. She said everyone had been talking about it, that people thought it was a terrible thing to do. I thanked her for telling me. I meant it. It helped somehow, knowing that other people saw it for what it was, that I wasn't crazy for being hurt by it. After we hung up, I felt validated, but also worse, because now it wasn't just between me and Sarah. Now there were witnesses. Now her neighbors knew she was ashamed of her own mother. Sarah kept trying to reach me. She called every few days. She sent more texts. I responded to a couple of them with short answers, just so she'd know I was alive. But I didn't engage. I didn't go over there. I didn't invite her here. After 2 weeks, she sent flowers to my house. They came with a card that said, "I'm sorry you're upset, but you're overreacting." I stared at that card for a long time. Sorry I'm upset. Not sorry for what she did. Sorry that I had feelings about what she did. And I was overreacting. Like my hurt was unreasonable. Like being denied by your own child in front of strangers was something you should just laugh off and forget about. I put the flowers in the trash. It's been 3 weeks now since the party. Sarah has called 6 times. She's sent probably 20 texts. Some of them are apologetic, some of them are defensive, some of them are angry. She wants to know when I'm going to get over this. She wants to know why I'm punishing her. She wants to know if I'm really going to throw away our relationship over one mistake. But here's the thing. It wasn't one mistake. It was multiple times over several hours. It was deliberate. She looked at me and decided I wasn't worth claiming. And maybe that says something about her that I didn't want to see before. Or maybe it says something about me that I still don't want to accept. The hardest part is that she's all I have. Her father's been gone for decades. My parents passed years ago. I don't have siblings. I have friends, but no one close. No one I'd call in an emergency. Sarah's it. My whole family. And the idea of losing that, of spending whatever years I have left alone, it terrifies me. Some nights I think about just calling her back and pretending it never happened. Going back to normal. Being grateful for whatever scraps of acknowledgement she's willing to give me. But then I remember standing there with my empty pie plate while she told strangers I was someone visiting from out of town. I remember the way she wouldn't look at me. I remember spending hours at that party being less than nothing to her. And I think about what message it sends if I let this go. That it's okay to treat me like something to be hidden. That I'll accept anything because I'm desperate not to be alone. Her birthday is in 2 weeks. I've hosted a family dinner for her birthday every single year since she was born. Just the two of us usually, sometimes a friend or a boyfriend she'd bring along. I'd make her favorite meal, bake her a cake from scratch, give her whatever gift I'd saved up for. It was our tradition, one of the few things we still did together now that she's grown and busy with her own life. I don't know if I'm going to do it this year. I don't know if I'm invited anymore now that I'm just a family friend. I don't know if she even expects it. She hasn't mentioned it in any of her messages. I keep going back and forth. Part of me thinks I should reach out, try to fix this before it's too late. Part of me thinks she should be the one fixing it, that I've done nothing wrong. Part of me thinks maybe we're both too stubborn and too hurt, and this is just how it ends. What I do know is that I can't be the mother she's ashamed of anymore. I can't keep showing up to be denied. And if that means I lose her completely, then maybe that's what has to happen. Maybe that's what she wanted all along.